All right, good morning, everyone. Please stand by. We will get started in just another minute. Okay. All right, Ms. Lupley, I think we're going to get started. If you can, you've got the recording going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning and welcome to docket number 200101. It's an administrative proceeding to review the Connecticut Light and Power Company's standard service and supplier of last resort service 2020 procurement results and rates. My name is Chairman Marissa Gillette. I'm joined today by my colleagues, the Vice Chairman Jack Pekoski, as well as Commissioner Michael Karen, and a number of PURA staff. PURA has received over 1,000 written comments and phone calls on the matter that we're here to discuss today. And I want to assure you that our staff is working to get them posted into the docket for this proceeding, which does include some processing time. So if you have emailed a written comment and don't yet see it available in our public database, it may take the authority another day or two to get those comments posted. I do want to assure you that myself and my fellow two commissioners are reading every last one of those comments. If members of the public would like to continue to submit written comments into this docket, we ask that you please mark in the subject line that the docket number is 200101 and that the email and include in your email that it is a comment for this docket. Please refrain from including personally identifying information because all communications submitted to the authority are entered and available in the public record. If you have not yet submitted written comments for this matter, but you would like to do so, please note that you can submit those to PURA at any time by emailing those comments to PURA.executivesecretary@ct.gov. And again, please note docket number 200101 in the subject line. PURA is at a minimum keeping the record open for this hearing until Wednesday at 11:59. So you can continue to submit written comments until that date at a minimum. We also want to flag that there are an additional 3 days for public comments. PURA will be hosting 3 additional days for Zoom public hearings, October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Those public comment dates are for the purpose of receiving testimony from the public regarding the electric utilities preparation and response to Tropical Storm Isaias. Once the information is available for those Zoom platform dates, it will be made available publicly. And again, as with this docket, you can submit written comments on that matter to PURA at any time. Please note docket number 200803 in the comment line for those comments. As another note, I just want to, if you haven't participated in a PURA hearing to date, I just want to pause and let you know, PURA as a quasi-judicial agency is required to administer its hearings in an evidentiary format. So the agenda for today, we are going to open by taking comments from elected officials for a period of 1 hour. Then PURA will move into the evidentiary portion of its docket, which involves cross-examination of the parties between PURA, the parties, and Eversource in this case. And we will conclude the hearing by taking live public comment until at least 6 p.m. today. If we reach the 6 o'clock hour and have not yet heard from everyone that wishes to be heard, we will see if we can stay on longer tonight. And if not, we will continue the hearing into another day at which point we will provide public notice of that, in addition to being able to email your comments. Also, please note today's hearing is being broadcast by CTN. It is also being recorded, transcribed, and has closed captioning available at the bottom of your screen. Because of the unprecedented nature of the size of today's hearing, we had registrations that topped the 1,000 cap that the platform allows. I want to note that we have muted all participants during this hearing so that we can manage, background noise, etc. There is a chat function that is being monitored by our case coordinator. Please use the chat function for technical difficulties or of that nature, but the chat is not part of our official record. So we need comments that are made and can be entered into the record to be made either in writing to the email or when we get to the live portion of today's hearing. I also want to note that because we are using both a closed captioning service as well as a court reporter, that we will need to take sporadic breaks throughout the day, including a 30-minute lunch break that we anticipate will occur no later than 1 p.m. At this time, we are going to move into at least a 60-minute portion of comments from elected officials and have a list that we're going to work off of. If you do not hear your name, then we'll allow for the raise hand function. If you're new to Zoom, we'll be referencing the raise hand function at several points during today's hearing. You can access that functionality by going to the bottom of your screen, clicking on the participants button. When that pops up in the right-hand side of your screen, the lower right-hand corner says raise hand, and that will bring you to the top of the list in the participants tab and allow us an easier time recognizing you and unmuting you. At this time, the first person that we have on our list that would, from the elected officials camp that would like to be recognized and make comments is Governor Ned Lamont. So Governor, if you could please use the raise hand function and we will get you unmuted so that you can provide comments. Oh, apologize. I think we need just a minute. So I know that Senator Blumenthal is on. Senator Blumenthal, if you could use the raise hand function and it'll bring you to the top of the list, please. There we are. Ms. Lipley, if you could unmute Senator Blumenthal, please.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored and pleased to be back before the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority and to join you. And first of all, thank you for your attention to this very, very important topic. And I want to begin by thanking all of the first responders, the police and fire, and equally important, the crews from Eversource and United Utilities who were out there helping to restore power. The criticism that I have made of Eversource and United Illuminating really is in no way a reflection on the courage and the hard work that these employees have done. So I'm going to come right to the point because I know you do have a full agenda. I think that the time for tinkering is over. We need to think big about becoming smaller, more responsive, and smarter in the way we do public utilities and deliver power to the consumers of Connecticut. And I have some very specific suggestions. First of all, freeze the TAC and FMCC fees and order refunds to consumers. Fully within your power to roll back the increases that Eversource, for example, imposed on consumers to pre-July levels, freeze them at that level, order refunds because there were tremendous losses as a result of the poor performance in responding to this storm. There was clear warning that a extraordinarily severe storm was coming. There was better preparation by UI than Eversource, clearly lacking and failing response by Eversource. And so refunds and reimbursements for losses are clearly appropriate here. I think that in terms of becoming smaller, the authority ought to consider breaking up Eversource and creating a consumer-based utility, possibly with public ownership, a Connecticut-based utility with potential public ownership would mirror the advantages that we've seen in the municipal-owned utilities. I've visited a number of them, most recently in Norwich, where the rates are 24% lower and the response times in repair are much higher, 2 days as compared to 8, 9, 10 days on the part of Eversource. I think we ought to eliminate the system of guaranteed profits for Eversource and link rates to performance. There is no other business in this country where there are guaranteed profit rates and executives make the tens of millions that Eversource top management does with a guaranteed rate of return untethered to performance. Clearly, the link between profit and performance should be established firmly. And people, namely the customers, ought to be put before profits, a priority that has been clearly lacking in the past. There's a very clear federal dimension here too, because FERC and ISO are involved. So I would ask you to join me, strongly urge that you do, in continuing to press the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to change the grossly anti-consumer process for approving transmission line projects and costs. I've actually personally sued and argued in the United States Supreme Court on behalf of Connecticut when I was Attorney General against FERC, calling attention to the inequities and inefficiencies of the current process for rate setting and decision making by FERC, also involving ISO. Again, we need to think big and bold, but encourage becoming smaller. Connecticut, owned and operated with direct accountability to the people of Connecticut. There's nothing novel or untried about it. As the staff of PURA know well, these kinds of cooperative ownerships and locally responsive utilities have clear precedent in other states, notably Maryland, where the experience in many respects has been very good. So I have submitted formal testimony, written testimony, but I'm going to just summarize by saying this system is clearly failing men and women in Connecticut who every day pay their electric bills. It is a particularly egregious failure in the midst of this pandemic when families are struggling to put food on the table, clothe their children, and pay their rents. Raising rates, as was done by Eversource, was not only an insult but injury to the people of Connecticut. We need to step back from the current system of guaranteed rates of return for our utilities. This system enriches shareholders. It holds multi-billion-dollar companies harmless for any downturn in the economy, and it overcharges customers. It is an abject failure. So we've come to an inflection point. I think we can do better. We need to do better. The people of Connecticut deserve better. And those options that PURA should consider, again, a breakup of Eversource into a smaller Connecticut-focused utility, establish a truly public utility owned and operated solely for the benefit of Connecticut ratepayers. One model might actually be the municipally owned utilities that I've cited, and enact a form of performance-based model without any guaranteed rate of return. I want to again thank the members of PURA for your service to our state, for the hard work that you're devoting to this subject. Now is the time for aggressive consumer protections. Many of Connecticut ratepayers are unemployed. Families and small businesses are struggling. A healthcare crisis continues. It is deeply and flagrantly unfair that they're paying the highest rates in the continental United States for some of the worst performance. And this latest storm and the failure of Eversource in particular to do better while continuing to pay its top executives tens of millions of dollars, and after a quarter when its profits were 7 times what they were in the previous comparable period, is a call to action. It should be an alarm bell for consumer protection. And I thank PURA for the hard work that you're going to be devoting to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments. I believe the governor is now with us. So if he can please use the raise hand function, we'll get him unmuted. Okay, Laura, can you please unmute the governor? Oh.
How's that? Is that working?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's great. I feel like I'm at the Capitol. I'm talking and nobody can hear me. Look, let me follow up. Chairman Gillette and PURA, Dick, really well said. I'd like to follow up. I mean, what happened to us a few weeks ago is a moment that you do not want to go to waste. And this is not a time just to speak out and then go back to business. So when Dick says we're going to think big about how we reform regulation, I think this is the time to do it, and this is the team to do it. I was reminded as I went all over the state just how vital electricity is. It's not turning on our lights. It was nursing homes that were on the last gasp of a generator, and seniors with 90-degree weather and whether they'd be able to keep going. It was the water systems and Katie Dykes saying our filtration systems and fresh water and sewage treatment are at risk and things potentially hitting our water supply. Then we heard from individuals, and I hadn't focused on how many people rely upon wells, and without electricity, they couldn't get fresh water. Or the seniors at home who had their meds in a refrigerator, and those meds weren't going to survive. So I'm just reminded the importance of what PURA does in terms of regulation of the utilities, in this case, the electric utilities. So number one, the reason there's a PURA is because electricity is a life and death service. It's not a nice to have utility. And when it comes to reliability and consistency, we've got to get it right. And the other reason we have a PURA and we have regulation is this is a monopoly. It's a natural monopoly. It's not created by evil intent. It's just that it makes more sense to have a company rather than multiple wires all over the place with competing entities, but to have an entity that's providing this service, provided they do it with the necessary regulation, or smaller entities, as Dick was implying. But most importantly, the disconnect between pay and performance is shocking to me. And this is what we mean by performance-based rate of return regulation. I think the days of getting a 9.5% rate of return for just showing up is over. And I think I'm a business guy. I'm happy to reward people for outsized performance, but I'm also know the importance of penalizing people for underperformance. And right now, I think our incentives are a disconnect, the way it's set up right now in utilities in general, and here when it came to this last episode. Look, Marissa, I'm not new to PURA. I mean, I was out of the cable TV industry. I had Attorney General Blumenthal chasing us around on occasion. And because we were a monopoly. We were a deregulated monopoly for a long time, which was really surprising. And, DPUC, as you were formerly named, it did a reasonably good job of sort of trying to keep an eye on us. Back at the time, I thought you were too tough. Now that I'm a governor, I think you were pretty light in terms of regulation of the cable TV industry. But you regulated us in terms of outcomes. And at the end of the day, though, the cable industry didn't get better, really better, did not put in remote status monitoring, all the things you need to do to correct outages until we had competition, until we had something called DirecTV came along. And when DirecTV came along, we couldn't afford to have our service out for 72 hours because we would have lost 3,000 customers to DirecTV. That's the power of competition. We don't have that in the power game. There's no place we can go. Eversource and UI are our two providers, and it's a little bit of take it or leave it. And that's not good enough, and that's why we have PURA. And that's why we've got to change the way we regulate these utilities. You think about performance-based metrics. Look, we've had Marissa probably, Katie Dykes, and others have been looking around the country, and there's sort of a patchwork. They do okay. There's something about customer service. There's something about how fast you can respond to regular outages, a little more complicated if it's a storm-related outage. But you look more broadly, Madam Chairman, you look at what they've done in Britain, for example, where they have really strict performance metrics. And your rate of return is directly tied to how fast you get that service back up and operating. And that's during a storm and not during a storm. That's in terms of basic outages over the course of the year. And they measure that with care, and they reward and they penalize. And I really urge PURA, as part of my, just commentary here, to think about what are those metrics that you want to hold our utilities accountable to. Obviously coming after 1 week without service, I would say reliability and hardening our grid are priority number one. I think we've realized how vital that's got to be. And I'm not sure that we're the ideal people to say, this is where you bury it, or this is where you trim trees, but you hold people accountable. And if the service is not up after a certain level of storm, then there are penalties to pay. I was really surprised. I mean, in my old industry, cable, we had remote status monitoring. We could tell what wire was on, what was off, when amp was on, what was off, what end user had service and what didn't remotely. And in this case, we were driving all over the state, waiting for the Eversource lineman to show up, often driving down from Maine, so we could do a safe street, so we could just have somebody put a meter on the wire to see whether it was safe to repair that road, not to mention get power to a community. Those are the type of incentives you want to make sure that we're aligned with the utility, and they are incented with an upside to doing the right thing. For example, the status monitoring, or what they call smart meters, or they pay a penalty for not getting the job done. And then I'd also urge you to think more broadly about other priorities and metrics that you may have. And here I think the legislature could be really helpful as well in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of clean energy and zero carbon, in terms of customer service, in terms of municipal outreach. I mean, what I heard as I traveled around the state that we did a little better. They had some liaisons that were set up with the municipalities. So at least a mayor or first selectman had some contact with what Eversource was thinking about when somebody might be showing up, but not nearly good enough. And I'd urge you to put communications, customer service, and municipal outreach as part of your package. And to make sure that safe streets is number one, and make sure we can do a better job of getting that street safe, up and operating on a timely basis. And if they can't do that remotely and electronically with smart meters, then they ought to have more line people positioned on the ground beforehand so we can get this done in 48 hours. And I'm not letting my old friends in the cable industry, the telecom guys, off the hook, but they, in many cases, can't get the internet going. That's a vital service now as well until the electricity is up and operating. So we really have to work tightly on the coordination there. So, you know, my basic message is to follow on what Senator Blumenthal said is let's not let this crisis go to waste. Let's make sure we seize the opportunity to totally reform how we do regulation, and think and do this in many cases in conjunction, if you want, with utility experts in the state and around the country, but on a timely basis, given the nature of the storms, given the nature of the rising tides and rising sea levels. This is not the aberration. This is going to be more the norm. And Marissa, I just want to make sure that a year from now, when another big storm hits, I'm not hearing desperate calls from nursing homes and desperate calls from homeowners who are stuck without getting the life-giving service that they deserve. And so I'm really urging each and every one of you, starting with PURA, to hold people accountable, performance-based regulation. Thanks, everybody. I'll be watching.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate your remarks this morning. We are going to move into the list of elected officials, or continue moving down the list of elected officials that have signed up to provide written comments this morning. The next person on our list is Senator Will Haskell. Senator Haskell, if you could please use the raise hand function so we can get you unmuted. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing you pop up, Mr. Haskell. As a reminder, the raise hand function is available in the participants tab in the lower right hand side. The next Senator Haskell will come back to you. The next person on the list that is registered to speak is Senator Formica. Senator Formica, if you could use the raise hand function. All right, Senator Formica.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and to the commissioners of PURA for responding this morning to the Energy Committee leadership's request, supported by all the leaders of the Connecticut General Assembly, in holding this rate review hearing. I have submitted written comments with questions for your consideration as you work your way through this process moving forward. Some of which include what criteria did PURA use to approve this recent rate hike, if in fact they did, or does the utility simply submit rate hikes, and how could this process change? How can the utility improve the transparency and readability of their bills and the inclusivity of all of the charges, especially as it relates to transmission? What are the rate effects of moving forward toward a renewable grid? And what are the specific programs the utility has to consider as it provides service moving forward? How does the utility offer savings through its management of the Energy Efficiency Fund? And what is the net savings there, and how can that be measured? Additionally, sorry, my phone went out. Additionally, if would a reversal of the deregulated environment better serve ratepayers in the future? I think this goes to an opportunity that was spoken by the previous speakers about let's take an overall look at how we provide energy generation and transmission here in the state. What operational efficiencies has the utility implemented? And how specifically has the change to response specialist affected costs and service in regard to the rate? What is the 10-year capital plan on grid modernization that utilities have moving forward? And how do they propose implementation of such? Many of these questions that I asked today hopefully will provide a background as you look to your investigation into this particular rate increase, but how we move forward. I look forward to our Energy Committee session with Eversource and other utilities this Thursday, where these questions and others will be further reviewed. And additionally, the hearings revolving the slow response time for the previous storm. I understand that hearing will be coming up in the future, and we will address that on our Energy Committee. I want to close by thanking the hardworking linemen and women who put in long days and nights to restore our power to the state of Connecticut and all of its ratepayers under very difficult circumstances. I believe the problem lies with management, and I'm hopeful that as part of this process, a new model will occur so that we move in to the next generation of providing this service through the utilities. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and to the commissioners once again for your good work.
Thank you, Senator Formica, for those remarks and for submitting the questions that we hope to address in the proceeding later today. I appreciate your time this morning. The next representative, the next person on our list to speak this morning is Representative Winkler. Sir, you have the floor. I believe you're unmuted.
Thank you. I agree with previous comments concerning rollback of rate increases, public ownership, the problem of guaranteed investment, return on investment, etc. But for the purposes of this hearing, I'm just going to be very narrowly focused. My question, and I hope that PURA will set this before the much of the testimony goes forth, is which increases have been rolled back and which will be affected by this docket. Early on, Eversource said that 95% of the increase was due to the Millstone agreement. And if that were accurate, are we talking about the 5% of the rate increases or 95% of the rate increases? Or 100% of the rate increases? Looked at another way, it's been reported that transmission rates went up 1 cent per kilowatt hour, and that there was an increase of 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour due to the Millstone agreement. Are we talking today about the 1%, the 1.3 cents? Are we also talking about recovery of local transmission rates? I have a lot of respect for PURA. In another life, I used to represent its professional members. And I believe that rate increases, the calculations for electric rates is one of the most complicated things that state employees do. But I'd also ask that, term of art, that they explain it in plain language, because sometimes even the word rate, an increase, has a different meaning inside the industry, if you will, than it has for us on the outside. So I would ask that not only are which rate increases are affected by this hearing made clear, but also that terms are used that everyone can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. My colleagues and I are definitely sensitive to making the language that we use more accessible and transparent. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. Today's hearing is specifically about the adjustments to the reconciling mechanisms that went into effect on July 1 and were suspended by PURA order to be effective no later than August 7th. So those reconciling components are line items on a customer's delivery bill, including the transmission charge, the TAC, as it's shown on the bill, as well as the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge that shows up on the bill as the FMCC. So the differential, the increase between what was allowed to be charged in June versus what was allowed to be charged in July for those two line items are the subject of today's hearing. And the larger question about rates generally is, as well as the storm response and cost recovery of those items. The cost recovery is the subject of 200803, the investigation that PURA has opened and announced separately, and then performance-based rate making, as well as rate making in the way that PURA functions in that respect. We hope to cooperate with our colleagues in the legislature, as yourself included, as well as the governor, regarding some of the announcements that have been made last week. So appreciate the opportunity to clarify and appreciate you being here this morning. So we are going to move into additional comments. Representative Cheeseman, I believe that you are the next person on our list. If you could use the raise hand function, I will get you unmuted, please. Okay. Representative Cheeseman, I think I saw you on here earlier, so let me just scroll and see if I can find you. Representative Cheeseman, I believe I just unmuted you if you would like to offer your remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. The raised hand for some reason disappeared. I want to thank you for holding this hearing today. I will be submitting some comments as well. I want to thank everyone who's joined in this hearing on this incredibly important topic, specifically to do with the recent rate increases. So among the questions I'll be submitting are Eversource's, the reasoning behind Eversource's attribution of the rate increases to the Millstone deal, when it was admitted later on that they were attributing the rate increases to increased use. I'd also be interested, as Senator Formica was, in the criteria for PURA's approval of the rate increases, making the bills indeed more readable and more transparent. Looking at an average customer's bill with 700 kilowatt hours, the delivery services portion has 11 separate charges, all of which are calculated differently. I'm interested in the ability of Eversource to recover the underfunding of the federally mandated congestion charges, because I believe they attributed a large portion of the rate increase to that. I think we do need to address reliability in terms of performance-related costs. Again, that's more a subject of the later hearing. But everyone who sat there and received their new bill saw an increased charge. In some cases, vastly increased charges. And how these charges are calculated, how they are justified, needs to be more transparent, needs to be better explained, And I think if we're also honest, when you look at those 23 separate elements of the federally mandated congestion charges, we as a legislature and state government need to be aware of how our legislative mandates to meet our carbon goals may have contributed to them. This is a worthy goal, but it does not come without a cost. And if we're going to genuinely look at what's in the best interest of the ratepayers, we have to weigh, as we go forward, how the decisions we make in Hartford are affecting those ratepayers, are affecting the distribution companies. We have created this system. I hear from my constituents every day. I have the pleasure of serving with Senator Formica on the Energy and Technology Committee. And my constant worry is what we are doing that makes our electricity system unaffordable. And we have to have that honest conversation. Yes, by all means, hold the distribution companies to account. Yes, by all means, hold everyone at PURA to account. But we must be honest about what we do going forward to address the fact that we have, by any standard, among the highest electricity rates in the entire country. And this is going to take us all working together, but it can't happen without all of us joining in and remembering at the end of the day, we are here to make Connecticut a better place, a more affordable place, and it's going to require us all working together to do that. So thank you, Commissioner Giletti. Thank you, everyone who is on this call. I think the numbers indicate just how vital a subject this is. I would encourage Senator Blumenthal going forward. We need a modern grid, but not just in Connecticut. We need a modern grid nationwide that's going to accommodate all the different new sources of electricity. And if we're going to move this country, this state ahead, we need to build that. So thank you very much, Commissioner Giletti. Thank you all, for everyone who's on the call, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Representative Cheeseman. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, this portion of the hearing, we're receiving comments from elected officials. In 30 minutes, PURA will transition into its evidentiary portion of today's hearing, in which we engage in questions and answers between PURA, parties to the proceeding, and the company. Next, I'm going to continue for the next 30 minutes taking comments from elected officials. Next on the list is Representative Meskers. If you could use the raise hand function, we will get you unmuted, sir. Oh, and I see Senator Haskell has joined us. So let me take Senator Haskell after Mr. Mesker. So
you're ready to go.
Representative Meskers, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank Senator Blumenthal. I'd like to thank the governor and my previous speakers in relation to this hearing, in relation to our Eversource and our latest rate hike. I think fundamentally, for all the viewers, we've elected to run a monopoly with a private sector company because the distribution of energy in and of the state is a monopolistic position, whether it's a private company or a public company. In the public realm that we've entered into, we have PURA charge with the regulation of the company and the performance of the company. I think, in simple terms, the ratepayers ultimately are the entire income stream of Eversource. That income stream basically provides for an infrastructure and capital expenditures for a grid, shareholder compensation in the form of dividends, and obviously compensation. I think Senator Blumenthal and the governor made reference, and I think Senator Formica, to the hard workers. I think we're all appreciative of the efforts made by the linemen and the people who work at Eversource for the job they performed. I think our question relates to storm response, capital spending on the infrastructure grid, and are we all aligned in our interests? So there are two questions. I thought the fundamental question that Senator Blumenthal raised about a public versus a private company is one we need to examine closely. But I would say at the outset, the way we're structured today, I'm not convinced that we have a good alignment between the senior management of Eversource and the shareholders and the ratepayers. And so I think as we proceed in this hearing and subsequent hearings on energy and technology, I think it's fundamental and crucial that we make sure that the ratepayers aren't the sole victims or the sole group that suffers from any perceived or real mismanagement in the structure of the company. There's been comments about some of the level of linemen that are permanently stationed or hired by the company versus the outside firms that come in on storm repair. There have been questions about the executive pay package, and I think those are valid. As we move forward in further hearings, the questions are do those represent a fair and equal and balanced use of the capital that the ratepayers ultimately are providing the company with? And are we satisfied that we're getting a level of service that we feel is adequate for the level of charges? And I take Representative Cheeseman's commentary in relation to what our role is in terms of the distribution costs need to be examined quite as well. I think we need to figure out how we get a better level of energy production, costing of our energy, and our transmission of our company as well. But the fundamental issues here is, I think, start with public versus private, and then that the interests of the groups involved in the company are better aligned, so that we would see that management has as much a vested interest in the distribution because of their both short-term and long-term compensation. And if management deems to be made the wrong decisions, that the ratepayer doesn't bear the full brunt of the cost of that. And that would be my comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to turn next to Senator Haskell. You're unmuted and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Representative Meskers is a tough act to follow. It's an honor to be with all of you. Thank you to the commissioners for taking time this morning to hear from so many of my colleagues, but also most importantly, so many constituents who are participating in this hearing. And I'm going to keep my remarks rather brief so that you can hear about what they've experienced. I wanted to come today to testify in support of what I view as a more permanent solution, and that's performance-based regulation. In the wake of last month's tropical storm, it could not be more clear that Eversource has prioritized corporate salaries over investments in grid hardening or storm preparedness. And going forward, I hope that this regulatory authority will financially incentivize our public utilities to actually be held accountable to the public. Without meeting certain thresholds of power restoration and customer service, rate hikes should just be summarily denied. And although this may sound harsh, I have the unique perspective of having represented a district in southwestern Connecticut that was hit especially hard by last month's storm. Many of my constituents were without power for up to 10 days, and I've encouraged them to submit testimony so that you can hear about what they went through. Personally, I'm not easily going to forget the seniors who called my office who are at risk of overheating, the asthma patients who were having difficulty breathing, and the constituents who saw their sewage pipes back up into their home. When I went out to check in on neighbors in my community, I met folks who needed to charge their wheelchair or their oxygen machine. Most of the families I met just couldn't afford to throw out the hundreds of dollars of spoiled food or medication that was sitting in their refrigerator. Time and time again, my constituents told me that they could justify paying more for electricity if they saw some return on that investment. But after this storm, it's just crystal clear that our grid is neither affordable nor reliable in Connecticut. Look, I don't blame Eversource for the weather. We live in New England and storms happen. It looks like more are headed our way, in fact. But a company that makes billions in profits off of serving our community should be prepared for a problem that announced itself 5 days in advance in the Southern Caribbean. And when I talk to the first selectmen and the first select women in my district, they all tell me that it's only gotten worse since Hurricane Sandy. So I would encourage this body to consult with municipal leaders when you're considering rate hikes. I think that this would make our public utilities feel a little bit more accountable to the emergency operations teams inside every town hall. I'll just close by saying my constituents have exactly one choice when it comes to whom to pay for electricity. And that's why we rely on PURA to impose strict regulations and demand that public interest come before corporate bonuses. I really genuinely do look forward to working with you on hardening our grid, decentralizing energy distribution, and reducing the costs that families and businesses in Connecticut face. Thank you so much for your time and for all of your work on this issue.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. We look forward to working with you as well. The next folks that we have lined up to hear from are Representative Gail Lavielle, and then following that, Representative Mitch Bolinski. Let me unmute Representative Lavielle, and if you can please correct my pronunciation. I'm not sure we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Done? Ready?
Yes.
Congratulations. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting, but you have pronounced Lavielle impeccably. That's very unusual. Thank you. Good morning. I also represent a House district in that part of the state that was very hard hit in Fairfield County. We're very used to storm damage, but we had thought we had a chance of being used to being better informed when a storm hit, but we were wrong. I'm not going to address a lot of the things you've already heard about in the interest of time. I was encouraged to hear that there is a willingness to look at the bigger picture in terms of competition. I think that's hurting us a great deal, all of us in Connecticut. It is hard to believe that we passed a big law about all this in 2012 because it doesn't look as though Eversource has been investing the rate increases that it has requested in the improvements we asked them to make at the time. I'm going to go straight to an issue that's just as critical as those of infrastructure and trees and Connecticut-based staff and underestimation of the storm. The difference is that it really shouldn't cost any money to do something about it. All of those things do and have an effect on rates. But this shouldn't. This should be something that could be corrected immediately, and it is absolutely shocking that it has been so badly neglected by Eversource. And I have some experience in that area, so I can talk about it. The issue is communication to everybody. As you know, everybody was pretty much literally and figuratively in the dark during this experience. I was Senior Vice President, Corporate Affairs Worldwide for the Water Utility Division of CIRA's Environment. So I know something about the rules for crisis communications that exist, and Eversource broke every one of them. We need to know why, and it needs to stop. This was a crisis situation for many reasons, as you know. I've included in my written testimony a long list of things Eversource should do in a case like this, but I'll go really fast through it for this occasion. The first thing to do is to come out immediately to the press and on the radio and say the company is sorry for what has happened. Not their fault, maybe, but they're sorry. Maybe it is there, who knows. Explain damage must be fully assessed before restoration begins, and make sure to text the message to all customers. Assign a dedicated company contact person to every town CEO and EOC. Have them keep the lines open permanently. That was not done. If Eversource did underestimate the power of the storm, say so. Say it. We made a mistake. We're doing everything we can to fix it. Get a list from each town of residents who are infirm or have disabilities or medical issues. Get them immediate help. As early as possible, let each town know which town facilities will be restored first and in what order. Then come back with the order of restoration for neighborhoods and streets. If work is not being done at night, say so. Tell the truth. That wasn't the case down here. Have human beings available to answer customer phone calls around the clock. Hold daily press briefings and make sure they're broadcast on radio. Restoration estimates need to go promptly. Above all, do not hide the company's CEO. His absence was shocking, and it remains unexplained. The reason I go through this is the upshot is clear. Eversource did none of these things, and as a result, its customers felt like hostages, which they are in a monopoly situation. And that's true of our internet and cable companies as well. We mustn't forget them. Mistakes happen, incompetence happens, but if people hear the truth, at least they feel respected. But this time they heard absolutely nothing. There was nowhere to turn. No one took responsibility. And this isn't customer service, it's abuse. It makes it clear that for whatever reason, Eversource management has dropped whatever they think of customers to absolutely the lowest priority. And so here we are today with, you're there, maybe you can do something. On behalf of my constituents, I would ask you please to help stop this company's unacceptable behavior toward those who are paying to keep it alive. If the company doesn't care about its customers, nothing else matters. If you can't find a way to do that, we have to look into the role of PURA as the institution that has oversight. And I was pleased to read in the press this morning that you're questioning it yourselves. Ms. Gillette said that currently PURA functions like a court ruling after the fact, and that its role should be more preventive and preemptive. I agree completely, and I'm very pleased to hear that you're thinking about that. And I will support any legislative initiative that will help make that happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your remarks. We have about 15 minutes more slated to receive comments in this portion. We're going to move next to Representative Belinsky, followed by Senator Needleman. Representative Belinsky, I am unmuting. I'm unmuting you, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gillette. Good morning to everybody in the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. I want to thank you for this hearing in response to the legislature's request for a review of Eversource's excessive delivery rate increase on July 1st of 2020. Also want to call to the attention of everybody the lack of adequate notice that was provided to affected parties, particularly in light of the company's reductions of their restorative services prior to the tropical storm Isaias response, which has a direct correlation. I also want to thank PURA for suspending the contested and excessive rate increase, particularly in light of its timing during a period of severe economic hardship to so many Eversource ratepayers, particularly those that we all identify as vulnerable, particularly in a wage-constrained pandemic economy. On behalf of my constituents, I have to express serious concerns and consistent frustrations with this public utilities rate setting practices, the lack of public notice, its corporate culture of arrogance, like Representative Lavielle had just referred. These folks never even said thank you. They have not 1 ounce of humility. And last I checked, as a publicly traded company, they do have some responsibility to their consumers, if not, not just to their share payers. But when people called Eversource to talk about the increase and their bills, the utility quickly deflected and pointed fingers at the legislature. When people asked for credit on their bills to help mitigate the devastating effects of having a lower income and having a higher electric bill, an outrageously higher electric bill, not only were they denied, but often they were mocked. When I spoke with an Eversource supervisor, I was hung up on. Despite PURA's order to mitigate the increase in the rate, by August 7th, 2020, Eversource doesn't appear to have complied with that order whatsoever. And now we're in the process of seeing a second month of inflated billing come out without regard for or respect for the PURA action. I just don't understand how that's possible. I do have some questions. They're in my written testimony. PURA stated in July 31st letter that you approved the delivery charge increase on June 26. I'd like to just sort of lay it out, and I know it can't be answered now, but I'd like to know what PURA's role is in such hearings regarding utility rate changes and other service deficiencies. I'd like to have a description of what PURA's commission makeup is, how individuals come to be commissioners, and how long do they serve. How many PURA commissioners were present at the June 26, 2020 meeting at which this rate increase was accepted? Did that represent a quorum? Is a quorum even required? And if it's not, why? I'd also like to see an identification of all the members of the public, legislators, Connecticut's constitutional officers and representatives of Eversource that were present at that June 26 meeting. What time did it come to order and when did it adjourn? And just exactly how much discussion went into this particular rate increase during that meeting. And then finally, I can't understand why there was no legislative or public notice given prior to the bill showing up, in the first and second week of July. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered. And out of respect for everybody's time, I'm not going to talk about the storm response. That'll be later this week with the committee. Thank you. Thank you so much for your consideration. You guys, hold the future of Connecticut in your hands. We have to have reliable energy, and it needs to be affordable. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Belinsky. We received your written comments, and we will make sure to respond as quickly as possible. If I could move to Senator Needleman. Let me unmute you, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir, but the connection was a little poor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure why. I'm in my house. So first of all, I want to thank you for convening this hearing. I didn't think I was going to speak.
I'm Senator Needleman. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we are having a really hard time hearing you. I don't know if you want to turn off your video or turn up your volume, maybe.
I think I have everything as high as I can have it. I'm not sure I'm doing better than what I have here without an empty person. Can you hear me?
Not quite.
No. Let me see if I can get my.
Okay.
Any better? Why don't you go on to someone else? Madam Chairwoman, come back to me if you can.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay. Let me go back to my list. Let's see. The next person on the list is Mayor Martin from Stamford, and followed by Representative Michelle. So Mayor Martin, if you're on and can use the raise hand function. Okay. Okay, we will come back to you, Mayor Martin. Let me turn the floor over to Representative Michelle. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillette. Thank you to PURA for organizing the hearing. I also want to thank all these testifying today. For time constraints, I will try to be brief and not repeat what was already said by my good colleagues. So the first thing I'd like to push along with the legislature for a municipal utilities model. Two, I would push for more and bigger incentives for solar, helping us get closer to our climate goals. I also believe that decentralized generation really is the best model, but I also do not understand why we continue to add infrastructure on poles rather than in the ground, making the roads look like telegraph roads. Additionally, I also press for the Senator Blumenthal mentioned, press for the freeze of the TAC and FMCC fees and demand for the expedited refunding and reimbursement of losses by Eversource customers. I also join my colleagues in thanking the crews all across the state and the emergency services from police and fire. We also had crews from Canada. I met some at the stage area in Stamford. And as for PURA and Eversource, please take immediate action and expedite the refunds and reimbursements. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since we're getting close to the end of our time for this session, I'm going to ask, I had next up, I'm still looking for Mayor Martin. I'm going to try unmuting Senator Needleman in just a minute, see if that worked. And then I also have First Selectman Matt Knickerbock, who is registered to speak. So if I've called your name, if you could use the raise hand function and we'll get you unmuted. Okay, I'm going to unmute First Selectman Matt Knickerbocker, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gillette and members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be with you here. In the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief. I have prepared extensive testimony for the Energy Committee hearing coming up on the 27th. Let me just say that I've had the honor of serving my town now for 11 years. I'm a veteran of 4 previous storms with which we had 60% or greater outages in my town. And I can tell you that Eversource's performance in these storms has gone backwards, not forwards. I had a lot to do with the recovery from Hurricane Irene, Winter Storm Alfred, Hurricane Sandy, the microburst that came through. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm going to paraphrase my buddy Mark Boughton from Danbury. CLNP was better than Eversource is today. We had severe outages. We had our downtown core was out of power for up to day number 7. Most egregiously, Eversource prioritized turning on the power where it was convenient to do so over life safety. We had power to the point that the governor made, and I'm glad that Governor Lamont is still with us on the call right now. We had power lines down on the ground with trees for up to 5 days before make-safe crews were assigned to us to help us clear those areas. And the bottom line to me is that Eversource, when we look at stock performance, when we look at their profits, the hundreds of millions of dollars, when we look at the tens of millions of dollars paid to their top executives, this is a company that's behaving more like a hedge fund than it is a company that is there to serve the public and provide an essential public good. So I strongly encourage PURA to roll back the rate increase, to investigate this company, to find out what they're doing with their money, because they are certainly not serving the public. They're not communicating with the public. They're not communicating with chief elected officials, and they're not performing the service that they should. So I also want to endorse Senator Blumenthal's comments about breaking up the company and moving to a more public, more responsive model. I think Senator Blumenthal and Governor Lamont both hit the nail on the head. So I will conclude with those comments, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to move next to Representative Christine Palm. And let me unmute you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks to all of my colleagues. I find it very, very refreshing that regulation has gone from being such a bugaboo and and being perceived of as bad for business to something that we are now all calling for. Very specifically, as we move forward in this process, in addition to the short-term fixes that my colleague Senator Blumenthal and others have mentioned about rolling back and freezing rates, I would ask PURA respectfully to look at two things in particular. One, why are solar customers who have gone to the expense of installing panels being charged these exorbitant fees as well? That's a real disincentive for us to go green. And secondly, I hope in your investigation you will, in a very transparent way, find out where these rate increases have in fact gone specifically, as I would love to see Eversource account for the very specific percentage that has gone to hardening the grid as promised, executive compensation, which we all know is exorbitant, preventive measures, remediation measures, increased staffing, which is an absolute must do, especially given the state of our economy, burying wires if that is advisable, removing dead trees, not healthy ones, and especially a better communication system. So many of my constituents told me that they called they called Eversource and they were told, go on our website, which is ludicrous because most people lost the internet as well. So those are the specifics that I would love to see in a transparent way addressed. And I thank all my colleagues who've worked on this, and good luck going forward. And as so many have said, I stand at the ready to help any way I can. Thank you.
I appreciate those remarks. Thank you, Representative. We're reaching the end of the hour allotted for this portion of the agenda, but I had two more people that had signed up that we hadn't gotten to. Representative Phineas, I apologize if that I'm mispronouncing. I've unmuted you, and now I've unmuted you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Today's hearing is about a narrow proposed rate increase, but it is very hard for consumers to separate rates from service or to discuss rates in isolation. And there are right now in my district a lot of very upset, incredibly stressed people whose recent storm failures have cost them a bunch of money and who are concerned about their ability to pay for the rate increases. People in my district don't want good reasons why. They want a fair result. And they've asked me to find out why their utility bills are so high. They've told me to fight for change and accountability. And I want to understand and seek adjustment to rate outcomes that are untenable and unsustainable for consumers in my district. And it seems to me that in a reasonable consumer-oriented system, rates would be based, at least in significant part, on the service that is provided. Rate increases would finance systems improvements. We would not be paying more to finance lower rates in other states. We would not be forced to pay higher rates for services that we don't feel we're getting. Eversource is a private for-profit entity that controls effectively, in fact, holds captive the public's access to a critically necessary resource. And it does so in an environment where there is no competition. Under such circumstances, we need to seek complete transparency in operations. We need to seek evidence that consumer needs are viewed outside the context of corporate profits, and we need to seek consideration. Keep in mind the desperate needs and vulnerabilities and outcomes of end users. I have some questions that I hope we'll get to as we listen to the evidentiary part of this hearing. How can Eversource justify this increase with so many people out of work? Job loss, medical anxiety, housing, food, and now utility insecurity? What are we, the consumers, getting out of this rate increase? To what extent are any profits required to be reinvested? I want to know what modicum of value we get to manage these crippling bills. How much of Eversource's planning goes into improving service versus increasing corporate profits? Why is there so little evidence that past increases have resulted in concrete benefits to the public? What happened to the various grid hardening efforts and plans and the millions allocated to improve our system after Hurricane Irene, Hurricane Sandy? 8 years later, we're still on our heels? Why are lines and wires not systematically being moved underground? Climate change isn't something new to us. This is something we are well aware is going to happen. Storms are going to become more severe and frequent, and yet we're not making these changes. I want to know, what guarantee is there that if and when rates are approved, that they will be affordable and reasonably available to end users? During a shutoff, or extending the payment time of a bill doesn't help people if they don't have any money. And right now, a lot of people don't. When is Eversource going to move to more sustainable forms of energy? In sister states, we see solar power being collected along the turnpike. Why not here? How much of the power charged in our electric bills actually stays in Connecticut? To what extent are we financing energy being generated to users outside of our state? Why has there been such a significant reduction in Eversource line workers? Yet there's been a steady increase in profit since 2009, but the numbers of workers have gone down. How much money did Eversource save by not bringing out-of-state resources into rural areas in a more timely manner? And can any of that savings be redeployed to pay for the lost groceries and medicine from the people who could not afford to replace these things? I want to know, why isn't a company that can afford to pay millions and millions in executive compensation unable to deploy backup generators for people that we know are in need? And I want to know how Connecticut can justify Eversource's huge increases for its executives. I understand $3 million for its CEO, when our recent service is so poor. While Eversource policies, profit motive, and behemoth structure may satisfy the folks making money, it's creating devastation for our customers. Today, I hope that you will keep in mind the people whose lives depend on your decisions. What you approve seriously impacts the quality of lives of people who work very hard to try to pay these exorbitant utility bills and do their level best to survive in the midst of unprecedented uncertainty. They shouldn't have to fight so hard to keep their kids and loved ones comfortable, and in some instances, just to keep them alive. I say all this with a heart full of thanks to the line workers and all of the people that fought to get our electricity back on and did their job. But I question the kinds of issues that have been raised by so many others today. And we need answers. We need a grid that works for us. We need to be able to have electricity that is affordable and clean. And I thank you for listening and for the work that you're going to do to try to fix this. I also want to connect myself to the remarks of Mr. Blumenthal and the governor in terms of the long-term and short-term changes that need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So we've exceeded the time allotted for the elected officials, but I have 4 names left. So we are going to try to get through these 4 names, and then we're going to move into the evidentiary portion. So the 4 names that we're going to try to get through, if you can go ahead and use the raise hand function to make this quicker, are Representative Piscopo, Senator Needleman, Senator Slapp, and Senator Lesser. So if you can use the raise hand function and okay. All right. Representative Piscopo.
Madam Chair, John Piscopo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us. Appreciate it. Thank you for this opening this docket. It's very, very much appreciated. And the members of PURA, thank you. I'll save my comments on the storm response till Thursday. I think it'd be more appropriate there. I'll try and keep my comments just very briefly to the rate increase. And I appreciate you postponing the rate increase and opening this docket. And it had a tremendous impact on our ratepayers, as you know. It couldn't have come at a worse time, really. But it gives us the opportunity to better understand why the rates had gone up. And I think this is fortuitous because it could help us better understand this. We have mandates from the state for our renewable portfolio standards There were 20% renewables by 20%. We were mandated to go to 30% by 2030. And I think the commissioner wants 40% by 2030. And there has been mention of 100% rate increases by 2030. Renewable portfolio standards, 100% by 2030. You have my written testimony, so I want to caution everybody that this increase to meet our greenhouse standards put pressure on us to accept Dominion as a non-carbon dioxide provider of our energy. And this raised Dominion's rate from 4 cents a kilowatt hour to 4.9 cents, less than a penny. And it showed an increase. It was a big factor in the increase. Not all the reasons for the increase, but it was a factor in the increase. So I would ask PURA to please look at what's going on in the future, in the near future, that would make this look like a small increase with our renewable portfolio mandates and our greenhouse gas initiative mandates. I know it's in your purview to do that, and when considering costs in the future, many of the same questions that Senator Formica asked, I won't repeat them, but it would be better for us to understand how these procurement contracts are made, how they go around our independent system operator, ISO. They do an end run around ISO. They're already in contract. If there's going to be a huge increase in the future, say with wind energy contracts coming in, maybe we could ask our governor to please take a look at it and maybe stop those contracts or postpone them if there's going to be a huge increase, and other procurements, and so that we could better understand that. The other questions are who enters into these power purchasing agreements. There should be maybe a legislative check and balance when they're complete. Maybe we can work on that. That's probably in our purview, the legislature's purview, and the price of procurement. And what are the future contracts inputs on these procurement procedures? I have given you written testimony, so I don't want to bore you by reading my testimony, but the other charges on our electric bill, our carbon cap and trade scheme, which is has a significant impact on every ratepayer. Every electric bill has that in there. What are some of the other impacts on our electric bills? The fees, the conservation fees, the other fees that are in that, which makes Connecticut one of the highest, if not the highest in the continental U.S. Well, maybe we're just behind California now, but one of the highest in the nation. So I'll just read you my last two sentences of my written testimony. If the public and I better understand these policies, we can take the next step to reform. Thank you again. This docket can prove to be one of the most important meetings PURA has had to this point, and can point us to reform now and into the future. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and the members of PURA.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. So I'm going to move to Senator Lesser. You have been unmuted, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank PURA for stepping up and holding this hearing and taking our input and the public's input today. You know, I want to say, first off, I share many of the concerns from the other folks who were talking about the inadequacy, the slowness, in many cases, incompetence of Eversource's response. And that's not to criticize any of the linemen out there, but the management and the planning that led to the slow response that we had. But I want, like so many other folks, I want to focus on what this hearing is about, which is the outrageous rate increases that people across Connecticut got at the worst possible time. Before I get into the heart of my argument, I just want to refute something that was just said. You know, just let's be very clear here. The rate increases that happened this summer had nothing to do with renewable energy or energy efficiency or carbon caps. 90% of the rate increase that people experience over the summer, according to DEEP, was due to one law, Public Act 17-3, that I voted against, that a lot of folks voted against and warned at the time would lead to rate increases, outrageous rate increases in the state that already pays some of the highest electric rates in the country. We didn't need a pandemic to know that the cost of electricity was a problem in Connecticut. You just could talk to any small business person, any retired person in the state who are really struggling to get by. But this act, Public Act 17-3, created a subsidy where all of us, all of the Eversource customers in the state, are now paying above market rates to bail out the owners of the Millstone nuclear plant. That's putting billions of dollars of our money into their pockets. Now, I want to be clear. I actually support the continued existence of Millstone. I think it's an important regional asset. But one of the things we've learned in the pandemic is how we are all tied together. Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, we're collaborating in supporting our pandemic response efforts. And Millstone is a regional asset that supports the entire New England electric grid. And yet the ratepayers of Connecticut, and even only some of the ratepayers of Connecticut, because if you have electricity from Wallingford or Norwich or any of the municipal utilities, you're exempt from it. We're now paying the cost of keeping that nuclear plant in business. And that is not fair. That is not fair to any of my constituents or to the constituents of the other folks who are out there. Now, I was reading this past week the contract that Eversource signed to pay those above market subsidies to Dominion. And it contains a clause. Section 10 of that allows you, PURA, to set aside that contract or any of the parties in the event of what it calls force majeure. What is force majeure? That is a legal term, but it means an act of God. When something unforeseen, unpredictable can happen that dramatically changes the situation, you can set aside that contract that raised everyone's electric rates at the worst possible time. And we know what that act of God is. It's the pandemic, which has changed the way people consume electricity. It's changed the way our economy functions. It's affected every family and every business in the state of Connecticut. And at a time when we now know more than ever that if we're going to support regional problems, we should do so regionally. We have the cap and trade program that's regional, the RGGI program. We do have a regional approach to fighting COVID-19. If we're going to come together as a region to support the Millstone plant, that would be the appropriate way to do it, so that the pain gets shared with the residents of Rhode Island and Massachusetts and New York, rather than being entirely shouldered by my constituents in the 5 towns that I represent. So I urge you, please say no to that proposed increase. Order Eversource to tear up the contract, invoking Section 10 of their contract, and provide real rate relief to the residents of Connecticut. Thank you very much, and I will also be submitting written testimony.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. We need to pause because I need to switch closed captioner provider. So we're just off the record for just 30 seconds. Bear with us while we get the closed captioner reassigned, please. Okay, Jennifer Norman, I believe you've been reassigned as the closed captioner. Can you please confirm when you're all set? I've unmuted you. If you can please confirm that you're okay. Testing, testing, okay. 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 Believe we are all set. So let's go. Oops. Let's go back on the record. We're running a little over, so I need to wrap up these last couple of elected officials, please. I see Representative Harding. I'm going to unmute you, and the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, yes. Thank you very much, Chairman. I tried to put on the video screen, and it won't let me for some reason. There we go. I think you should be able to see me now. I just really wanted to be very brief because I think a lot of other elected officials have said what I feel is necessary to say. But PURA has a very important responsibility here to listen to the residents of the state, which I really appreciate you doing by setting up this hearing and your leadership in this. We need to ensure the residents of our state are being offered fair rates. That is the reason why there's regulations involved. That's the reason why PURA is there. And frankly, when you see a chief official for a company being paid millions upon millions of dollars and see a company receiving billions of dollars in profit, and yet they're increasing the rates on residents of this state who are suffering during a pandemic, many of which are out of work and out of jobs. It is wholly unacceptable on every single level. And we need to ensure as a legislative body, and I think PURA can work and help to ensure that this does not happen again, that the residents of this state are provided rebates for the amount of money that they have already had to pay in regards to these rate increases. They deserve far better. And I believe many on the PURA authority believe that as well. And I look forward to seeing your actions in the coming weeks ahead. And I also will be working with my legislative colleagues to ensure that we do action that will help make substantial change, because it is obvious, it is apparent now that we need to change the way we do business in regards to utilities in the state. It needs to happen today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Representative Delnicki, I have unmuted you.
Oh, how about now?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to make a couple of comments here. I'm not going to rehash what's already been said. I am going to point out that we are living through literally a perfect storm. By that, clobbered with high rate increase and clobbered by poor service when it came to responding to the storm we recently went through. We have to make a decision here. Is Connecticut open for business? Is Connecticut a place where people will want to settle, live, grow, and prosper, or not? And that's why I'm asking PURA to suspend and freeze the rates prior to the increase for an adequate period of time to allow the legislature to weigh in if need be, to allow the governor to weigh in if need be, and our federal delegation. By that, I'm guessing it's probably going to take at least a year to get everything ironed out here. And if you look at the rate increases and what it's doing and how devastating it is to the average person, we need that period of time. We also need to have our consumer advocate weighing in and doing their job. I'm not going to talk too much past that point other than to say we need to get this right. Eversource is a monopoly. There's been a discussion here about breaking up that monopoly, and that may very well be the medicine that the doctor orders. So without further ado, thank you for the opportunity to make a couple of comments here. And we need to get this right. We need to pause the increase, and we need to take a look to see how we can make the electricity affordable again. And it starts by going back to the rate prior to the increase, July 1st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Senator Slapp, I have unmuted you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm going to be very brief because I know there's a lot of my colleagues have already spoken. We want to make sure members of the public get a chance as well. So I would reiterate some of the messages here, but say that I believe, and I'm asking for PURA to roll back rate increases and secure immediate refunds for our constituents. We deserve, and our constituents deserve at least the same level of service and performance that if you look at Con Ed, for example, consumers there are getting refunds for the hundreds of dollars worth of groceries, things that they've had to throw out, and I believe that the service has been inadequate. So we need refunds and rolling back of those increases right away. Longer term reforms, as many of my colleagues have already outlined. And then Senator Lesser, I think, really hit the nail on the head. Many of us voted against that Millstone bailout, and for good reason. And I think that, we need to work together, Republicans and Democrats. You can see here that I think we really do have consensus to make some long-term changes. So thanks for you, PURA, for holding this, and I look forward to working with everyone to help consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I had Senator Needleman. I'm going to come back to you. Senator Needleman, I see you twice. I'm not sure if I've unmuted the right person.
Can you hear me now? Do the other one. Much better. Can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
I was on my computer and on my phone. So I just want to thank you, Chairwoman Gillette, for holding these hearings. I think we really need to unpack what this most recent rate increase was and have an honest look at what went into this so that everyone understands clearly. I obviously stand with my colleagues in saying that we should do everything we can to reduce the rates if we can and be fair to every ratepayer in the state of Connecticut. I also want to say that the Energy and Technology Committee is holding a broader hearing this week on both storm response and rates, and we welcome everybody's participation. This focus on this hearing is specifically the most recent rate increase that Eversource put through that was able to be held up for UI, and I think the public has a right to know what they're paying for and in as clear terms as possible. So with that, I'm done, and I want to thank you for taking the time today to do this.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, so I think I see, is it Representative Dathan that I might give you the last word before moving into the evidentiary portion. So let me, oh, what happened? Okay. I apologize. I see two hands raised. But I've completed the list of elected officials. Let me just check quickly. I'm sorry, I'm trying to unmute Ms. McCarty. If you could identify yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Gillette. And I first would like to thank you for this hearing today. I think it's very important that we look at the possible rate adjustments going forward. And I really thank PURA and all of the commissioners for the hearing today. I am not well, as you could probably hear in my voice, and I had not planned to give oral testimony today because I did submit my written testimony, but I thought it was important to say that we're all here because we're very concerned about the increase in electric bills for our customers. We all heard so much from our constituents throughout the storm, and I will plan to talk more in detail at that at the Energy and Technology Committee meeting coming up. But today I feel compelled to speak because I've listened carefully to the comments from everyone, and I agree with much of it, with communication getting out and for PURA overseeing that regard with our major utility. However, I find it very disingenuous and disheartening to continuously hear the negative comments that are promulgated about Millstone. Millstone is in my town home of Waterford, and I can tell you that they were more transparent and honest throughout the entire process when the regulators were all looking at whether or not to include Millstone in the new purchase power agreement and deem them in and that was necessary after a very extensive process. And there, right now, the power purchase agreement at 4.99 cents kilowatt hour for a 10-year contract is, in my opinion, in the absolute best interest of the ratepayer. And I think that we need to, that's one of the major reasons I think it's important for our public to understand where the increases are coming from, but not to be disingenuous and dishonest in blaming it all on Millstone. We have to remember that the state put in fact, its clean energy goals going forward. If we're serious about meeting carbon-free energy goals by the year 2040, then we must include nuclear in that portfolio, and it's the cheapest, most reliable part of producing energy for our constituents. So while I'm not prepared, wasn't prepared to give the oral testimony today, I just want to make that clear that Millstone provides 50% of the around-the-clock clean energy for the state of Connecticut. I appreciated Governor Lamont in his executive order condoning it, and I appreciate the regulators having the wisdom to include that power purchase agreement. I hope that throughout your hearings, we can make that clear and really communicate to our constituents what the rate increases were really caused by, which was an increased usage over these very hot months. We need to look at how we're going to communicate better to our ratepayers so that they are well informed going forward and that we really all work together. But I think the time has come to stop pointing fingers, for us to work together and find the best solutions for our constituents. Thank you very much, Chairman Gillette.
Thank you, Representative. I hope you feel better. I appreciate your comments this morning. So with that, we are going to move into the next portion of today's agenda, which is the evidentiary hearing. For this session of today's hearing, it involves a cross-examination of the parties to the proceeding, which include the consumer advocate, the Attorney General's office, Eversource, PURA staff, and a few others. We are going to pause until 11:45. We'll take just a quick break. You do not need to disconnect from the computer or anything. We'll just resume at 11:45. And and please note that the chat function will be disabled during the evidentiary portion of today's proceeding. So the official record is the transcript that is provided. When we conclude the evidentiary proceeding, we will move into the public comment portion of the proceeding, and we have a sign-up list going, and then we will turn to the raise hand function. So we do have an estimate of the amount of time that the evidentiary hearing is slated to take, based on estimates that were provided about the cross-examination to us before the hearing. I think the evidentiary hearing could last upwards of 3 hours. And then after that, we will move to the public comment portion. So if you are an attorney representing a party, or if you are a witness that will be participating in the evidentiary portion, then I need you to use the raise hand function, please. And when we come back from break, we will begin by taking appearances and swearing in the witnesses and bringing into evidence the interrogatories that were submitted in advance of today's proceeding. So I want to thank everyone who has stuck with us and provided comments thus far. We are now on break until 11:50, and please use the raise hand function if you are a witness or an attorney. So off the record until 11:50, please. As a reminder, we're going to resume in 1 minute, and I'm requesting all of the parties and witnesses for the evidentiary portion of today's agenda to please use the raise hand function to expedite the next session. Please raise your hand if you are an attorney or a witness in the next session. Okay, we're going to get ready to move into the evidentiary portion of the proceeding, which will be followed by public comments. May I ask, our closed captioner, can you please raise your hand? I think there was a issue. I need to get that reassigned. Jennifer Norman, if you are on, can you please raise your hand so we can reassign the closed captioning? All right, please just bear with us. We're trying to make sure that we have the closed captioning service back online before we begin. Okay. All right. Jennifer, can you please do the test? I want to make sure the closed captioning is working again, please. There we go. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. Apologies for those that delay. Okay. So if you're just joining us or rejoining, we are going back on the record into the evidentiary portion of today's proceeding, which involves cross-examination between PURA and the parties to the proceeding. We expect this to last, upwards of 3 hours, and we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break at around the 1 o'clock hour. And then once the evidentiary proceeding has concluded, we will move into public comments. And again, public comments can be submitted at any time in writing as well. Also, the chat function is disabled during this portion of the proceeding, as the official record is the transcript. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to take appearances from attorneys representing parties in this case. Attorneys, I'm just going to take your name and affiliation right now, and then I will go back through the list to have you introduce any panel that you have, and then have your witnesses adopt their interrogatories. So let me first take the appearance from Attorney Rigney.
Good morning, Attorney Kirsten Rigney, representing the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection.
Thank you. Attorney Rigney, is this your colleague? Is it, Attorney Walters, are you also representing DEEP today?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's see, Attorney Pace.
Good morning, Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Betkowski, and Commissioner Karen. Attorney Vincent Pace for Eversource Energy, and I'm joined today by Attorney Jackie Borges-King.
Thank you. Okay. Attorney Wright. Attorney Wright.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My apologies. I didn't notice that it was telling me to do something. So good morning, Chairman Gillette, Commissioners Betkowski and Karen. John Wright on behalf of the Attorney General. And with me here today is also Lauren Bidra on behalf of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney Julie Datris with OCC.
Yes, good morning. This is Julie Datris on behalf of the Office of Consumer Counsel. I have with me today Acting Consumer Counsel Richard Sobolewski, Attorney Andrew Minikowski, and Utilities Examiner Dave Thompson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Attorney Malone.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tom Malone for Alco Renewable Energy Limited and Wyndham Solar LLC.
Thank you. Okay, Attorney Bogan.
Good morning, Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Betkowski, and Commissioner Karen. David Bogan for Dominion Energy Nuclear Connecticut.
Thank you. Okay, Am I missing any attorneys? Any attorneys? Don't think so. Okay. Then I'm going to go back to you, Attorney Pace, to introduce your witnesses, and then I'm going to swear them in and have you bring into evidence their interrogatories. I'm not sure if you'd rather, if it's Attorney Borge King doing this, I'm going to unmute both of you. Okay, Eversource, can you introduce your witness panel, please?
Sure, this is
Attorney Borges King will proceed with the introductions.
good afternoon, Chairman Gillette. We have 4 witnesses for the Eversource panel. I'm going to go through them one by one and have them adopt their interrogatory responses. First, Ms. Penny Connor. Ms. Connor, can you state your full name and also your title?
I'm sorry, Attorney Borge King, I need to swear them in before we adopt their so if I can, let me just, your witnesses, if you can just tell me their names so I can get them unmuted, and then we'll swear them in.
Sure. We have Penny Connor, our Senior Vice President and Chief Customer Officer. Doug Horton, he's our, can you hear me? Doug Horton, our Vice President of Distribution, Rates, and Revenue Requirements. Jim Shuckero, our Director of Energy Supply. Dan Ludwig, he's a Manager of Sales and Revenue Forecasting. And finally, Mike Shelnitz, Manager of Revenue Requirements.
Okay, so if witnesses Connor, Shuckero, Horton, Ludwig, and Shelnitz, if you can, you've been unmuted on my end, so if you can raise your right hand and answer the question, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do. Yes, I do. I do.
All right. Thank you. The witnesses are sworn in, and Attorney Borge King, back to you to adopt their interrogatories, please.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. I'll start with Ms. Connor. Ms. Connor, can you state again your full name and your title, please?
Yes, Penny Connor. I'm the Chief Customer Officer and Senior Vice President of the Customer Group for Eversource Energy.
Ms. Connor, did you supervise or assist in the preparation of interrogatory responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or amendments to any of the responses?
No, I do not.
And do you accept those as part of your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Moving on to Mr. Horton. Mr. Horton, did you assist in the preparation or supervise any of the preparation of interrogatory responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, Mr. Horton, AG 8, AG 11 were prepared by other witnesses. Are you adopting those responses as part of your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes to any of the responses that you supervised or you assisted in the preparation of?
No, I don't.
Do you accept those responses as part of your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Shuckero, did you assist in the preparation or supervise the preparation of interrogatories in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Specifically EL3, AG1, 3, and 4. Do you accept those as part of your testimony here today?
I do.
Do you have any changes or amendments to any of those responses?
I do not.
And moving on to Mr. Shelnitz. Mr. Shelnitz, did you assist in the preparation of interrogatory responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or amendments to any of those responses as filed?
No, I do not.
And do you accept those as part of your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, Mr. Ludwig, Mr. Ludwig, did you assist in the preparation of interrogatory responses in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or amendments to any of those responses?
I do not.
And do you accept those responses as part of your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. The Eversource panel is ready for cross-examination.
Chairman Gillette, if I may, on behalf of Eversource, we did request permission to allow Ms. Connor and Mr. Horton to make an opening statement. And with your permission, we'd like to proceed with those opening statements.
Yes, Attorney Pace, we will provide the time for an opening statement. I understand that you have slides, so we're just trying to get them pulled up.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Gillette, I'm hearing a little backfeed. I just want to make sure that for the Eversource panel, you're able to clearly hear all of our witnesses.
I can hear you. Can you tell me one more time who the witnesses that are going to be doing the opening statement, and then I'll mute everybody else?
Would be Penny Connor and Doug Horton.
Okay. All right, then I am going to mute everybody else, including you, Attorney Borges-King, and Attorney Pace. Or do one of the attorneys want to stay unmuted?
That won't be necessary, Chairman. Thank you. We can go on mute.
Okay, then I have Ms. Connor and Mr. Horton unmuted, and I'm going to pull up your slides. Okay, hopefully you can see that, and if so, Ms. Connor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. The headset, I wanted to make sure it was working. Good morning, Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Bukowski, Commissioner Karen, and authority staff. My name is Penny Connor, and I'm the Chief Customer Officer and Senior Vice President of the Customer Group for Eversource Energy. Today, my colleagues and I are here to represent the company in responding to concerns of our customers, legislators, and other representatives regarding the rate changes under review in this proceeding. I want to tell you that the anger and depth of customer concern expressed this morning and throughout this ordeal is deeply troubling to me, yet understandable under the circumstances. Every employee at Eversource takes a great deal of pride in the work that we do. Every day we strive to meet the needs and expectations of customers. And the pain that we are hearing is in total contradiction to the way we work and want to interact with our customers. I have read the more than 1,600 letters and emails submitted to the authority regarding the July rate change. This morning, we have listened very carefully to the comments of elected officials, and this afternoon we will continue to listen to our customers who have taken the time to participate in this hearing. There is one key theme that resounds throughout these communications, which is the disappointment and anger that customers feel in having any rate change take effect during this unprecedented time of hardship. By my read, nearly 100% of these communications are from customers who are suffering severe challenges in making ends meet due to the fact that they have lost their jobs, have been furloughed, or on fixed incomes. For this reason, there is no doubt that the regular timing of the July 1st rate adjustment in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic came at the worst possible time for customers. Today, I am here along with my colleagues to try to answer some of the concerns we are hearing from customers by providing an explanation of the drivers of the July 1st rates increase and how the rates were calculated. To provide information that will facilitate the authority's re-examination of the rates, and to discuss solutions that will help our customers during this period of financial hardship. In retrospect, we recognize that the communications with customers explaining the causes of the increase of certain components, particularly through media channels, was insufficient and only conveyed 2 of the 3 reasons for the overall bill increase. That was not our intent. We realize now that in these difficult times, we should have done more to ensure our customers and constituents were aware of the upcoming changes in rates. Energy bills often increase in the summer. However, as the authority appropriately recognized in its notice of this hearing, due to COVID-19, customers are staying at home with active lifestyles that have contributed to their usage increase as compared to last year. Many of our customers and their families are working and staying at home using air conditioners or fans, computers, televisions, and other electrical appliances, increasing electric load for these customers. We've determined that the usage for our residential customer class increased 36% between May and June of this year, and that the average energy usage of June this year was 26% higher than June of last year. Additionally, this past June was warmer, resulting in 20% more cooling degree days than June of last year. According to the Hartford Courant, July's 10-day heat wave with temperatures above 90 degrees tied Connecticut's all-time record set in 1995. We now know that the increased energy usage was a key driver behind the higher than anticipated electric bills our customers contacted us about. However, these usage-driven impacts were also a function of the July 1st increase in two of our delivery service rates, which are, first, the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge, or NBFMCC rate, which predominantly recovers the costs of state public policy programs. And second, our transmission adjustment clause, which recovers Connecticut's share of the cost of the regional transmission grid. Approximately 88% of the July bill impacts on average were attributable to increased customer usage, while the remaining 12% was mainly attributable to increases to the company's NBF, MCC, and transmission rates and other smaller rate components. My colleague, Doug Horton, is here with me today to provide an overview and explanation of these two rate components and their calculation. Lastly, let me share with you some of the steps the company has already taken consistent with the authority's COVID-19 payment program to help our customers and let them know about ways to manage their energy bill. The authority deserves credit for directing all utilities and electric suppliers to implement the COVID-19 payment program. This program has been vital in assisting residential, commercial, and industrial customers who are facing unexpected hardships and difficulty in paying their utility bills. During the months of June and July alone, the Eversource customer care team worked with more than 150,000 customers on their billing questions, providing them with customized solutions that ranged from budget billing, extended payment plans, and ways to save energy. To our customers, regulators, and elected officials, I want to reiterate that we hear you. My colleagues and I are here to answer your questions and cooperatively explore other workable solutions that will give our customers further financial relief, while also appropriately balancing the need for the company to collect revenues necessary to maintain essential utility services. This concludes my remarks. I will turn now over to my colleague, Doug Horton. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Good morning, Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Butkowski, Commissioner Karen, and authority staff. Thank you for this opportunity to present more information about our July 1st rate changes, to listen to comments made by elected officials, and later today to hear from our customers. My name is Doug Horton, and I'm the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Regulatory Requirements for Eversource. As Ms. Connor noted, I would like to walk through two slides that provide an overview of the rate components that are under review as part of this proceeding, and also to provide a breakdown of the drivers of the higher bills our customers saw starting in July. This first slide that's presented here provides a simplified presentation of the various rate components that customers see on their bills.
Mr. Horton, can I interrupt? And I apologize. Can you just try to speak up a little bit more, please?
I apologize. Is there?
I apologize for that interruption. Is this better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Sorry about that. This first slide provides a simplified presentation of the various rate components that customers see on their bills I need to first acknowledge, though, that this is not the actual bill presentation. As many of the elected officials commented earlier, our bills are by necessity comprised of a number of different rates and charges, each requiring their own detailed calculation in supporting documentation. I realize, as was commented earlier, that our bills are not always easy to understand at first glance, and so I wanted to take a few minutes to describe what is included in each category of costs. The top block of this chart, labeled energy supply, is the cost of the commodity, the electricity, that we purchase on behalf of our customers. Eversource does not own or operate the facilities that generate the electricity we sell. We purchase that power from market suppliers, and we pass through those costs to customers, and we do so without any markup or profit for Eversource. In that way, this block represents the electricity rate that is charged to customers for those who have not elected to receive electricity from a retail supplier. It represents the cost of that commodity. And as of July 1st, the energy supply portion was about 7.4 cents per kilowatt hour for a residential customer, which makes up approximately 30% of the bill. Our standard cadence for adjusting that portion of the bill and those rates is to adjust twice a year, every January 1st and July 1st. And that will change with the changing costs of electricity. And so the rate and the proportion of a customer's bill will be lower or higher depending on market conditions. On our bill, we actually present a summary chart at the top of the bill, which presents the total charges for the months into two categories, the supply and the delivery component. On the bill, the supply portion that we present in that summary chart is the same, and it matches the top bar on this chart for energy supply. But on the bill, the delivery component includes a number of items, and here I've broken them into three components in order to explain the drivers of each cost. Moving on with this chart, I'll start by explaining the bottom two blocks for delivery service on this chart. Those blocks are the green block labeled distribution and the orange block labeled transmission. As I just mentioned, Eversource does not produce the power we sell. We purchase that power from the generators, and we deliver that electricity over the transmission and distribution systems that we do own and operate. The transmission rate covers the cost to move the power over long distances and at higher voltages from the power plants that generate the electricity right up into the distribution substation. Whereas the distribution charge covers the cost of the lower voltage system, and it delivers the power, covers the cost to deliver the power from the substation up into the customers who use the electricity at their homes or offices. The distribution costs include costs of our personnel to operate, construct, repair, and maintain the poles, wires, and other equipment that is comprising the distribution system. The distribution and transmission rates are fully regulated, but by different agencies. The distribution rates we charge are regulated by the authority, and the rates are set to be cost-based in the context of a distribution rate case, which is required under Connecticut law at least every 4 years. In a distribution rate case, we present a full accounting of our costs, and the costs are reviewed in a comprehensive and thorough process, which includes audits conducted by the authority, as well as participation of other state agencies. And the purpose of a rate case process is to determine what level of distribution revenues we must collect in order to cover our costs of providing safe, reliable service to our customers. After a rate case process, if the actual revenues that we recover are different from those that we have been authorized to recover, we have in place a mechanism called revenue decoupling that will reconcile that over or under collection so that ultimately we do not recover any more or less revenues through rates than what is authorized by the authority in the context of a rate case. As a result of this decoupling mechanism, our profits do not increase when residential electricity usage increases like it did in June and July of this year. And this is because the revenue level that we are allowed to recover is capped. Also, as part of a rate case, the authority establishes the authorized rate of return that we're allowed to earn on the investments we make in the distribution system. And then again, between rate cases, if we earn above that allowed rate of return, we are required to share that excess with customers. With regard to the transmission block, the fundamentals of transmission cost recovery are similar, but the process is regulated at the federal level by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. And also the transmission system, as Ms. Connor mentioned, is a regional network that covers the New England electric grid. And so the cost recovered through the transmission rates on our bills reflects CL&P's portion of the costs of that regional transmission service. The costs we collect for the transmission system are recovered under FERC-approved formula rates, such that we cannot and are not allowed to recover any more than our prudently incurred costs, including, again, a return component on the investments that we make in the transmission system. Moving to the last category on this chart, the light blue block labeled Other Charges. This is also on our bill. It's reflected in the delivery portion on our bill. And this portion covers the cost for certain government-mandated energy policy initiatives, including certain renewable energy investments, energy efficiency programs, purchase power agreements, including costs associated with renewable and carbon-free electricity, as well as the cost of small-scale renewable energy incentives that are associated with residential solar installations. Like with the energy supply cost discussion that I had previously, these costs, the cost of these initiatives are shown on our bills, but by and large are passed through the bill without any markup or profit for Eversource. The one exception is the energy efficiency program, which Eversource administers. And for those programs, we have the ability to earn an incentive depending on our performance. The energy efficiency rate makes up 0.6 of the 4.651 cents per kilowatt hour that's shown on this chart. That equates to about 2.5% of the total bill. The total light blue block, the 4.651% accounts for about 20% of the total bill. And so to recap, and again, by way of summary, the distribution charges recover the cost to operate, construct, and repair and maintain the distribution system that delivers the power over the local grid to the customers who use it. The transmission charges recover costs of the regional New England transmission system. Together, these charges currently make up about half of the bill, 50%, for our residential customers. The energy supply and other charges make up the other half of the bill, and those costs are largely collected by Eversource, reflected on our bills, and then passed through to a third party. Now moving to the second slide, and I promise I will go through faster on this slide. Here, I've tried to present an explanation to walk through the changes that customers saw on their bill in conjunction with the increases predominantly in those two charges that Ms. Connor mentioned, but also driven in the large majority part by the increases in usage that customers saw from May to June. On the bottom left of this chart, it shows a typical customer bill prior to the July 1 rate change and prior to that higher usage. Moving up the left side, we saw a 36% increase in usage for residential customers in June. And for a typical residential customer using 700 kilowatt hours a month, that customer would experience an increase of $55 in their bill due to that increase in usage. As we move on the chart from left to the right, we're demonstrating the increase due to the rates. The increase in those rates, the transmission and the FMCC rate were offset at the time by a reduction in the energy supply rate that also went into effect on July 1st, so that the combined impact of all rate changes alone, if the usage were to remain at 700 kilowatt hours, would have caused an increase of about $6 for a typical residential customer. However, when that usage is combined with the increase, when that increase in the rates is combined with the increase in the usage, a total bill would have increased approximately $62 over the course of that month. And 55 of that would have been driven by the increase in the usage, whereas the remainder by the increase in the rate. And this is shown by moving across to the upper right portion of the chart represented here. And I'll note that while the use of a 700 kilowatt hour customer is our standard presentation, we know that actual customer usage and bill impacts will vary. Many customers use more than 700 kilowatt hours, and so the impacts to those customers would be greater, as we have experienced. And I should mention, we are seeing this trend continue into July, into August. June's usage was a 36% increase versus May's usage. And we know that July's usage was an additional 35% higher than June's. That concludes my remarks on the slides. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to walk through them. I hope they were helpful. And I hope that at the end of this proceeding, the authority will conclude and feel confident that Eversource is not overcollecting revenues from customers. However, we know that the authority must balance the obligation to assist our most vulnerable customers and those who are experiencing extreme financial difficulties during this pandemic, and balance that with the obligation to ensure that the company is recovering its prudently incurred costs in effort to provide essential services to those same customers and others. I hope to assist the authority in exploring new approaches to strike that balance in light of these unprecedented times, and look forward to answering any questions that you all have for us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those opening remarks. Let me start by saying, confirming with attorneys Pace and Borge King that if those slides are not already posted in the docket, if you can make sure to submit them into the public docket, please. And then we will do about 30 minutes of cross-examination by PURA staff before taking a lunch break, and afterwards we will resume with cross-examination. So let me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute all of the Eversource witnesses and authority staff. Stephanie Cohane from our staff is going to begin the questioning. So bear with me 1 second. We'll get the Eversource witnesses unmuted. And Ms. Cohane, if you can can you raise your hand so I can get you unmuted too, please? Okay, so we're going to begin cross-examination of Eversource witnesses. Ms. Cohane, can you please introduce yourself and begin with the cross-examination?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Gillette. This is Stephanie Cohane with PURA staff. Just want to confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all. Good afternoon. I'd like to start with a few questions on the company's response to Attorney General question 8, please. So in its December 2019 filing, the company projected an over-recovery of the transmission adjustment clause deferral balance of $25 million. More recently, in its June 2020 filing, the company projected a net under-recovery and that same transmission deferral balance of $2 million. So could you please explain the factors that contributed to the net under-recovery, the net $27 million projected increase in the TAC rate from December 2019 to June 2020?
Sure, this is Doug Horton. I can start, and then my colleague, Mr. Shelnitz, could fill in if that's appropriate.
Yes.
The key drivers, as we explained in that response to AG8, the key drivers for that increase was significantly lower peak loads than were forecast. The mechanism for assigning transmission costs is based on the peak loads, and so at the time of performing the reconciliation, due to the drop in peak loads in the region, that resulted in an under recovery of the costs that were originally based on how they were originally forecast. That was number one. Number two, there was an increase in the RNS expenses, also driven by that higher loads, by the lower loads in New England. as well as the projected deferral balance as explained in part 3 of that response. Mr. Shelnitz, anything to add to that explanation?
No, I think that pretty much summed it up. So at the end of last year, we were expecting to be, well, our actual over recovery was 17.7 million. And then we had the under recoveries that Mr. Horton just described for the first 6 months of the year. And that's what resulted in the net under recovery of $2 million at June 30th.
If you could just, my question was specifically related to AG's response and the third part of that, the TAC deferral over recovery. If you could address that in particular, and how I understand that how the RNS and LNS were impacted, but if you could just step through how that also addressed the TAC deferral changes and the projections.
Okay, if you could just give me a second, a moment. Yeah, so I think you know so at the end of last year, if you look at our TAC rate that was January 1, 2020, we had projected an over recovery of about $25 million, and there's 2 months that are in that value that are projected, usually November and December. So there's usually always a little bit of adjustment to that number when we come to the next rate period, which is for the July 1 rates. So when we go to file the July 1 rates, that $25 million over recovery, the last 2 months, November and December, we now had actuals for it. And that $25 million recovery lowered to $18 million over recovery. But then the factors that Mr. Horton described as being as what occurred in 2020 for January through June, then took that $17 million, that $18 million over recovery, basically was absorbed by the under recoveries from the first 6 months. The under recoveries from the first 6 months were the 19.7 million to arrive at a net under recovery at June 30th of the 2 million. So that under recovery in the first 6 months was related to the LNS, partially the LNS true up, and then the other factors with the higher RNS rates that Mr. Horton described.
Thank you. My next question is, again, on AG8. If you could explain whether the 3 primary drivers outlined in this response due to the increase in the June 2020 filing were foreseeable by the company?
Sure, I can try to answer that. So in which rates were they are you, which time period?
So from the December 2019 filing, as we were discussing, to the June 2020 filing, the impacts that have led to an increase in the TAC rates, I'm wondering if that was foreseeable by the company.
Yeah. So when we filed the January 1st, the rate change for the January 1st filing, we're generally putting together the rates at the end of November, early December. And that's why we actually have to have a estimate or a projection for those 2 months in that particular rate filing for January 1. So at that time, I do not believe that it was foreseeable that we understood that there was going to be significant under recoveries. At least I'm not aware that was known at that time.
And I would just add to echo, certainly as we're preparing our filings, we make every effort to the extent that we can to incorporate the latest information that we have in reflecting accurate forecasts. I'd say that across all of our reconciliation filings. But as we've seen, in this mid-year update, the forecasts can be wrong. In some cases, significantly, the inputs can be wrong, and nobody could have anticipated what we're all living through now with the pandemic to have happened and the effects that would have on those forecasts that were relied on at the time. And so we do our best to incorporate the information that we have, but the nature of the reconciliation proceedings, and that's why they're, the administrative rate changes are intended to reconcile to actuals in order to make adjustments for things that could not have been known or properly anticipated.
My next question on the same interrogatory response. What are the total additional carrying costs that are associated with recovering the $45 million increase in the LNS over a 24-month period rather than a 6-month period, as discussed in the response?
Well, the incremental carrying charge that was being charged is about 3.4%. So it was 25 million.
I'll just offer that perhaps it can be filed as a late file if it's not possible.
Yeah, that would probably be best, so I can give you an accurate response. I was kind of, doing a high estimate. So yeah, that would probably be best.
Okay, so let me clarify. Late file exhibit number 1 is the total additional carrying costs associated with if the LNS recovery of $45 million was over a 24-month period rather than a 6-month period. So that is late file exhibit number 1, please. Ms. Cohen, if I could interrupt, I just want to drill down a little bit into unpacking Eversource's relationship with its transmission subsidiary. So I understand that the TAC that we're discussing right now, Eversource Distribution Company, that this is a pass-through. But if I could just ask about the pass-through and how it works with the unregulated portion of your business. So can you explain whether and to what extent Eversource's unregulated transmission business is the recipient of increases in the TAC rates?
Just to be clear, when you're saying the unregulated transmission business, do you mean the aspects of our transmission business as regulated by FERC?
Correct. Thank you for the clarification. I mean unregulated by PURA, but
Understood.
Regulated by the Federal Commission.
Understood. So again, I can attempt that. So Eversource does own both transmission and distribution infrastructure. The charges, as you mentioned, Chairman Gillette, that we see on the distribution bill reflect the distribution costs for use of that transmission system. That is a regional rate based on CLMP's load ratio share of the regional costs. And so within that recovery, there is an element of recovery for the transmission infrastructure that CLMP owns. The distribution allocation or the distribution charges that are shown on our bills, it reflects the total costs of the region for regional network service and local network service in CLMP's share of those costs.
Okay, so to be clear, some of the TAC rates which are compensating Eversource's transmission subsidiary for LNS and RNS service, some of what's collected from Connecticut ratepayers is flowing through to the Eversource subsidiary. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And I just in case my comments were not clear at the outset, I was not intending to describe the transmission piece as a pass-through when I when I described the other bucket and the energy supply, was not including or intending to include the transmission component for that reason. Not all of those charges would go to the transmission, Eversource entity, but to your point, it would not be appropriate for me to have described that as a pass-through for that reason. That was not my intention.
Thank you. Can you confirm for me what the ROE approved by FERC is for your transmission business?
Yes, I believe it varies depending on the specifics of each project. I believe it varies between an ROE of 10.57%, and one moment, please. Yes, it varies between approximately 10.5% and 11.74%.
Okay, and has Eversource taken a position at FERC on whether the transmission, there's an open ROE proceeding at FERC on transmission? Has Eversource as a company taken a position in that proceeding, to your knowledge?
Yes, I am not the representative on that proceeding. I believe there's 4 open proceedings, but certainly Eversource is an active participant in those proceedings.
Okay, if I can get a late file exhibit of the comments that were filed in the open ROE incentive docket at FERC on behalf of Eversource or by a trade association that Eversource belongs to, I'd like that as late file exhibit 2, please.
I understand.
Thank you. Before we move away from questions on the TAC, let me confirm with Ms. Cohen that you didn't have any additional questions on the TAC. Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted. I'm sorry, Ms. Cohen.
That's okay. When I muted myself, it didn't let me unmute again. So I just real quick did want to follow up on the carrying charge portion of the questioning. As I understood from the response in AG 8 that the Eversource transmission portion of the business had offered the longer repayment terms, the 24-month repayment terms to its other affiliates, including Connecticut Light and Power. I was just wondering if you could confirm if the carrying charge is, the incremental carrying charge is still the 3.4% as applied in outside jurisdictions outside of Connecticut, and if that is being allowed to be recovered in the other jurisdictions as well.
Well, it's my understanding that the 3.4% interest option was being offered to the other transmission customers, by Eversource Transmission. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question? If it was accepted?
Yeah, if the other, if that's actually essentially included as part of the increase in customers outside of Connecticut as part of their transmission increase bills.
So I believe that not all the transmission filings have been filed yet in the other states. So I'm not sure that they have necessarily have seen that yet. So I can't say if they've accepted it or not.
I can speak to that.
Oh, sure.
In Ms. Cohen, we could also elaborate in the responsive late file. That may be, most efficient.
Great.
But as Mr. Shelnitz pointed out, the timing in each of our jurisdictions is just a little bit different based on how each of the regulatory agencies have set up their filings. So, but we can provide a more fulsome response in the late filed, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Horton, I'm okay if you elaborate in the late file, but let me just ask now if I'm hearing you correctly that the reconciling component for transmission, the process that we use in Connecticut, timing-wise, is much different than your other affiliate jurisdictions?
Well, it's not much different from New Hampshire. New Hampshire has the very similar process, except that the rate changes on August 1st. In New Hampshire, we presented the same alternative to spread the recovery over 24 months. The increase in New Hampshire was not as significant, and so the New Hampshire regulatory, the PUC and the PUC staff, through the process leading up to the proceeding, opted not to elect to pay it over 24 months. In Massachusetts, the filing will occur later this fall for rates effective on January 1st. And that is an annual reconciliation that's done. So that will happen later this fall in Massachusetts.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. And New Hampshire and Massachusetts, to the extent that you know, those commissions, especially since their reconciliation timelines are different, do those commissions allow Eversource to recover carrying charges on the reconciling components? And if so, at what rate?
Yes, they do. And the carrying charges vary by each mechanism. But racking my brain, I believe that effectively all of the, there are a number of reconciling mechanisms in place in each state, and I believe each of them has a carrying cost component, acknowledging that the carrying charges, like the underlying costs themselves, are a cost incurred by the utility, and they are also reciprocal. So to the extent we are over recovered in a given period of time, we would reflect that as a credit to customers, essentially for use of the capital that's provided as a function of that over recovery. The carrying charges, again, will vary and would be applied either at the customer deposit rate, typically for something that's a shorter duration, variance of a smaller magnitude, I would say, and can range from the customer deposit rate. Some mechanisms apply the prime interest rate, while others apply the weighted average cost of capital.
And to the extent do you know the reasons that those three types of carrying costs mechanisms are differentiated between, like if there's a specific circumstance around that reconciling component that causes the carrying charge to be set at a different rate?
Sure, I can give you at least my experience, although, each one of the mechanisms that we have in place is the results of, either a regulatory proceeding or a law through the legislation. And so they all have their own unique circumstances as to how they came to be. My experience or my philosophy is that for, not that I'm a philosopher, but my expectation is for, rate recovery that is generally of a shorter duration. The timing differences of the revenues that we recover and the costs that we incur are smaller, and such that we would finance those or be expected to be able to finance those with shorter. There would be a minimal lag in recovery or credit to customers, that the customer deposit rate, which currently is very low and has been for a number of years, would be applicable. On the other hand, the weighted average cost of capital, which is the standard rate, again, applied reciprocally here in Connecticut, acknowledges that there are multiple uses of capital by the utility: long-term debt, equity, in that those are costs incurred by the company, and the balance that we carry for over or under recoveries, which is offset by a tax timing difference, we apply the weighted average cost of capital. The prime interest rate is in the middle. Typically, at least in my experience, again, when we would apply the prime interest rate, it's a lower rate. It's also applied on a lower balance. When we apply the weighted average cost of capital, we're looking at all sources of capital, and that tax timing difference is a source of capital. When we have a higher tax expense than the book expense, it creates a source of funds that in utility rate making is offsetting. In a rate case, when we get a return on our rate base, we offset that return by incorporating ADIT, or the accumulated deferred income taxes. So when we apply the prime interest rate, in my experience, we are not applying that ADIT. And so it works out to roughly the same balance, but you get there in a different way. I think in New Hampshire, similar to Connecticut, the carrying charge is predominantly the weighted average cost of capital. In Massachusetts, the carrying charges, again, they vary by mechanism and rely mostly on the short-term debt rate or the prime interest rate. But the mechanics of the two are different.
Chairman Gillette, a procedural question. Would it be helpful to the authority if we had Mr. Horton submit as a late file Exhibit 3 the information from the other two jurisdictions that you requested, so you can see that in writing with any supporting information?
Yes, Attorney Pace, thank you. Late file Exhibit 3, it would be very helpful if you could provide the percentages and the carrying cost mechanism for each of the reconciling components in Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
I understand.
Thank you. And before I get away, I just had a quick clarifying question. When you say that these are reciprocal, and I heard you describing the customer deposit rate. So no matter what the carrying charge mechanism is, it's reciprocal in those instances. So if it's the weighted average cost of capital, the weighted average cost of capital rate, and the reverse too. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And exactly. So if we're over recovered, if the revenues that we recover are higher than the costs, then we would apply the same carrying charge to give essentially credit for that circumstance. Whereas in the contrary, if we're under recovered and in carrying that, if the revenues are lower, but we've incurred the expense, we've incurred that capital, we're applying that cost of capital. So it works in both directions.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Cohen, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to move off of the transmission questions unless you have any further. Okay. Turning to the NBFMCC, as I'll refer to it, response to EL1, please. In that response, the company's response, it detailed the actual costs of the Millstone project from January to April of this year, as well as an updated forecast of costs for May and June of this year that totaled $103.6 million, which resulted in a net almost $8 million under recovery for the first half of for the first half of 2020, as compared to the company's prior filing that was made to the authority in December 2019. So if you could please explain the factors that led to a greater output from the Millstone units in 2020 than the company forecasted in its December 2019 filing.
For that response, I'll ask if Mr. Shrekaro could address the question.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. The response to EL1, basically your question was why the output was a little bit larger than what we had thought. Basically, get us grounded, that's a contract in which we're purchasing 9 million megawatt hours per year. The Eversource share is 80%. United Illuminating is 20%. So our annual expected share is around 7.2 million megawatt hours. When the analytics were done basically last fall for the January filing, there was a outage that was occurring in October of this year. Basically, we weren't quite sure how to exactly reflect that outage. And as a result, the amount of energy was slightly understated from what we had thought. I believe that that issue was corrected on the July 1 date.
So if I could just repeat what I'm hearing on that point, that in the December 2018 filing, there was a projected lower output of Millstone due to an planned outage in October of 2020, and perhaps plans at the Millstone plant had changed in intervening time period, and now in the June 2020 filing, that has been changed?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. The next question then is, what was the company's forecasted generation for Millstone in 2020 and the forecasted market energy price that Eversource used in its December 2019 filing?
Yes. With regards to the market price, because we already touched on the generation, and we projected a little bit below 7.2 million megawatt hours annually. When we came up with the market price, which was based on the best known information, we use a subscription service. That subscription service is S&P Global Market Intelligence. And the information we were getting from them is the market rates reflective of New England, or basically base load type energy. The term is called around the clock energy. At that point in time, we had projected on average over calendar year 2020, a rate of approximately 3.85, 3.86 cents per kilowatt hour.
Thank you.
Can we just dig, I'm sorry, Ms. Cohen, to interrupt. This might be where you're going. Can we just drill down a little bit more into that, into the LMPs? I think, so your forecast, can you remind us what your forecast said?
Yes, the forecast for calendar year 2020, Chairman, was about 3.85 cents a kilowatt hour. That was the forecasted number from the subscription service.
For your LMP?
Yes, that would have been for the New England LMP. That would be representative of the price of energy for baseload energy around the clock. That would be the type of energy we'd get from Millstone.
Okay, and has this rebounded from the COVID-19 dip that was experienced earlier this year or not?
No, a couple of things happened, which have worked towards the under collection that you're well aware of. The first thing was actually in the months of January and February of 2020. The actual price, give me a moment to look at my notes. The actual price for around the clock energy in January was 2.57 cents a kilowatt hour. In February was 2.23. That was well below projection, Chairman. If you recall, January and February were very warm months by New England standards. Our loads were very low throughout New England, and as a result, market price ended up being lower. When we get to March and to date, meaning really have numbers through August, the numbers have been quite low. The numbers in, I'll give you rough numbers in March, April, May, and June were roughly between 1.6 cents a kilowatt hour and 1.9 cents a kilowatt hour. In July, it was about 2.3 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's the trend so far in August. With regards to your question for the rebound for 2021, The same subscription service is predicting that the average price throughout calendar year 2021 would be about 3.5 cents a kilowatt hour. So it's lower than what they predicted last year. So it's a decline from what was thought last year, by roughly not quite 10%.
Okay, and how does that compare to what the LMPs were in 2019 and 2018?
Sure. I can look at my notes to do it off the top of my head. The LMPs in 2018, I believe, were around 4.3 cents a kilowatt hour. In 2019, were actually much lower, a little over 3 cents a kilowatt hour. So when I looked at the reasonableness of the 3.85 for calendar year 20, I looked at it with a broad eye. I looked at what was happening in 2018, 2019, took the average between those two, it came up around 3.8 cents an hour.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Shecker, you kind of trailed off at the end, but I think maybe you know where I'm going with this question, but I think what I'm really struggling with is, as Ms. Cohen was alluding to, there in December of 2018, there was a projection for the Millstone and the other public policy costs that I think it was around 75 million for calendar year 2020. And then that's significantly different from what your update in June was. And I'm trying to figure out if why that was so different. And is it because the reasonableness of the LMP forecast that you relied on at the start of the year didn't take into account the pandemic? Can we just focus a little bit on that? Because I think the numbers you're reporting are showing 125 million more in costs for the year than was initially projected.
That's correct. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The bottom line is loads dropped in New England. We've been talking about increased residential usage, but the residential load represents, generally speaking, around a third of the load of Eversource. The commercial and industrial load represents the other 2/3, and that has had a significant drop off for Eversource and throughout New England. With that reduced activity overall for society within New England, loads have just been much lower than we thought. And as a result of the loads being lower, the marginal resources within New England are basically at a lower cost. So we've been experiencing historically low LNP values really since March to date. And it's those numbers that we used reflective of the conditions for the remainder of the year that were reflected in the updates. To put that in perspective, when we did the update for July 1st, we used actual LNP numbers for January, February, March, and April 2020. And for the time period of May through December 2020, we used the same subscription service, which was the S&P Global Market Intelligence. That composite number from April through December 2020 was basically 2.34 cents a kilowatt hour. So there was a huge drop from what we thought the price was going to be in December to what the actual prices ended up being in January, February, March, and April in the forecasted price for the remainder of this year.
Okay, so if I can say this back to you, basically the financial hedge of the Millstone contract worked not in our favor. Let me just stop there. Do you agree with that?
The answer is yes, but the way we've looked at this was two things happening. When we entered into this contract, we realized two things. First of all, it was a very large contract with regards to megawatt hours. And we knew two things would happen. First is if the, as you just correctly stated, if the price of energy, the LNP, dropped, the net cost of Millstone would also be higher. But conversely, which is I think extremely important, for those customers receiving at least standard service supply, their power supply costs would also drop. And as Mr. Horton had said, that's a change that we saw in power supply costs between the first half of the year and the second half of the year, going from 9.4 cents a kilowatt hour to 7.4 cents a kilowatt hour. So you had two things basically happening. Number one, net cost on Millstone increased, as we just talked about, but the overall power supply costs for at least standard service customers decreased significantly.
Okay, so put another way, so if our customers are paying the differential between what we're reselling the Millstone for in the market versus what, yeah, so they're paying that differential, but that differential is higher than expected when Eversource initially analyzed the Millstone PPA?
Yes.
Okay, so the cost, let me know if this is fair, or the cost of Millstone in 2020 at $200 million that has to go into the FMCC as compared to the $75 million that was projected based on where we thought energy prices were at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So can we, okay, so I need to ask for another lay file exhibit, please. So the company provided a response to our interrogatory number 1 that I thought was enlightening. And I think lay file exhibit 4, if we could receive a comparable exhibit to EL number 1 that shows a full accounting of the net costs for Public Act 17.3 Section 1 and Public Act 1850 Section 3. The project costs from the company's December 2019 filing versus, you know, where we are now with what's known this year. Let me see if I need to restate that.
I basically understand what you're looking for, Chairman. So I think we could easily put together that data for you in a very structured and understandable way.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to continue. We're a little past 1 o'clock, but let me wrap up this line of questioning, and then when we come back, the authority has another line of questioning that we're going to continue with before turning to the other parties. So in response to the company's, in response to the Attorney General's interrogatory, I believe is number 7, can you talk, can you compare the $124 million in incremental costs that were placed into the FMCC on July 1, compare it to the $96 million that were projected for July to December of this year in the first interrogatory to EL1. I think we've just kind of stepped through this, but I would like you to restate it just so the record's clear about explaining the difference between the 96 million and the 124 million, please.
Yes, Chairman, if I could get the concurrence of my colleague. QEL001, the witness was Mr. Schnellnitz, and I'd like to have him confirm that he could respond in the manner that you requested.
Yes, I think I can. If you'd like me to give it a shot. Okay, so the best way to do this is to break it up into the two periods, January through June, and then July through December. And so what you're looking at when I believe you said you were looking at the 96.2 million, which is, where were you seeing that? You were seeing that in response to AG
7.
AG 7. Let me just turn to that really quick. You're seeing the 96 in the AG 7?
Chairman, I believe it's in the EL, the attachment for EL1.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, the 124 million is in AG 7 and the 96 million is in EL1 attachment.
Okay. So the 96.1 million was the second half of the year estimate for the July 1st rate change. And if you compare that to the original estimate that we filed January 1, which was a full year estimate, if you'll recall, that was, I think, about 75 million or 76 million. So roughly half of that was in the second half of the year. That was 37.9 million. So the difference between the 96.2 that now appears in the July 1 rate change exhibit and the original second half of the year from the January 1st exhibit of 37.9 million is a difference of 58.2 or 58.3 million. So that's the second half of the year. That's the incremental rate increase for the second half of the year from one forecast to the new forecast. Added to that is the impact from the first half of the year, which the forecast was originally, like we said, 75 or 76 million. Half of that for the first half of the year is the 37.9 million. However, the actual costs plus the revised forecast for May and June were 103.6 million for the first half of the year. So 103.6 million less 37.9 million gives you 65.8 million for the first half of the year. That's the incremental additional cost that we were experiencing. So if you add the 65.8 million from the first half of the year plus the 58.3 million from the second half of the year, that's how you get the 124 million total incremental increase that appears in this in the July 1st rates.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask one more question, and then we're going to take our lunch break. So I think, and I'll let your attorneys interrupt if they'd rather brief this, as it may be a legal question, but I'd like the reaction to, I'd like to understand whether the Millstone contract that Eversource entered into with Millstone on behalf of their ratepayers, there was the force majeure provision that was articulated earlier, but then I think in addition to that, or like some insight into whether the PPA has a provision that contemplated such a gross disconnect between what was forecasted as the cost and the reality. I mean, I can't do that percentage off the top of my head, but the percentage difference between what was projected and what was realized is enormous. And just like a reaction about whether that PPA, had a provision that recognized and allotted for that.
And Chairman Gillette, it's Vincent Pace. Thank you for the opportunity to suggest the possibility of a brief. We'd like to provide you with the full information you need to make an informed decision. Can we have your permission to submit a very quick brief on the issue that goes into the topic that you raised in terms of whether or not the existing contract would allow for these types of circumstances, and we could submit that in whatever schedule works for the authority.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Pace, and I imagine other parties to the proceeding are going to want to brief that issue. So we'll look at the schedule, over the break, and before we conclude the evidentiary hearing today, we will set a deadline for that. I just want to make sure that the prompt is clear.
That's very clear, Chairman. We can submit it when a time frame meets the authority's needs.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to take the lunch break. I'd like to resume in 20 minutes. I know that's a short lunch break, but we have a lot more questioning in front of us, and then the public comments. So no one, you don't need to disconnect. I'm going to mute everyone, and you can turn off your videos, and we will resume at promptly at 1:35. Okay, we're going to get started in just another 30 seconds. So let me make sure that the witnesses are back and that our closed captioner, oh, yep. Okay, closed captioning is back. So, great. Ms. Cohen, I think I lost you, so if you could raise your hand. Mr. Horton and Mr. Shelnitz, I'm going to unmute you. Okay. Okay. All right, Ms. Cohen, I got you back. Going to unmute Attorney Borge King. I'm going to unmute you and Attorney Pace. Okay. Are you all set to go back on the record? Okay. All right, so welcome back to docket number 200101. If you're just joining us, we are resuming the evidentiary portion of today's event. We're in the middle of cross-examination. We're in PURA's turn right now, cross-examining Eversource, and then we'll move through the other parties. Once the evidentiary proceeding is concluded, we will turn to public comment. So I'm going to get right back into it. I have another question about Millstone. Yep.
Chairman Jett, sorry, before you resume with your cross, can we return to late file exhibit number 4 just to make sure our witnesses are clear on what the request is and the time period?
Sure. So you need late file exhibit number 4 restated?
Please.
Ms. Cohen, do you have that at your fingertips? I misplaced my paper.
Could that be your, I don't know if it was 4 or 3, but could that be the clarification on the December 2019 filing, the forecasted output of Millstone that was used and the market energy?
No, sorry.
No, that's
sorry. No, I think late file exhibit 4 was, yes, exactly what Ms. Cohen just said. I apologize. We're looking for a similar exhibit to the company's response to interrogatory EL1. So a full accounting of the estimate of the net cost for Public Act 17.3, Section 1, and Public Act 1850, Section 3, project costs from the company's December 2019 filing.
Mr. Shelnitz.
Okay, so yeah, so now, yeah, I think I understand it. So it's what was in the December 19 filing for 2020.
And can I just add, Chairman, that the company could break it down between the first half of 2020 and the second half, that would be helpful because then it's a comparison to what was filed at EL1.
Okay, yes, sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And Attorney Borge King, if the question was about timeline for late file exhibits, I'm going to go over next steps and timelines before we conclude the evidentiary hearing, but the late file exhibits are due for September 1st right now.
No, it was actually the time frame for the full accounting if she wanted the 6 months or the 12 months. So
yeah, it's 12 months. Great. Thank you. Okay, so I have a question on the Millstone contract, and then we're going to move our line of questioning after that into the sale usage trends and bill impacts. But first I want to make sure that the record's clear about what the Millstone contract is and is not, and like how it compares to the standard service rate. So I'm not sure if this question is to you, Mr. Horton or Mr. Shelnitz, but if you could please, if you at a high level, compare and contrast the difference between the Millstone product and the standard service product.
Sure, and Mr. Shuckero can elaborate. but they are different products. In fact, the Millstone output is not able to be used to serve our load. It is purchased from Millstone and sold at market prices, as Mr. Shukro has described. Whereas the standard offers, the supplier's charge reflects the all-in cost of electricity for customers that take service from us. And so while they're related to the extent that the market forces affect both, they are different. Recovery of different things. Mr. Shukro, anything to add to that?
Mr. Shukro is still muted. Chairman Gillette.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Shukro, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very good, thank you. Standard service is basically a service that provides a number of important components. First of all, of course, it provides energy. It also provides capacity from the ISO New England market. It also meets the Connecticut RPS standards for Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. And it also provides basically the ISO New England short-term reliability services. It's basically a load following service, one in which it meets whatever the energy requirements in each and every hour. For example, a day like today, the loads are relatively low at 5 a.m., but by mid-afternoon into late afternoon, the loads would be much higher. A standard service would meet those load obligations each and every hour. Millstone is base load energy. The contract we have with them only provides energy. It's, as we were discussing earlier, is around the clock, 24/7 energy. And it's really would be a subpart of standard service. Baseload energy is definitely a component of standard service, along with all the other components that I just described.
Thank you. So to put it another way, is the standard service rate for residential customers of 7.375 cents per kilowatt hour a comparable product to the Millstone rate of 4.99 cents per kilowatt hour? Is that an apples to apples comparison?
It is not an apples to apples comparison.
Thank you. So I do have another question, changing tax a little bit. So before the break, we were discussing the LMPs and how the forecasts have evolved and differed or are different as a result of COVID-19. And we had a brief discussion about whether forecasts have rebounded or load has rebounded rather. So I just want to confirm, the conversations that we've had with ISO New England have indicated that wholesale load, at least according to the ISO, has rebounded to what it would have been expected to be before the pandemic. At least that's my understanding. So I just would like the Eversource witnesses to address, whether it's, whether they agree with that statement, and if not, why not? And then if we can just spend a few minutes on whether or why it's prudent to use an LMP forecast that incorporates those suppressed locational marginal prices if the ISO has articulated that load has rebounded. But I know that was a lengthy question. Happy to repeat any of that.
This is Mr. Shukro again. I'll take the first shot at that. First of all, I agree that I believe loads are beginning to rebound. I'm not quite sure they're exactly where they would have been otherwise. Secondly, I think where we were discussing before lunch, Chairman, is we could just regroup to where we were perhaps last fall. We thought the around the clock Millstone energy was going to be almost 3.9 cents a kilowatt hour. I think I shared with you that the forecast that as of like late last Friday, when I was preparing for this hearing, for calendar years 2021 was about 3.5 to 3.6 cents a kilowatt hour. So it's a little bit lower. I think what we're seeing here is Natural gas is usually the marginal fuel. Natural gas is a national commodity, and even though New England is in relatively good shape with regards to pandemic effects, much of the United States, as you well know, is not. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that cascading impact, what's happening in other parts of America, affecting the going forward outlook on natural gas prices, which are the primary driver of LMPs for calendar year 2021. But the point being is that they are a little bit lower, at least projected for 2021. They're not nearly as low as the numbers that we experienced really from March into the June and July time period. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Cohane. We have a series of questions for Eversource regarding sales and usage trends and bill impacts. So I'm going to let her start, please.
Sure. Sorry. Can I just one more point on the last discussion about the LMP? So you've mentioned, Mr. Shukaro, the projections for 2021. Have there been any data from your subscription service or otherwise that looks at perhaps updated projections for the second half of 2020?
Yes. Same services. If I could just give me a moment here. The numbers we got for Fords, again, we're in August. So I was looking at the remainder of this year, which would be September through December. And I looked month by month for calendar year 2021. And if you can bear with me, I can give you specific numbers. For September, it was, and I'll round these, about 2.2 cents a kilowatt hour as the, again, this is for around the clock energy. It reflects energy, 24/7, nighttime, weekends. October, about 2.2 cents again. November, about 3.3. That's always the trend that we expect. In December, about 4.8 cents a kilowatt hour. So that gets us through September through December. So we're trending towards the norms that I'm accustomed to pre-COVID. We get into 2021, and I'll just talk about the first couple of months of 2021 because I think it's representative. January, the prices are expected to be around 5.9 cents. February, about 5.5 cents a kilowatt hour. March, then trending down. I think, as you are well aware, that usually the winter months, again, because of the reliance on natural gas as being the marginal fuel in New England, prices are higher compared to all other months. So those prices are really indicative of what we have experienced in the past. When you get into the spring months, summer months, make it easy, we're seeing prices in the roughly the 2.5 cent kilowatt hour range. Then we get into the latter part of 2021. Similar trends and almost identical numbers that are coming out for this October, November, December. Again, numbers in the October in the mid 2.5 cent kilowatt hour range. November, about 3.4 for November 2021, and December around 4.9. Very similar numbers to what we're seeing projected for October, November, December of 2020. A lot of numbers there, hopefully wasn't too confusing. We could provide those in a late file, but I wanted to give you a sense of the trends that I'm seeing and how at least for New England, we're seeing trends that are bringing us back to the pre-COVID norms.
And if I could just add, certainly, and Ms. Cohane, if of interest, we could provide those in a late file, and we could also compare, how does that compare, or what effect would the latest forecast have on the rate versus the June filing that we made, if that's where you were going? That's certainly something we could do.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. So, Chairman, I think that's another late file request.
Yes, that's late file exhibit number 5.
Yes.
Understood.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Shukaro, the numbers that you just ticked through for the remainder of 2020 that I understand will be also provided in a late file. what date was the forecast for those LMP numbers?
The numbers I just shared with you, those numbers were really as of last week.
Okay, thank you.
That was part of my preparation for the hearings today. Those numbers were actually as of like last Thursday, Friday.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure all of us know things are changing, so I just wanted to see if those were more recent. It sounds like they are, so thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, Chairman, I can move on unless you have other questions on this issue.
No, thanks. Let's move to the sales and usage trends questions, please.
Sure. So another question that the authority staff has, this is again Stephanie Cohen, for the record, is on EL5. And it's about sales trends. So if the witness could just confirm that to date in 2020, residential sales, so both actual and weather normalized sales, have increased compared to the company's projections for 2020 residential sales that were made in its December 2019 filing.
And Chair Gillette, Mr. Ludwig, who's the witness on that question, is on mute. If the authority could please assist. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Could you repeat that question one more time, please?
Of course. So it's on EL5. Can the company confirm that to date in 2020, the residential sales experienced in terms of actual sales and weather normalized sales have increased compared to the company's 2020 residential sales projections from its December 2019 filing to PURA?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could you also confirm that over that same time period to date 2020, that sales in the commercial and industrial sectors, both actual and weather normalized, have declined compared to the company's projections for 2020 that were made in December 2019?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could you also confirm that Eversource's forecasted sales for the period of July through December of this year, 2020, do not attempt to reflect or take into account any variations in sales that could have been due to changing usage patterns that we've experienced in 2020, COVID impacts, et cetera?
That is correct. The Eversource has not updated its sales forecast.
So could you just confirm when the company's most recent sales forecast for 2020 was conducted?
Yep, the most recent sales forecasted was produced in the fall of 2019 and then completed in December of 2019.
And can you just confirm that that was reflected, the most recent updated sales forecast that the company has conducted was reflected in its December 2019 filings in this docket?
That is correct.
And could you just comment on when the company intends to update its sales forecast to factor in the multitude of factors that have impacted sales trends in 2020?
Yes, I can comment. There's a thunderstorm right now in my house, so I apologize if there's any feedback.
Can hear you so far.
All right. So can I just discuss that for a second? So what we have been doing is monitoring the sales impacts and trying to quantify them to the best of our ability since March. And just to give you an idea of what we're seeing, in March we estimated about a 4% decline, and in April a 5.5%, and then a 6% in May, and then it jumped up and improved to only a 2% decline in June, and then in July we actually saw a favorable response due to COVID. So my comment is the landscape is ever changing here, and it's incredibly difficult to predict where usage patterns are going to go going forward. There are a number of factors that are going to happen in the fall that could make resident usage go up more or down more. Whether people return to work, if the unemployment rate starts improving. There are a number of factors that are out of our control. So that is really the driving force as to why we have not updated our forecast to date. With that said, we are currently right now beginning to develop our upcoming forecast. That upcoming forecast will include a new economic forecast, which will reflect the recent downturn that we are currently all experiencing.
In addition to that, we're currently going through trying to figure out how to best incorporate, if appropriate, the impacts due to COVID. In particular, how do we adjust the bi-sector sales to account for the COVID environment we're all living in? The big challenges that we're going to be faced with are, we've never experienced what COVID will do to sales in a winter time period, because it has not happened yet. It's all happening in real time for us. The potential of a vaccine coming out, obviously a huge implication on what could happen to sales. We will make our best judgment as to what to include, but at the end of the day, it's going to be sort of a high-level estimate on what we think is going to happen, because we are still dealing with a number of unknowns in this arena that we're in.
Ms. Cohen, if I could interrupt, I appreciate that response, Mr. Ludwig, but a few clarifying points. When you're discussing you were referencing numbers like 2%, 6%. I just want to clarify that is those you were discussing the percentage impacts on your sales across all customer classes, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so if we're keeping specific to the residential customer classes, those sales, as was stated during the opening remarks, have continued to trend upward each month including August. Is that what the company's seeing?
So when we did our estimates, we actually, as of right now, we have June and July data. We peaked in June, and then we saw a tick down in July. And I would attribute that tick down in July to the fact that all of our students that were homeschooled in May and June, once we hit the month of July, a lot of those kids are normally home in the summer, whether it be college, elementary, or anything of that nature. So I think the peak from right now, this is really ever changing. So we believe we peaked in June, and then we saw a little bit of a tick down in July.
Okay, so let me clarify. I didn't mean increase in terms of your peak. I meant compared to your sales forecast as it was provided in 2019.
Yep. So I'm still talking about just sales. So
okay.
We are seeing a favorable response in the residential sector. There's no debate there. What I'm saying is there was a less favorable response in July than compared to June.
Okay. So I think okay. So maybe you'll see where I'm going with this, but let me just ask, are the allocation, like the billing determinants and the allocation of the revenue target, okay, so at the beginning of 2020, you must have a revenue target for your reconciling components. Like put aside your rate base and but there's a revenue target for your reconciling components, and you have a sales forecast. And those two things combined with your billing determinants translate into a per kilowatt hour charge for each of your customer classes. Am I accurate so far?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So the cost of service allocation factors, can you confirm that those are the ones that were approved in the last rate case and haven't been changed at all during 2020 and even in response to the pandemic?
That is accurate. The cost allocation factors that we apply in our reconciling mechanisms, you see in the exhibits that we filed, exactly like you said, those are another component of what is incorporated or resolved in the context of a rate case.
Okay, so if we're seeing a differential in the sales forecast for one group of customers and not the other, and we're using the same load allocation, billing determinants and the same revenue target, it's possible, just hypothetically, it's possible that one customer class could get to the end of the year with an over recovery and the other customer class could get to the end of the year with an under recovery of varying magnitudes. Is that possible?
It is, but my understanding, and perhaps Mr. Shelnitz, just correct me if I go astray. So that is correct. So when we develop the rate, take, for example, any of the reconciling mechanisms, we apply the by rate class cost allocation that's established in the rate case. And then to your point, actual revenues by rate class will vary. And this year they're varying significantly, as my colleague just described, and we're all aware. When we go to do the reconciliations, by and large, it is not reconciled on a customer class level basis. For example, revenue decoupling, that overall target that the company is allowed to recover for revenues, we set the rate that we recover base distribution rates in the rate case. And then when we do the reconciliation annually, the reconciliation is not by rate class, it is done overall.
Okay, so I think that just confused the issue for me, because okay, so if there's some concern, if the concern here is that the sales forecasts were so different from the residential customers, and that translated into you setting a per kilowatt hour charge that was going to hit a revenue target or not hit that revenue target based on that sales forecast. If you're reconciling based on all customer classes rather than on just that customer class, are you guaranteeing that you could end up in a result where one customer class is recovering too much and the other's not? I'm just not following what you're saying there.
So let me just, if I could, just take a moment to confer and to confirm so that I don't further confuse the discussion. If I could just have 30 seconds to go back to my notes.
Yes, please.
Chairman Gillette, I'm not able to pull that up at my fingertips. I know where you're going. I don't know if you would want us to try to address it in a late file to be clear, or if we do take another break, if I could confer with my colleagues so that I can address it.
Okay, so maybe a late file exhibit is appropriate, but I just want to, I think you know, I agree that I think you know where I'm going, but I'm just getting at specifically, you know, there's been concerns articulated to us, you know, in public comments, et cetera, that that residential customers are footing the bill for commercial and industrial customers because there have been fewer sales in those classes. And I'm just trying to confirm that if we're applying the billing determinants from the, you know, the last approved rate case, and that we're not adjusting the sales forecast, that I think that they may be right. And I just, that's what I'm driving at. I just want a confirmation about how that's being done. Is that clear?
I do understand the question. I don't have the concise answer for you now. If we could address in a late file, you're asking effectively, how does the customer class allocation in setting the rates for the reconciling mechanisms, how does that then flow through the reconciliation process by customer class or not?
Correct, depending on how the sales forecasts differentiate from what was forecasted versus actual. I think it's text earlier.
Excuse me. So if it's acceptable to you, then if we could address that in a late file. That would
yes, that's late file exhibit 6.
Thank you.
Okay, So, Ms. Cohen, I just ran roughshod over your line of questioning. Let me turn it back to you and see if you can pick up where I interrupted.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to confirm a few other things for the record. We saw in response to AG 10 that there's a 26% increase in residential usage for June 2020 compared to June 2019. I just wanted to determine whether that is actual usage or whether normalized, because as has been stated by witnesses, we're experiencing hotter than normal summer months. So just trying to understand the degree of increase from a normalized basis.
So, so to confirm that, the growth rate you just said was on an actual basis.
Other than actual, do you have the data that's weather normalized?
So the weather normalized difference was actually very close to the actual. Our weather normalization had a difficult time with the June data, and I think the primary reason for that is we've had a lot of Junes of recent where we haven't experienced a lot of hot weather. So when we do our weather factors that really get at our weather normalization, June is typically different than a July or an August, and which has been the case for a number of recent years. This year, however, June really behaved more like a July or August, but because our weather normalization calculation is a very mechanical calculation, it's the difference in actual and normal degree days times the weather factor. And the weather factor was for June because we were in the month of June, but the reality is we probably should have used the July weather factor.
So to help on clarification further then, would it be possible to ask for another late file, Chairman, on the comparison that has been cited in AG 10, I think earlier in the presentation today, of like even up to a 30% increase from month to month over 2019 to 2020. Could we just get on the record the weather normalized comparison for the months of May, June, July, and if possible August, because we're nearing the end of the month, between 2019 and 2020 for residential sales only?
The weather normalized sales for the months of May to August for the residential class, and we're looking specifically for that percentage change from the same months in 2019.
Correct. So as I understand from Mr. Ludwig, it sounds like perhaps referencing June there might be complicated factors there in determining that. So it'd be helpful to get a more fuller picture that would take into account the warmer, higher degree days that we've had this year and its impact on residential sales.
Okay, and Mr. Ludwig, in responding to that late file exhibit number 7, can you, for the clarity of the record, please include a narrative that articulates the standard, operating procedure for determining the weather normalized? I think you walked through it a few minutes ago, but I'd like it all in the same place for the clarity of the record.
Yep, that's fine. And the August sales data will not be available on September 1st.
Okay, then through July, please.
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, what is the time lag on getting that data?
It's usually the 5th business day of the month, but we obviously have Labor Day in there, so I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Ms. Cohen.
I'm looking here if I had other clarifications that would be useful in terms of having additional late files. It looks like there was some information in, I think, EL5 in terms of actuals and the company projections and a comparison. That was helpful. But it also would be helpful to provide 2019 and 2020 comparison of weather normalized sales for January through June. And I recognize that dovetails on the last late file. So I'm wondering, Chairman, if we just modify it to go all the way back to January. I recognize that the witness is a labor-intensive process, but I'll let him comment on that.
So is that understood to revise late file Exhibit 7's request to be January through July?
Yep, that's fine.
For residential sale sector or customer class, I should say.
All right, so just residential, everything?
Correct, just residential. Okay.
Chairman, do you have other questions? I think those are the clarifications I needed on the record.
On the sales. No, I think the line of questioning I have about the billing determinant is going to have to wait until we get the late file exhibit number 6. And so we can move to our last bucket of questions, Ms. Cohen.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This is in reference to the company's response to Attorney General question 13, interrogatory 13. In this interrogatory response, Eversource proposed various potential measures to mitigate rate impact. And one of the potential measures that was discussed by the company would be to defer cost recovery for the NBFMCC, as similar as we discussed earlier in this hearing that was done for a portion of the transmission additional under recovery that was seen. Could the company comment on the NBFMCC in particular? Would the company seek additional carrying charges if this proposed measure was approved?
I can speak to that. So our proposal, as you said, our potential solution is to, like we had incorporated for the TAC, extend the prior period under recovery over a longer time frame to help to mitigate the bill impacts. And as I said earlier, the carrying charges are a cost of that decision, just like the underlying costs of the payments to the mill sonar. So it would be my proposal to have carrying charges apply as they would in the normal course, given the lag in recoveries, which in this case, are significant. But with that, in doing so, would help to mitigate the increase for customers. I'd also note that we had, I did, in preparing for this hearings and working with my team to understand the other drivers and the other solutions that may be able to be offered, the same offer could be made or solution could be made with regard to the revenue decoupling mechanism, which had a prior period under recovered balance. And that's reflected in the increase that went into effect and subsequently rolled back on July 1st. Rather than recovering that balance over 1 year, by extending that recovery over 2 years would also serve to the same end to help to mitigate the increase. It would not eliminate the increase in cost, but it would help to mitigate the increase to some level and to some extent.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to your earlier comments this morning about having different interest or carrying charges costs applied to different reconciliation mechanisms, could you speak to what that rate, if such a solution were approved by PURA, at what rate the company would be seeking to apply carrying charges?
Well, as I said, the standard, at least as far as I am aware in Connecticut, has been to apply the weighted average cost of capital on under recovered balances and over recovered balances across all the mechanisms. So that would be my intent and expectation.
And for the record, could you just state what that is?
The weighted average cost of capital for CLNP, I would have to refer to a schedule. Mike, do you have that? If you give us a moment, we certainly can get it.
8.98%.
Thank you. The next question, well, one of the other measures that were that was proposed by the company in its response to AG 13 was to potentially have more frequent reconciliations of the NB FMCC in particular, with the thought that that might smooth out potential impacts if there's a large degree of variability, depending on regional energy market prices. But my question is whether the company has considered as a potential approach to mitigate impacts of rate increases implemented through this administrative rates proceeding, the 2001-01 in this year. Has the company considered whether it could be to implement any changes to rates solely through the annual reconciliation adjustment mechanism proceeding this year, which is docket 2003-01 for Eversource, rather than this current practice of requesting rate changes for these reconciliation mechanisms twice a year that are based on projections rather than actual sales and expenses, et cetera?
So we have considered that, and we certainly can consider that. The challenge and the balance that we have, as we've seen, is in updating the rates to reflect the current forecasts. And I think we can all agree that about all we know for sure with the forecast is that they will be wrong. I don't know which direction, but it will be wrong. Is that the issue is if we were to just forego implementation of this rate change, a large portion of that is for actuals already incurred. And the balance that is difficult to strike, it would certainly is I think our collective goal is in striking, is to have the costs recovery in line with the costs that are being incurred so that we can avoid, to whatever extent possible, a greater increase later. So if we were to continue to implement the rates that were in effect as of June, delay that reconciliation to a later period, certainly mechanically that could work. But the concern that I would have and that would need to be balanced and considered in reaching that conclusion is to what extent will that cause a greater increase later, especially if the forecast continues to be much lower, significantly lower than what's currently reflected in the rate, or even if it turns lower versus what we had reflected in the July rates and just causes a greater increase in January or at some future point. So that's the challenge and the consideration. The reason, and I don't know the value of this because we don't know what's going to happen with the rate, but the reason that we offered to do the reconciliation more frequently if it were showing an over recovery would be to eliminate just the normal timing. So if the forecast is wrong, we would be setting rates today or at the conclusion of, not today, but at the conclusion of this proceeding, we'd be establishing rates based on that forecast if that forecast were not to materialize to effectively the benefit of customers. By conducting the reconciliation more frequently, we could reflect that credit sooner in customer rates than by just waiting through the natural course.
Mr. Horton, if I could follow up on that a little bit. To the best of your knowledge, how long has Connecticut been allowing for twice a year administrative adjustments?
Mr. Shelnitz, could you help me with that?
Yes, I believe that's goes all the way back to the dockets that started the non-bypassable FMCC. So I want to say it was a docket in 2007. So it's been that long.
Okay, thank you. So as you all probably know at this point, I'm relatively new to Connecticut, so I'm just trying to compare and contrast this reconciliation mechanism to what I was familiar with from the jurisdiction I came from. So I guess my questions are, compared to the other jurisdictions in which Eversource affiliates operate, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, can you speak to the frequency with which administrative adjustments to reconciliation mechanisms are allowed?
Yes. And in Massachusetts, with the exception of the energy rate, it's typically once a year for the electric affiliate in Massachusetts. In New Hampshire, it's twice a year, which goes into effect on generally on February 1st and August 1st. And I'll just note, this is something we've talked about extensively. Ms. Connor has spoken to reviewing the 1,600 plus customer comments filed in this proceeding. We've seen and heard from our customers in a number of ways. Many of them have expressed frustration with this rate change happening in July when usage is increasing. And I think this is something that we should look at. I think this is, we certainly can evaluate alternative timing of the rate change, and certainly with the benefit of now knowing the reaction that we had, I think that certainly would have helped. It would not have eliminated the increase that customers have seen in their bills caused by usage, but they know that. I think that is something that we ought to consider. In balance, though, the concerns that I raised from just a future deferral situation and creating a bigger increase later, I struggle with that as being the solution, but I do think there's things that we should evaluate from a timing perspective. It's what our customers have by and large voiced to us as a concern and a frustration with the process that we followed here. And I don't think that's certainly a plausible consideration. But long answer to your short question, in Massachusetts, it's once a year, and in New Hampshire, it's twice a year, but slightly different timing.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. I appreciate the elaboration. It foreshadowed the second legal brief prompt that I would like to issue to the parties is a briefing on whether the authority has PURA has the legal authority to deviate from the current practice of a semi-annual administrative adjustment to some other option. And if you could identify whether the barriers to that are legislative or administrative, regulatory, that would be helpful.
And Chairman, just a clarifying question. Do you want the legal brief to focus on the delivery component of bills or all components, including the energy supply portion?
I am focused solely on the reconciling components that are, the focus of this legal brief is the reconciling components and the delivery fee.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, and then slight change in topic. I just want to come back to the forecast. I think it was you, Mr. Horton. I understand that the common saying is the only thing that you get right with the forecast is that it's going to be wrong, and I get that. But can you speak to whether the jurisdictions that Eversource operates in, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, whether there is any process by which the Eversource affiliate is held accountable by the regulatory commissions in those states for like a certain deviation from the forecast being incorrect? Does that question make sense?
It does make sense. So, look, going through these processes, I always certainly know that we're held accountable to every aspect of our filing. But I think where you're framing of that question, held accountable in terms of not being allowed to recover costs due to variances in a forecast or actual versus a forecast, I am not aware of that. There's in respect to the question, but there's no way that we could have anticipated what is happening in 2020 when we were devising the forecasts that were filed in December of 19. It is extremely unfortunate, the timing of the rate change, and it's obviously extremely unfortunate the impact that that's having on customers. And so while I do think there's things that I personally feel accountable to, wanting to make sure that we can do going forward to help the process, to help to mitigate those increases. The bottom line and the underlying element of this is these are costs that the company is incurring, and it's a function of the uncertain necessary of the forecast. Again, a long answer. There is nothing that to me would seem fair to be holding us accountable to, forecasting errors, particularly in light of a pandemic. But we certainly always expect to be held accountable to explain ourselves, to present the evidence that we had available to us and what we knew in and should have known at the time in defending those forecasts and, in every element of our case. And these reconciling mechanisms, the nature of them is that they are trued up. And so to the extent there's any over or under recovery, that, it's ensuring that we'll only ultimately recover our actual costs that are demonstrated to be prudently incurred. We try our best to get the forecast right. It's just not possible.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Mr. Horton. I want to dig in a little bit more on the administrative adjustment versus the rate increase. I think during the opening portion of today's public hearing, we heard some questions or comments about notice that was provided or wasn't in this case provided about the rate increases, and also elected officials expressing concern that they weren't prepared or didn't have an opportunity to weigh in. So I think when we use the terminology that this was an administrative adjustment rather than a rate increase, I don't think that's that's not parlance that's readily understood. So I'm just wondering if Eversource can address what education efforts, if any, it's made, or outreach efforts that it's made to elected officials or ratepayers, trying to distinguish the different portions of the bill and the process around administrative adjustments versus rate increases and when people can weigh in. And it's a rather open-ended question, but I'd like any of the witnesses from Eversource to respond, please.
Chairman, if I could, Ms. Connor also can also speak to the question, and then she's currently on mute. If we could please have the authority to unmute her to allow her to comment. And so, thank you, Chairman.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I think you have hit on something that we've internally spent a lot of time on. So these administrative adjustments, we filed those, and we did recognize that they were going to be larger than usual. So what we did to prepare is we prepared our customer service representatives to address the increased usage. We made sure that our staffing was appropriate to handle the call volume. We knew that consumers have been staying at home more and that the residential usage was up. Since then, we have worked to really try to better explain that. We have updated our webpage. There's a new infographic that explains the bill, explains the components of the bill. But I really look to cooperatively work with you and the staff to identify going forward a more wholesome and holistic approach to providing those communications. We did provide and worked with our community liaisons to circle back to communities to explain these, but more needs to be done. I concur.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Connor. Let me just be very blunt in my next question. I've heard, in public comments and other venues that Eversource views the administrative adjustment on July 1 as something that has been reviewed and approved by PURA. I'm looking for a witness from Eversource to comment on whether that is an accurate representation of your feelings on the matter.
I think, as a regulated entity, all of our rates are approved by PURA. But I think and to be fair to PURA, I think this process that we're now undertaking, we made the initial filing in June. At that point in time, we didn't have full visibility into the customer bill impacts that were going to happen. And so certainly PURA didn't either, and the bill impacts being a result of increases in usage. So to the extent, if we are not, using that as a scapegoat or an out to try to put the blame on anybody else's doorstep, I think, again, with the benefit now of of knowing the bill impacts that customers had, the increase that they had, if I could go back in time and provide more information or change the filing to incorporate the full effects that customers would have ultimately experienced, certainly would have done that. I think the benefit of now pausing and having this discussion, it's allowing PURA to go through the process, ask these very thoughtful questions, and get comfort that we are not over collecting our revenues, and even by approving the rates that were filed would not result in that happening.
I appreciate that comment, Mr. Horton, especially the comments about scapegoat. If you would indulge me for a second, just to make a comment that you're free to respond to. I think, speaking solely for myself, I don't want to speak for the other commissioners in this perspective, but I've been very concerned about, the terminology saying that these rate adjustments were reviewed and approved by PURA, because I don't think that that's an accurate representation of an administrative adjustment proceeding as I've come to understand it in my short-term tenure in Connecticut. So if this is a little bit more of a lecture than a comment at this point, but to the extent that we are going to view the semi-annual administrative adjustments as something that are going to be held up as an akin to a rate case proceeding, then I think that we have a different process, that we're going to look at going forward. As I certainly don't think that an administrative adjustment constitutes a review and approval. So I'm happy for you to respond to that. Again, just speaking for myself, but just wanted to put that on the record.
I understand the sentiment. I agree. The rate case, the rate changes that go into effect July and January are not reviewed to the extent of a rate case. A rate case is a several month process. We submit testimony, we respond to thousands of questions, we are subject to audits. It is a completely different process than what happens, and just by the nature of the timing of the filings can happen. I think part of what we view and have learned is exactly what you're saying, is that an outcome of this ought to be to try to have a way to provide more information, either at the initial outset of the filing or through the course of PURA's review, and so that there is a full understanding and appreciation of what goes into them. Certainly cannot be the full, expectation of what happens in a rate case. But so comments that we made were not intended to convey that level of review by PURA to any extent. I think all I'm trying to say is that we are not, just as a regulated utility, we're not able to change our rates without some process, but certainly it's not the level of a rate case process.
And Chairman, I would add, as the company's attorney, we fully recognize and agree with you that the administrative approval is subject to your determination in a contested reconciliation proceeding. So we acknowledge that, Chairman.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to, set the expectation that to the extent that PURA is being held up as having reviewed and approved it, then I think you have a different future in front of us. But at this point, PURA's monopolized the cross-examination time. So while we look over our questions and catch our breath, we're going to turn to other parties that have reserved the right for cross-examination. And starting with the Office of the Attorney General. So I am going to unmute Attorney Wright and Attorney Bidra. If you could raise your hand so I can find you easier. And we're going to turn to cross-examinations.
Excellent. Can you hear me, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present cross-examination today, and thank you to your staff. You've done a very thorough job. In fact, I hope your thoroughness is going to save time with me. I wanted to start this out. Earlier today, the Attorney General issued a a pre-recorded statement. He wishes he could be here, but he's actually camping with his children. So he issued a statement, and that is posted to the PURA's website. In that statement, however, he did make reference to one of the issues that's been presented several times in this proceeding, and that is it was in AG 12, and it's been discussed in the moratorium docket, where CLMP has indicated a willingness to consider a rate stay out for a period of time. And we'd like to be, understand and appreciate the company's ability to be creative in ways to relieve pressure off of its consumers. So what I wanted to do is to get a late file exhibit where you could, and you're welcome to discuss this here as well, but I had some specific questions I was hoping to get answered. And the first is, would the company agree to an 18-month stay out for filing its next rate case, which, as I understand, would be sometime mid-2021? And if you would describe the conditions that you would consider for a rate stay out, or anything that you would not consider for base rates. And in that late file exhibit, I'd like to have some information to be able to quantify what kind of benefit that might make for consumers. So I'd like that to include, for the last 3 rate cases that you have gone through, in your application, you identified a revenue deficiency that you'd seek to, essentially the amount you'd seek to increase in your rates, what the utilities ask was in that rate case. And I'd like to get that on an average basis, or separately broke out is fine. But I'd like you to include what that constituted as a percentage of your bill at the time, and a dollar amount that would be calculated based upon average customer usage, 750 kilowatt hours. I would also like, as part of that rate case, that part of that late file, to get the average amount that was actually approved by the PURA. And again, showing for the last 3 rate cases, and again, showing the percentage of a customer's bill and the dollars that would be impacted from an average usage. And taking that data, if you could, I hope this is clear, I'd like you to project what a 2021 rate application would look like, given the average of the deficiencies identified in each of those previous rate years. I believe in AG 12, the company had specified that the deficiency probably would be in the ballpark of the previous rate applications. There was no reason to suspect it would be different. So if you could identify what a projected revenue deficiency rate case ask would be, and if you could quantify that for the 18 months that we would request you have a rate stay out if it was approved for the PURA. I'll take any questions on that if I wasn't clear about something, or if it didn't make sense, what exactly I was looking for.
Attorney Wright, I apologize. Oh, somebody's giving me feedback there. Hold on. I apologize. I could not write fast enough personally. I didn't mark that down as late file exhibit number 8. I'm wondering if you would be amenable to submitting that just, as an interrogatory in the docket, so we don't mess up the wording or confuse it, and I'll mark it as late file exhibit 8 and allow the company to ask any clarifying questions, but I don't want to mischaracterize what your request is in my shorthand.
Absolutely, I'd be perfectly delighted to do that, and I hope at least the company got a gist of where I was going. And if you have any concerns with that, please let me know now, and I'll incorporate that in our future interrogatory.
I do understand the direction and the gist of where you're going.
Okay.
Just in terms of the stay out, could you just clarify, just so that we can answer it you know, in line with what how you're viewing that, what would be the period we would delay the rate filing until?
I would say an 18-month stay out from the date that you'd be statutorily required to do so, based upon your last rate case filing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And if I could just ask Chairman Gillette, where some of the witnesses are muted, and so is Ms. Borges King, is it possible to have them unmuted?
Yeah, apologize. Okay, so I've got Attorney Borges King unmuted, witness Ludwig, witness Shellnitz, Attorney Pace,
Ms. Penny Connor.
and Ms. Connor. Okay, am I missing anyone?
Nope, I believe that's all. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Oh,
Okay,
Penny's-
so
Ms. Connor's back on mute.
okay,
All set?
Attorney Wright, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Based upon a lot of the commentary that we've heard in this proceeding from the public officials and the many public comments that have come across, there's a lot of concern about rolling in the effects of the Millstone contract. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions about that. First, I think everyone argued clearly before that the circumstances that created the collapse in the prices, in the locational marginal prices in NYSERDA New England that you're selling into. So if you're buying this power at nearly $50 a megawatt hour, and you're selling it at anywhere between 15 and $25 a megawatt hour, that's essentially creating the bulk of this loss. That's fair to say?
Mr. Wright, this is Jim Shuckero. That's correct.
Okay. Now, you also described that the same economic conditions that have caused the prices to collapse have had the collateral benefit to ratepayers, that their standard service, at the very least, would reflect some impact of the same lower LMPs as customers are receiving their power from CLMP?
Yes, that's correct. If you recall, we mentioned that the standard service rate that was in effect on June 30th was 9.4 cents a kilowatt hour, and that declined to 7.4 cents a kilowatt hour for a residential customer effective July 1st.
Okay. I understand this is incredibly difficult to quantify, but would you put that as a dollar for dollar equivalent impact? Would you be able to say that standard service went down by the same percentage that the Millstone contract went down, or is it just too impossible to calculate what that figure might be?
The benefit on the power supply cost side, that associated with the 7.4 cents a kilowatt hour, was actually a greater reduction than the increase in the unexpected additional Millstone costs.
I do understand that it was 2 cents rather than 1.2 cents, but rates do typically go down in July. Would you expect, your best guess, would that have been equivalent write down for the standard service rates for the Millstone rate?
The standard service, as we discussed at the beginning of the afternoon session, includes a number of components. So there was changes to the energy prices. That was one component. That's definitely comparable to the Millstone component because it's all energy. But there are also changes in the downward direction on capacity costs. But I believe there was also some changes in the upward direction of RPS. So the point being is there were a lot of pluses and minuses. So when I looked at it, I was just looking at it from a totality, because that's really what mattered to customers, is that was pleasing to see that the generation service charge went down significantly for a multitude of reasons. And we talked about the unexpected increase in Millstone charge, that at least with those two components, the Millstone charge, which was energy related, and all the elements of the standard service charge we believe customers were just with those two specific items, we're experiencing some reduced costs.
Thank you. Would it be fair to describe the Millstone contract as a hedge against market volatility, unexpected market volatility in this case?
It is, and it works both directions. Right now, we're in a downward side on the energy prices, obviously driven by the pandemic. Over the 10-year term in this contract, there could be times in which energy prices go the other direction. Could be for whatever reasons that are, unknown at this time. And at that point, the energy costs, the impacts, the net costs for Millstone may be less. They could perhaps even be positive. But conversely, the standard service type costs, power supply costs, would go up to reflect the higher energy costs. So it is a kind of what I describe as a seesaw effect. If one goes up, the other goes down, and vice versa.
Okay. But for right now, it's fair to say that this is a strongly anomalous power markets for the prices to have gone down as far as they have?
Incredibly so. Yes.
There's been some discussion at today's hearing about possible ways for the companies to escape their contract obligations. For example, one representative discussed the force majeure provision in the contract. My question really is, would CL&P be in a position to commit to try and renegotiate aspects of the Millstone contract based upon the anomalous market conditions today? And specifically, maybe it's better to describe this in a filing, but if you can answer it today, that's great. It's possible that these anomalous market conditions will unwind themselves. You said the price was still going to be in the upper threes, most likely forecasted to 2021. Would the company be willing to at least approach Millstone to see if the purchase power agreement, instead of running from 2019 to 2020 time, whether the parties might agree that it would be more appropriate to negotiate that figure for 2022 to 2032? I understand there would be substantial reasons for pushback, but considering the level of public concern about these increases, maybe there'd be room for compromise for all parties.
Chairman, if I could respond, I want to make sure that we respond to Mr. White's questions. But since part of the answer calls for a legal interpretation of what's allowed by the contract, with your permission, we'd like to address that topic in the legal brief we submit in response to the prior question of what is allowed under the contract. And we can also respond to Attorney Wright's question with your permission in the same legal brief, if that's acceptable to the chair.
That's acceptable to me that that's addressed in the legal brief. I think the timeline for the briefs is going to be this comparable to the due date for the late file exhibits, which would mean that the information would be available before any late file exhibit hearing if it's required. So I'm inclined to allow the question to be addressed via legal briefs. Attorney Wright, do you want to be heard on that?
Yes, thank you. I completely understand the legal aspects of this and that there are many different potential challenges to raising that. Nonetheless, any party, if it's sufficiently concerned about the value of a contract, is free to renegotiate its terms. And I'm not saying that Millstone would be amenable to negotiating it. I'm asking if you'd be willing to approach them to see if that was something where both parties, Millstone, Eversource, could find a way to get some value out of that. And obviously that would have to be approved by PURA. So in addition to the legal challenges, I would hope that you could answer that question as well.
Thank you. We'll be happy to address that in the brief. And we would also say that if it would help the Attorney General's office and the chair, we could file the brief sooner if that would facilitate the conversation and issues, the review in this docket.
Appreciate that. Let's take up the timeline for the due date for the briefs at the conclusion of the cross-examination.
And obviously, any other creative ideas you have to lessen the impacts of these calls. Those, every other question I had has been asked by staff, so I have no further questions. And I defer to the Consumer Council.
Thank you, Attorney Wright. Did Attorney Bidra have any questions, or that was the questions for the Attorney General's office?
I'm all set, Chairman. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Bidra. So it's 2:50. We are going to take a 5-minute break so that we can. Okay, 5-minute break, and we will resume with cross-examinations conducted by the Office of Consumer Counsel. So a 5-minute break, 2:55. Okay, we are going to go back on the record and resume cross-examination by OCC. Before I turn it over to Attorney Detras, I know that we have quite a number of folks participating in today's hearing, either through the Zoom link or virtually, that may be new to PURA proceedings. So I just want to acknowledge that we appreciate you tuning in. And I just want to reiterate that today's proceeding is about docket number 200101 and the administrative adjustment to certain components of the rate structure. So I know that there are lots of questions swirling about rates generally and the preparation and response to the storms. And I just want to let folks know who are tuning into a PURA proceeding for the first time that it's not that we're not going to ask those questions, but rather because of the evidentiary nature of the proceeding and the need to provide due process and proper notice, that we are going to be taking up that investigation in docket 200803, which will be separately noticed. So thank everyone for their patience. We're going to continue, or we're going to resume the cross-examination, which at this point is going to be from the Office of Consumer Counsel. And I'm going to unmute all the Eversource witnesses and attorneys, as well as Attorney Detras. So give me just 1 second to get everybody unmuted. Unmute. Okay. I think we're all set. So the floor belongs to the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Gillette. Again, Julie Datras for the Office of Consumer Counsel. If I could please request also that Dave Thompson, that he also be unmuted, because we're going to be toggling back and forth with our questions.
Of course. Mr. Thompson, can you please raise your hand? Let me find him. Okay, I found him.
Very good. We're all set?
I believe we're all set.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to start off with some very basic questions. I believe this first set of questions is for Ms. Connor, but I'm happy to have a response from whoever can opine on my question. So we've spoken a little bit about the NBFMCC charges. And could I first ask, those appear as a line item on a consumer's bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how would a consumer know what is included in that charge?
So we have on our website, Understanding My Electric Bill, and we have an infographic that we have provided on there that walks through the different charges and explains them. And so and I'm looking at the bill right now. It's the FMCC charge is listed as its own charge.
Okay.
And we note that these costs are these are costs that promote system reliability, such as generation and support during periods of high demand. So we list each of the charges and explain what they are. This is something that we have done to enhance the communication on our bills and on this administrative adjustment.
Okay. Okay, very good. So all of the components that are included in the FMCC charges are included in your infographic explanation that's now on your website.
No, not all of the puts and takes within that FMCC charge. They are not detailed in the infographic, but certainly something that, as we have reflected on this, and I do want to share with the Chairman Gillette that my sincerest apologies for any misrepresentation. It was not intended to indicate that these changes were reviewed and approved by PURA. In fact, I have confirmed that on our website and in our talking points for our customer service reps, that we specifically say that they are reviewed and adjusted. We never say approved. However, it is something that I will fix and make sure that everyone is clear about, that we will not use that terminology. And I think that we are happy to identify how we might create more transparency on the bill. This is something that I have been a big fan of, creating more transparency on the bill, something that we worked with the OCC on as we created more transparency about the supplier charges, which has been a great benefit to Connecticut. So, but to your point, no, we simply have that more simplistic explanation on our website.
Okay, thank you. And then is the company required to notify customers of increases in the FMCC charges?
These reviews and adjustments that occurred are not communicated, no. And we did provide information and training to our customer service representatives so that they would be prepared. This is something that, as we go forward, I believe is an enhancement that we can make sure that we are providing better and more advanced communication to our customers and to our local municipalities and stakeholders about these changes.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Mr. Thompson has a question on this area, so I'm going to turn this over to him.
Hi, good afternoon. Dave Thompson from the Eversource Consumer Council. As we continue this discussion here, if you turn to AG number 12, please. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Okay. If we just take a look at the box that's displayed, which is similar to the box that to the graph you had earlier today, in the section that's marked Other, which includes all the energy efficiency program, system benefits charge, that's what you're just discussing with Ms. Detters, correct?
Well, this is Doug Horton. I think, so the other, for purposes of that chart there, as well as on the initial slides, it includes a number of different rate elements. On the bill, we list out each of the different rate components, and on the top of the bill, we summarize those components into a chart showing supply and delivery. And so the FMCC delivery component is included in the other. That's the non-bypassable FMCC is included in that other category in the summary chart that we provided there.
Understood. What I was trying to get at is Ms. Connor stated a bit earlier about possible bill redesign, which we've worked for customer transparency before. And I'm wondering if in other jurisdictions that Eversource operates, if it has a billing, a bill that looks similar, that looks closer to, that lists exactly what a lot of these dollars are. For example, instead of lumping it all in with under delivery, and as we're here today, there's a lot of confusion about what's delivery and what are we paying for. If there's the company would be open to a bill redesigned to show a lot of these more specific costs on the bill, so that when a customer looks at it, they'll see a box that says delivery charges. However, they will also see another line item that says this is for energy efficiency or system benefits, or if it could be coined into some other phrase, but what it's going to be legislative mandates or whatever, however the agreed terminology will be. But will you be open to do that? And do you currently have anything like that, whether in Massachusetts or New Hampshire currently?
So we would be very interested in doing that. I'm a big fan of the bill transparency. And we do today have listed on the bill 8 subcomponents in that delivery charge. However, as Mr. Horton explained, some of those specifics have more than 1 or 2 components to them. So in the other jurisdictions subject to check, I believe they also have similar situations where there may be multiple adjustments occurring in a specific line item. I do want to clarify that while our infographic on the website does not define FMCC in a great amount of detail, we do provide that information on the back of our stub. So the actual bill does provide more detail about the FMCC. So I did want to clarify that, but I am very open to that. I think transparency is important.
And I agree, but I think, again, just from what we're hearing, the information might be there, but it's not hitting the eyes of our customers. And we need to do whatever is necessary to get them to see as much as possible. If you think that you have either a Massachusetts and or New Hampshire bills that has more clearer information on it, I would like to submit those for a late file on this record so we can have a further conversation to develop a more transparent bill based on whatever is there. And may I have Chairman Gillette, would that be possible to get a late file, please?
Yes, so late file exhibit 9 is a representative bill from Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I don't know if you, Mr. Thompson and Attorney Detris, I don't know if you saw my note, but when I have you both unmuted at the same time, I'm getting really bad echo. So I'm just going to toggle between the two of you. I'm sorry about that.
I think I've fixed that now. I've got a headset and.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
We appreciate that, Madam Chair. We're in the same room, opposite ends of the table. Okay, thank you. So our next line of questioning, we're going to go through interrogatory responses, and beginning with the Attorney General's interrogatories. Mr. Thompson, did you have a question for AG 2 or 3?
Yes, I do. On AG number 2, towards about 2/3 down, beginning with basically this factor, Millstone was responsible for 91% of the FMBC rates. We talked earlier about those, and a fair chunk of what you talked about was the decrease in load. Would someone like to expand on that and say what it is, how much it is? And I know we've heard a bit before about just the decrease in load, but what do you think is driving it, the decrease in load?
Mr. Shuckero, do you want to address that? Or is that Mr. Lugwood better for you?
I can speak to that. Are we talking about peaks here or sales?
Sales. Well, the AG2 is referring to the FMBCC rate change, and we're talking here about the Millstone shortfall represents 91%. So on that, we're talking the price discrepancy between the 5 cents and the LMP, basically.
So you're asking more just to elaborate as to what's driving that discrepancy.
That is correct.
This is Mr. Shuckero. I'll take a shot at that. And, Mr. Lugwood could jump in with regards to the sales numbers. Really going back to the design of the market structure within New England. It's based on, market prices are based on the last kilowatt hour produced, marginal kilowatt hour. Generally speaking, those are natural gas combined cycle facilities. And we're to the point where the now that with loads having been decreased during the height of the pandemic, that the least expensive, most efficient combined cycles were operating. Most importantly was the commodity price for natural gas, and that had declined significantly just because natural gas usage has been down throughout the United States. That drove the LNP prices to be low, very low, if not the lowest by historical standards, really through the months of March through into June and perhaps July.
Thank you. Additionally, the forecast that you mentioned in, I believe, AG3, which is a confidential, but do you use that rate for anything except for the forecast for the Millstone contract, or do you use it for other purposes?
We use that for the Millstone contract. We use it for all the other long-term purchase power agreements that are also incorporated into the non-bypassable charge. So we have a consistent set of values, basically determining the net cost or benefit of all the long-term contracts.
So the implications for the discrepancy between that forecast and the actual isn't just limited to this contract, but to other areas of your business, correct?
Correct. And as Mr. Shelnick would have the details with regards to all the components, but the dominant component by megawatt hours is Millstone. The other long-term PPAs aren't close to the magnitude of megawatt hours.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to look at the response number 5. I don't think I was unmuted. I am going to look at AG5, your response to AG5, please. Okay, so actually this is AG5 because it also references AG2 in your response to AG5. So I'm going to go back and forth between those two for a question. So in AG5, Eversource responded, the total amount of cost for Millstone for 2020 that would have been recovered through the combination of the January 1, 2020 to June 30, 2020 and July 1, 2020 to December 31, 2020 NBFMCC rates was $199.8 million. In AG2, you talked about a portion of those costs were attributed to higher than expected Millstone output. Do you have the dollar amount?
I think Mr. Shelnitz is the witness on AG2 and AG5.
Yeah, can I just ask you what the question is again?
Sure.
Just want to make sure I'm clear.
If you had the dollar amount of the $199.8 million, do you have the dollar amount attributed to the higher than expected Millstone output?
For the output, okay, not the LMP price difference, but the output.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I do believe I have that. If you just give me a second here to find it.
And if you don't have it handy, if it's acceptable to the chair, a late file exhibit would be fine.
We certainly can do it in a late file or wait, whichever is your preference.
So that's late file 10?
Yeah.
Can you restate that one more time, please, Attorney Davis?
So, Madam Chair, the OCC is looking for the dollar amount attributable, easy for me to say, to the higher than expected millstone output of the 199.8 million in the NBFMCC rate.
Okay, not to answer the question for the witness, but is that the same late file exhibit I asked for earlier to explain that differential of the 124 million? Are we talking about two different things?
I believe they're different.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that the output is going to be a subset of that 124 million.
Right.
So, but yeah, we can answer it in a late file.
Okay.
Thank
you. The subset attributable to the higher than expected output from Millstone.
Correct.
Okay, great. Late file exhibit 10.
Thank you. Then I don't have anything else for AG 5. I believe Mr. Thompson has something for AG 6.
I need to be unmuted. Oh. Hi, I think this might be for Mr. Shelnitz. Just a minute ago, I was having a conversation with Mr. Shakaro about the contract price of Dominion. And I'm looking at AG6, and it talks about the price convergence, so to speak. Do you think there's an optimal price for the LMP where both the Dominion contract and the LMP would get to a certain price that would be in the best interest of ratepayers? Because I know as LMP goes up, the cost of energy goes up, but at the same time, the return on the contract is also maximized. So is there a point there that ratepayers would be better off?
And by return on the contract, you mean?
Well, okay, the LMP, the market price.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Mr. Shakaro might have a market-based response for that.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, a tough question to answer. We did talk about earlier how as energy costs change, either in the upward or downward direction, the impact on the Millstone contract changes, and conversely, there could be a lowering or a raising of the standard service price. Exactly at what point there would be a balance are we talking about where the net cost would be zero? I guess you could do algebraically try to come up with an answer, but it's very subjective. Because you're looking at, first of all, a contract that goes for 10 years. Standard service changes every 6 months. Along with the Millstone contract, besides the energy, the 100% of the environmental attributes were, which is basically associated with zero carbon energy production, have been assigned to Eversource and United Illuminating. So there's a lot of moving parts here to try to come up with your answer. So.
Okay, thank you. You actually touched on a very important part that I haven't heard discussed today. How would you, based on experience, and I believe that we have some contract right now, how, just generally speaking, how would you compare the Dominion contract to other zero carbon resources?
I'd almost have to put that into two categories with regards to the Dominion contract and other new resources that have to get built. New resources like offshore wind, inland wind, they're more expensive. They can be in the 7, 8, 9 cent kilowatt hour range. Not necessarily an apples and apples comparison, because Millstone has been built and operating and doesn't need financing. And we're looking at contracts that can go 20 years versus 10 years. So there's not a exact comparison. So it's really a tough question to answer, because you're looking at something that's new, existing, a shorter term contract, and you're comparing that against basically new resources that have to be built from the ground, that require financing, and that would have significantly long terms.
And would the contracts operate in the same sense where these wind contracts would also be sold into the NEPOOL market? Correct.
All these long-term PPAs would be monetized in the exact same manner.
So let's, for example, so should something come on, let's say if there was a contract coming on next year that we had, let's say 7 cents versus the approximate 5 cents, the ratepayers would still be about 2 cents worse off than they are based on this current scenario, correct?
You're correct using those numbers, and based on the value of energy that we're predicting next year, there would be a net cost to customers. But one of the differences that with the offshore, for example, it was hypothetically an offshore wind contract, with those you also get class 1 RECs. Those RECs can be monetized, and that would help offset the cost, and it'd be a function of what the market value, both for energy and for the class 1 renewable energy credits. So the combination of those two, based on market prices, may put you in a different position with regard to those contracts versus Millstone, which is not an eligible class 1 Connecticut resource.
And just bear with me for just a little bit longer. Assuming that we had this coming online next year, what do you know approximately what REC prices are forecast for next year?
Yeah, currently the REC price market for 2021 is about in the 4.5 cent a kilowatt hour range.
Okay, so
I must stress though that's a very volatile market, and if we have this conversation 6 months from now, the number could vary from what I just shared with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your response.
Thank you. Looking next at Eversource's response to AG7, please. I believe that's Mr. Shelnitz. Okay.
I have that.
Thank you. In that response, Eversource opines that the practice of deferring collection of costs is not necessarily the best alternative for customers. Could you explain that in a bit greater detail, what you mean there?
Well, I think what we mean is that, if you do defer the cost, there is a carrying charge that accrues to that amount. And then that you can have a pancaking effect because as the next year's costs are reconciled to their revenues, you may have an under recovery in that year's costs, and now you've added an additional deferral from a prior year. So you get a pancaking effect where the deferral keeps building, and as it builds, you wind up in a worse position for the customer, and with a higher level of carrying costs on it.
Okay, thank you. And by pancaking, you mean just layering and layering and layering of additional costs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then based on experience, do you expect the generation service charge to increase on January 1, 2021?
This is Mr. Shuckrow. With regards to the generation service charge, January 1st, the answer is yes.
Okay.
We've procured already about 70% of that, so we haven't completed that. Yeah, there would be from what we know right now, there would be a modest increase from where we currently are at.
Okay. And Chair Gillette, if we could please request historical information on generation service charge. So generation service charge information for the past 5 years, broken down by year.
Yes, Mr. Shuck wrote here, that'd be no problem to provide that.
Okay, so that's late file exhibit number 11. And if I could just clarify, we mean the last 5 calendar years, so
Yeah,
2015 through 2019.
Precisely.
Okay, so those are in half-year increments. And then do you want them for each customer class, or are you looking specifically at residential or?
Residential, please. Through 2020, please. Through January, the first half of 2020.
Okay, Mr. Shukro, is that request clear?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, do you have a question to this AG response?
No.
Okay. Then I believe on to AG 10, please. That's Mr. Ludwig.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So in this response to the interrogatory, you state that more people were in their homes in June due to COVID effects such as unemployment, working remotely, etc. Do you have any statistical data about the number of people in their homes compared to pre-COVID times?
We do not have any detailed statistics around that number, no. Not that I'm aware of.
Does Eversource expect to collect that data?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Also, in the second part of the response to AG 10, it states that commercial and industrial usage was lower during the past period. How does commercial and industrial usage impact residential ratepayers?
If I could jump in.
Sure.
This may be, and I think this was one of the questions that Chairman Gillette had been asking about earlier, so it may be addressed in one of the late files that we
Okay.
had been asked.
Anecdotally, could you speak to that?
Sure. Well, in the context of a rate case, when we establish rates for all rate classes, in a rate case, we conduct a cost of service study and we allocate the total costs to the rate classes based on the results of that study.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that regard, our total costs for the service, which are reviewed in the context of a rate case, is one outcome of a rate case, but also is the way that we allocate those costs to the various customer classes. That's in a rate case. In other words, in a rate case, the relative contribution of each class does affect the other, because the classes are essentially, customers are working together to pay the total cost of the system. Chairman Gillette's question asked to understand more about how does that work in the context of these reconciliation filings, where the total costs are then allocated to the rate classes in each of the reconciliation filings. But then what I need to clarify, and we'll be doing as part of the late file, is just following that through. Now that we see one customer class is using significantly more, another significantly less, that's really what the late file will be explaining in better detail. How does that affect the customer classes?
Sure. And on a much more basic level, if the C&I usage is significantly lower than expected, what would happen to the residential rates? How would that impact the residential rates?
Well, in the normal course of filings, if any one class were significantly lower, so if CNI usage were significantly lower, residential were unchanged as compared to when the rate was set. Let me step back. For these reconciliation filings, we're designing the rate to recover a forecast of the revenue requirement that, or the costs that the rates are being designed to collect. So if we need to collect $100 million and we're building a rate to collect that $100 million over a year, we're then allocating that cost out to the various customer classes in order to establish the rate to recover it, recover the $100 million. If then through actual usage over the course of a year, if the commercial and industrial class of customers, let's say their contribution to the 100 million was forecast to be 20, if they only contributed 10 million because they used less than was in our forecast, that $10 million under recovery by the commercial industrial class would then be recovered through the normal course of the reconciliation filing, at which time it would be spread to all customer classes. So in that way, if a single customer class were to cause an overall increase or decrease in the level of revenues that we recover for these reconciling factors, all else equal, that would result in an increase to residential customers in the following year. But exactly how that works, again, that's more what I want to be able to explain in the late file.
Okay, thank you.
To confirm, Mr. Horton, that's what you're talking about for late file exhibit 6. And Attorney Dittress, I just want to make sure you weren't asking him to supplement anything that I asked about earlier in that late file. Okay.
No, Madam Chair, thank you. Okay. Do you have anything? Okay. We're going to go back to AG 12. I know we were there before, but I have one follow-up question, please.
Yeah, I'm going to have 13.
So AG 12, I believe that's Mr. Shelnitz again.
I have that.
Okay. So a long response in AG 12, and I'm going to try to get to my point as succinctly as I can. So in this response, you speak about 4 rate components, and one of them is the other component that comprises 20% of the bill. And then later in the narrative, you speak of the rate factor to recover social policy costs. You see where I am?
Yes.
It's on page rate factors to recover social policy costs.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are these costs, the rate covers to recover social policy costs, are these the costs that are included in the other component that is referenced in the earlier chart?
The first one is, yes, the second one and the third one and the fourth one. Yes, they're all in the other component.
Okay. And if you could oblige me, could you tell me what you might expect based on your experience to happen with these costs over the next 5 years?
Well, I do know that there is that there are some more clean energy PPAs that are coming in the future. So I would expect that there could be some increase due to those. I'm not aware of any that are falling off in the near term, that are expiring in the near term.
Okay.
So that said, I mean, just based on the PPAs, the new PPAs that may come online over the next few years, that would be upward pressure. However, it's hard to say what's going to happen with the market prices and the LMP that we'll be able to sell that generation for in the market, and whether or not that will help to offset any of those additional costs.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, do you have anything on this? AG 12. You have a question on AG 13? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thompson.
Actually, as we get to AG 13, I'm not sure if it was Mr. Shelnitz or Mr. Ludwig that provided the weighted average cost of capital earlier at 8.98%.
Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry, we're picking you up from, there we go.
Okay, thank you. Regarding AG 13, earlier someone provide the weighted average cost of capital as 8.98. Is that?
Yes, I provided that, and actually, I'd like to actually make a point of clarification that was a pre-tax weighted average cost of capital. It actually results in an after-tax cost of capital of 7.09%. So I just didn't want there to be any confusion about that.
That was my question. That exactly was my question as to whether that was pre-tax. Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
There are various areas that we talked about, cost deferrals and for various time frames and a carrying cost. Is it possible to get a late file, just a single place that we can put all these potential deferrals? There's this discussion about the $50, $100, and $150 deferral, also the 24-month deferral on the LNS. Is it possible to get a summary of all the proposed deferrals and see a total dollar cost of the additional cost of all these deferrals?
So it'd be the 24-month recovery of the LNS, the revenue decoupling mechanism, and the MBFMCC.
That's correct. Just because they seem to be all over the place, and you just like to get them in one place where you can say, okay, if we do this, this is the total dollar impact that we're going to be adding to customer bills over the next number of years or months.
Understood. Yes, we can do that. And just one thing to, if I might just for one moment while we're there. So one of the things that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about today, and I don't need us to, but one thing to just note with regard to application of the excess deferred income taxes, that's a credit that's currently in rates. So if we were to accelerate that credit for customers to offset recovery of another charge, when that happens and we accelerate that credit will no longer be able to be reflected in rates. And so it's a nuance of rate making that the absence of a credit will then result in an increase to customers. So I think what I would do is within that response, we can elaborate on that and explain the impact of that as well, because that's a consideration to weigh in here, I think.
I was going to get into that part of it also, the rate implications of accelerating any costs that are currently being deferred over a longer period of time. So that's great. Thank you. And one more question. What about, I think there might have been some discussion earlier on that for the transmission and for the TAC also. Has there been, the tax adjustment that leads to the EBITs been reflected in the transmission rates as yet?
You're asking, has the 2018 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act or 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that reduced the federal income tax rate, has that been reflected in transmission rates?
Yes, and well, I know it would for the current rates, but what about the amortization of that EBIT also?
I know there has been activity. I just am not, it has not been reflected yet. We have filed it with FERC effective January 1, 2021.
Okay. Can we get, Do you know what those annual dollar amounts would be?
Are you asking for transmission?
Yes.
I do not. In a late filed, we could
Sure.
provide more information.
I'd appreciate it. And in that late file also, any thoughts about what the dollar amounts would be and possibly using it would, if possible, because I'm not sure, because it's based on FERC's jurisdiction, if you're allowed to accelerate it to offset rates also. So could you also add that to your response in there?
Yes, we'll include that in the late filed. Yes.
Okay, believe that will be late file 12.
No, sir, I believe that was late file exhibit 13. 12
yes.
Was I think the rate implications of EDIT, if I was following, and late file exhibit 13 are the dollar amounts of what exactly the transmission. I wasn't following your request.
Based on the transmission charges, basically trying to get the same information for using the transmission EBITS dollars in a shorter term.
We will elaborate in that late file to describe the manner it's being treated at FERC, and to provide the annual amounts.
Okay. Thank you. Are you fine, Chairman?
Yes, I'm just wondering if I don't interrupt your flow too much here, Mr. Thompson, can I tag on to late file exhibit 13? I think a narrative explaining the lag between the federal tax cuts and the consumer transmission benefits as part of that late file exhibit could be helpful.
Certainly, I can't elaborate now, so we'll address that as well in the late file.
Yes, I thank you, because I know there's a time lag between when it goes into effect and for the true up at the end of the year. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple questions left. It shouldn't take too much longer. We're now switching over to the responses to EL's interrogatories. Oh, and I'm going to look at the response, or I'm referencing the response to EL 1 first. I believe that's Mr. Shelnitz.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Just to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, in EL's question, they refer to Exhibit 5. And just to clarify, that's Exhibit 5 from Eversource's June 19th, 2020, filing a proceeding to establish total July 1, 2020 rates, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the Exhibit 5 is labeled non-bypassable FMCC rate calculation July through December 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Very good. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Do you have this same data as it's broken out in Exhibit 5 on the FMCC for the past 3 years? Maybe not with you today, but if we could request it as a late file.
Well, specifically, the data in this data request was the Millstone data. So that was only went into effect in October of 2019.
Okay.
But we do have it from October 9th, 2019 forward.
Okay. So regarding page 1 of 4 of Exhibit 5. Do you have that data?
For all the items in the exhibit?
Yes.
For LMPs and the pricing?
Yes.
That it was priced out?
Yes.
Yes, I mean there's data behind the numbers. Yes, we have the data.
Okay, could we request a late file exhibit for this for the past 5 years? So a similar exhibit for what you had, excuse me, I misspoke, for the last 3 years?
May I just ask, are you requesting a similar exhibit to what is Exhibit 5, 1 of 4?
Yes, the first page.
The first page, that for the
Yes.
last 3 years?
Yes.
Okay,
Broken down by half if possible. So first half, second half for the past 3 years.
Okay, so broken down by half. So the past 3 years being, you're looking for 18, 19, 20.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, that was Exhibit 5 attached to which interrogatory?
Exhibit 5, it's actually from their filing, June 19th, 2020 filing. We're only looking for the first page of Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Similar data provided on the first page for the past 3 years.
Okay, thank you. So that's late file exhibit number 14, please.
Yeah. Thank you. And similarly, do you have projected data to that same page? So Exhibit 5, page 1, for 2021, 2022. And if so, we'd like to request it as a late file.
We have projections for some of the items. For the PPAs, I believe we have projections, but there's other items in this that we do not have projections for, beyond 1 year.
Okay, so if you could file what you have.
Yes.
Thank you.
And again,
if
can I
that
just
could be 15 or
yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelnitz, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to ask, so you'd like projections for, if we have it, you would like projections for how many years?
For 2021, 2022.
2021 and 2022. Okay. Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, that was late file exhibit 15.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, anything to EL1? Mr. Thompson, anything to EL2? Okay. Chair Gillette, if we could have just a second to confide to make sure we're finished. Okay, we're all set. Thank you very much.
Muted myself. That concludes your cross Office of Consumer Counsel. Yeah.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next on today's agenda is cross-examination from Dominion Energy Nuclear of Connecticut. Attorney Bogan, I note that you reserve the right. So if you can raise your hand, I will get you unmuted.
Very good.
David Bogan, I see you, Attorney Bogan. Okay, Attorney Bogan, are you with us?
I am with you, Chairman Gillette. Thank you. The little raise your hand icon wasn't there. You'll be happy to know that I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bogan. Let me turn to Attorney Rigney or Walters from Deep. Let me see if you have any, oh, dropped in my papers. Here we go. Attorney Rigney, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. I don't have any cross-examination this time. We may have some questions on the late file exhibits, but nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe the last party is Attorney Malone on behalf of Wyndham Solar and Alco. So let me turn to Attorney Malone. Okay, I think I've unmuted you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this brief. I just have a few topics to cover. On slide number 1 that we saw at the beginning of the hearing, 4.651 cents is allocated to the other category. Is there a document that in plain language that ratepayers can understand explains what all the components are of that? Because when I look at Exhibit 5 that Eversource filed on June 19th in this docket, just on the MBF MCC, there's 23 items that basically have no explanation that a ratepayer could understand where their money goes.
Ms. Connor had referenced some materials that we provide both on the bill and on our website. And so there is information that's out there, but as we've acknowledged, there's more to be done. The rates are complex, to understand even for somebody like myself who does this for a living. It's hard for customers to understand, what's on the bill through no fault of their own. So I think there's probably more that we could do to help with that. I do think there's materials that we've prepared. I'm just not have at my fingertips to know how that's made available to customers today. But we've certainly spent time internally working through explanations and working together to try to get information that's transparent and complete, but also able to be understood for, somebody to understand what each of the components comprise.
Well, is it possible in this proceeding to get that kind of explanation from the company?
Oh, certainly.
Because
absolutely.
when I look at some of the line items, one is a contract for differences. I doubt any ratepayer can guess as to what that is.
Absolutely. And so you're asking just for, more detailed explanation of what are the charges that we have included in the other charges category, as well as an explanation of what those charges represent.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm basically on a category by category basis. The way you've outlined them in that Exhibit 5, at least for the MDF MCC charges.
So just to make sure that we're providing the appropriate level of detail for you there, what I was envisioning your question is we've got all of the detailed charges that we charge for purposes of presentation at the outset of this meeting. We had grouped them into categories. And so really within the other, the transmission and the distribution, there are multiple charges that we've summed together to get to those.
Right, that's right.
So I was expecting to provide the detail kind of behind that first chart to show what are all the rates that we have grouped together into the categories, along with an explanation of what each is recovering. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think would help under each category that you list to give a narrative that ratepayers could they could understand.
Yes.
Now, on June 19th, in this docket, you filed an Exhibit 8 that describes the breakdown between all the services. And rate number 1, which is the residential electric service, in the functional category in that spreadsheet, you list out various categories of, I guess, what the rate goes to. And for the renewable energy category, there's only 0.1 cent per kWh. So does that mean that out of the 23.116 cents that ratepayers pay, only 0.1 cents goes to renewable energy?
No. That sheet shows how essentially the detail behind each of the categories by rate component. And so, there are other elements that I would consider to be renewable energy that are reflected in other rate components. The renewable energy charge that's listed there is a specific rate.
What's that rate for? That specific rate?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question, Attorney Malone.
Oh, what is that specific rate for?
Let me just confirm that. That is a statutory renewable energy fund that establishes that rate at that level.
Okay, thank you. All right. You talked about the transmission adjustment clause, RNS and LNS earlier. And on Exhibit 4 that you filed on June 19th, those are the three largest numbers. And you talked about how those are calculated based on peaks. Now, the regional network service, that's calculated basically on the monthly peaks. Is that correct?
It's calculated on an annual 12 CP rate.
What does that mean?
I believe that's the 12 coincident peaks.
Right.
On a monthly basis.
Right, okay. And what about the LNS? How is that calculated?
That, I believe, is calculated in the same manner.
Okay. And what about the transmission component of it? What peaks is that calculated on?
Just so that I'm clear, which portion of the filing are you looking at for that question?
Exhibit 4, June 19th, 2020. Line 18 lists regional network service. Line 17, local network service. And you explain what those are based on. Then line 10 talks about transmission expenses. And you said those were based on peaks.
Those rely on the 12 CP.
12 CP, okay. All right. So one of the items that's in the Exhibit 5 we just talked about is a cost for shared clean energy facilities. It's on line 42, $754,000. Do you know how that's calculated?
I'm familiar with the program. I'm not as familiar with the details of how that's calculated. Mike, are you able to speak to that?
I'm not positive about the calculation methodology for that one.
All right, well, on that, is it correct to say that the energy that you get from the facilities in that program, you just resell in the ISO market?
I'm really not familiar with the mechanics of the program.
Okay. What about line 39, non-contract qualifying facilities? Do you resell the energy you get from those facilities in the ISO market?
I am not aware. I'm not sure if another on the panel has that information.
So there's a couple of items in that line item. There are some small facilities that we have to pay for their output, and yes, that would be that output would serve as, I believe, load reducers in ISO New England. And then the other major component of that line item is the net metering that goes on from basically, rooftop solar and other net metering arrangements, and that is what is in there in that non-contract qualifying facilities line item.
Okay, so you introduced the concept to my next question, which is an ISO New England load reducer. When I look at the standard service and last resort service contracts that eventually get approved in this docket, I don't see any accounting for the energy produced by load reducers as actually reducing the load, such as the qualifying facilities that are small facilities. Now, have you ever looked at treating all types of facilities that would in fact qualify as load reducers, not in terms of selling the energy in the ISO New England market, which is bad for ratepayers, but for actually reducing the load and saving on transmission adjustment clause costs, RNS, and on the LNS, because those costs are based on load and peak load, and these small facilities would reduce that load.
We asked Mr. Malone to please restate the question just to ensure that we can respond within the scope of his intervention.
Sure. So the basic, or at least the way I see things, in terms of the way that these small facilities get their energy treated, is that Eversource resells it in the ISO New England market. The bad part of that is that Eversource doesn't save for ratepayers the benefit of those facilities being treated as load reducers. So my question is to what extent, say, do these small facilities end up reducing RNS, LNS, and the transmission costs when you calculate peaks?
I'll say that at least from my perspective, this is beyond the scope of what I'm prepared to speak to today. I'm certainly open to taking it back as a late file so that we can, incorporate input from the right experts within the company, if that's acceptable to you and to the chairman.
Certainly acceptable to me. I mean, the focus of my question is basically the way these facilities are accounted for. It seems to be spending ratepayers' money for no reason, and foregoing the benefit of a load reducer in ISO New England. But I'm happy to receive that as a late filed exhibit.
Sure. If I could, I apologize, Chairman. Go ahead.
I was going to note that we're up to late file exhibit 17, but I'm happy to hear from you, Attorney Pace.
I was just going to ask Mr. Horton and Mr. Shuckero, is the request from Mr. Malone clear? Do you require any further clarification to ensure we provide the information being requested?
This is Mr. Shuckero, an area that I'm vaguely familiar with, so I think I understand the question, and I think we just have to bring it back to the company and get the right experts to opine.
Okay. All right, so my next question involves a tax cut that occurred in 2017. It's my understanding that in Massachusetts, the company passed through that benefit to ratepayers in Massachusetts early last year. Is that correct?
Are you talking about for distribution rates in Massachusetts from the distribution rate case?
Well, I only looked at the press release, so I don't, from the
Okay,
company.
then
So, yeah, so I don't know
imagine that.
what case that was in.
Yeah, so we're passing that credit back now to customers in Connecticut on the distribution side, similar to what that press release would have talked about in Massachusetts. It's in rates, customers are getting the benefit. What we have offered here as a potential solution to explore is for a certain component of that, it turns around over a number of years, but has less restrictions from an IRS perspective around how quickly we could credit that in customer rates. And so we have again offered as a potential to explore to accelerate that credit to customers. It's customer money and they're getting it either way. It's just in light of COVID and the impacts on customers. And we've also discussed this in other jurisdictions as well, Massachusetts and New Hampshire, frankly, to try to help customers through this time as a way to accelerate that credit. So, but it is in rates on the distribution side in Massachusetts and in Connecticut.
Okay. The next topic, and this will be brief, is on the transmission costs. When I looked at the website or the company's website to see the transmission projects that the company is engaged in, there were 3 in Connecticut, but 17 in Massachusetts. So is there anything that a Connecticut ratepayer can see to determine whether they're disproportionately paying for transmission in other states?
As I said at the outset, I think I said at the outset, the distribution, or excuse me, the transmission network is a regional network. And so there are investments made throughout the region, and CLMP picks up its proportion of those costs based on its load ratio share. And so although the investments may happen in other parts of New England, they're investments that support the transmission network. And then the essentially customers who are using that network, the cost recovery is designed so that they pick up their share of those costs.
I understand that's the cost recovery, but my question is more of, it looks like, at least if you go to your website, since there's 17 projects in Massachusetts and only 3 in Connecticut, that Connecticut ratepayers are bearing a disproportionate cost in terms of what's being improved. Like, there's not being an improvement made to the grid in Connecticut, but there's certainly a lot of improvement being made to Massachusetts.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah, so is there anything that explains how these costs fall on Connecticut ratepayers in terms of, if you spend X dollars in Massachusetts, how much of that is falling on Connecticut ratepayers?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with the categorization that the system in Connecticut is not being upgraded. And I'm also not familiar with the projects that you're looking at to be able to speak to that in an informed way. Beyond what I said, that the network is regional, there are investments made throughout the region. It delivers the power. The network delivers the power for the region, and then the costs are allocated. And so, although there may be projects in place or under construction in one area versus another, they're all for the regional aspect of things. They're all intended to solidify and improve the reliability and resiliency of the grid as a whole.
Right, I understand that. But is there a calculation that shows the total you spent on all these, how much went to projects in Connecticut, and how much Connecticut ratepayers are paying for, say, the proportionate amount of what went into Connecticut versus the other states?
I think I've taken as far as I can on this. Again, I know we are up to 17 or 18 late files, but I would be happy to try to take that back to elaborate on what information is available and that we could provide.
Okay, I appreciate that. That'd be fine. So my last question or line of questions involves the actual Millstone agreement itself. The approval of that agreement that was received by the companies from the authority cautioned the company to clearly think about how the resale could impact ratepayers. And if I'm a ratepayer that does not take standard service, I guess I'm wondering why you would not resell the Millstone Energy to your standard service customers, as opposed to selling it in the market where ratepayers realize a loss. And then those same electrons are bought back by other companies that then resell it to ratepayers at the market price plus their own markup. So did the company look at the possibility of reselling the Millstone Energy to its own customers that get standard service and last resort service?
Chairman Gillette, if I could weigh in, Mr. Malone's question raised a legal issue, which is the statute that authorized the Millstone Power Purchase Agreement makes clear that costs are to be passed through as a non-bypassable charge to all customers, including those on standard service and those who take competitive retail supply. We'd be happy to add, as part of the brief you requested on the Millstone PPA, a discussion of the impact of the law on the options available to the company in terms of how the power can be used.
Yeah, I have one point on that, is that Attorney Pace is correct that that's what the statute says for the net costs. My question focuses on what the net cost should be, whether the net cost should be calculated the way that the company proposes, which is selling it in the ICE and New England market, or whether the net cost should be calculated based upon whether they should have sold it elsewhere, like to their own customers under standard service and last resort service. I agree that whatever those net costs end up being, then can be passed through under the statute to all customers. But that's a much different calculation than what's being done right now.
Chair Gillette, in all due respect, the company's view would be that the statute provides direction on the options available for how the energy would be used for the Millstone PPA, and to ensure a full discussion of the issue in the record, we're happy to address that in the brief you requested.
Thank you. I think this is an appropriate topic for the brief. So, the prompt being the legal or the effect of the law on the resale options. So, I think Attorney Malone, it sounds like your perspective is the law does not limit resale options. So I would invite you and others to flesh that out in the brief. So I've got a couple of prompts for that brief at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
That ends my questioning, and thank you for providing me the time to ask questions, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Malone. Okay, so we believe that's all the parties. So I just had 2 cleanup items as we were going through. And then we'll cover next steps, and then we'll move into the public comment portion of today's proceeding. So I just want to confirm I have 18 late file exhibits noted. In walking through the authorities' questions, if I could ask Mr. Horton on late file exhibit 16, which Attorney Malone requested, and I wrote down as an explanation of the material on slide 1 of Eversource's presentation, like a narrative and the underlying rates and categories. One of my questions, which I overlooked earlier, was if I could supplement that late file exhibit just to be clear that the 20% of the bill that is shown on your slide as being attributable to the cost of Connecticut laws and policies. I just want to be clear that that late file exhibit response would reflect information about like what portion is attributable to Connecticut taxes and like that's going to show up there. Is that accurate?
Well, we didn't break out in that component. If you're thinking of taxes, say that property tax expense that CLMP recovers as a cost of its distribution service. So there's approximately $200 million in property tax expense that CLMP recovers through rates and is reflected in that, back to that first chart, the bottom dark green distribution rate. We included that in that chart. That's in the distribution line item, and there are other taxes in that line item.
Okay. If in responding to late file exhibit 16, if we can make sure that it's transparent which portion is attributable to taxes, I appreciate that. And then I just had one cleanup question. I think this is going to seem out of place, but so just confirming the Millstone contract is a 10-year PPA, correct? That might be to Mr. Shukaro.
Yes, that's correct, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And other PPAs that have been entered into, as that would show up in the state policy chunk of slide 1, those have varying lengths, anywhere between 10 and 20 years. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for the clarity of the record, can you provide a articulation of why we enter into these long-term contracts? I know that I'm asking you a little bit about a legislative intent. That's not entirely my intent. Just if you can articulate the justification for entering into long-term contracts ranging from 10 to 20 years.
Yes, we can do that.
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to provide that in a late?
I thought that was part of a late file. Apologize. It really depends upon the resources. Generally speaking, the longer term contracts are for the new resources. Just want to refresh all our memories that basically process for selection of the I'll call it the long-term PPA, zero carbon contracts. They really fall out of a process that's really triggered by the legislation. The legislation obviously has a myriad of objectives they're trying to accomplish. Once the legislation is passed, really the next step is DEEP is responsible for running the RFP and doing the evaluation. The EDCs, Eversource and UI, are definitely advisors to DEEP. Eventually, DEEP will determine which contracts they think are in the best interest of customers to Connecticut. And at that time, they will basically inform the companies of who they selected as the winning bidders. And it would then be our responsibility to finalize the contractual terms and to then present those to the PURA for their approval.
Thank you, Mr. Shukaro. Let me ask, and my colleagues, Vice Chairman Bukoski and Commissioner Karen, are on the hearing. So, gentlemen, if you have any questions that weren't asked and you want to raise your hand, I'll unmute you. And then I think all that leaves us with is next steps and then moving into the public comment. Late file exhibits are slated to be due by 4 p.m. on September 1st. And I would suggest that the legal briefs can be due the same day and time. And the briefs I'm talking about are the prompts that are articulated during today's evidentiary hearing. And the late file exhibit hearing, if it's requested, would be held by Zoom and is tentatively scheduled for September 10th. And by tentatively, I just mean, late file exhibit has to be requested. So it's slated for September 10th. Are there any questions from the parties about these next steps before we move into public comments?
Chairman Gillette, this is Attorney Borges King. Can I just have a moment to confer with my colleague, Attorney Pace, regarding the schedule?
Yes, and Attorney Borges King, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and lower all the witnesses' hands. I'm going to lower everyone's hands, so if there's an attorney representing a party and you were trying to respond to my prompt there about whether there are any questions, I'll know to call on you. So, yeah.
Okay, we have nothing. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Attorney Datris, I'm still not saying your last name right, but I believe you're unmuted.
Thank you. Datris like mattress, Chair Gillette. So good way to remember. At any rate, the OCC would like to request, could you put out a written notice of your brief requests from today so that we're sure we have them, we're clear on all of them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Datris.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the parties? Okay, then I want to thank everyone for their attention during that portion. Here is what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and during that time, if you are a member of the public and you wish to make a verbal comment, if you can please find the raise hand function, which again, if you click on the participants tab, that will pop up in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. And we have a running list of folks that signed up yesterday and this morning to speak. So we're going to start with that list, and then I'm just going to tick through the folks that have their hands raised. So it is 4:23. We will resume promptly in 5 minutes at 4:28. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back to docket number 200101. We are going to begin the public comment portion of today's hearing. If you are a member of the public and wish to offer public comments, if you can use the raise hand feature by clicking on the participants tab in the lower right hand corner. I have two folks who have their hands raised right now. We'll go to them. We also have a list that was pre-circulated. We'll go to after that. So I apologize, the names aren't listed fully. So I'm going to call on Mr. John O, and I'll unmute your line, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to say, but I think it's a different. Anyway, I'm a member of the public, lived in Jersey. Connecticut, and so too. And I appreciate being here. It's a lot of work, and I think from my standpoint as a consumer, Senator Blumenthal is the only one who really hit it on the head. Everybody else is beating around the bush. I was told to get a generator in 02. I didn't listen. And then in 11, we lost power for 10 days. Whoever was running the ship, I got all my food over to a friend's house. So I didn't lose anything. Then, I don't know, 4 years later, we had another 10-day outage. And after two outages, you kind of go, you're going to join, CLMP, who are you going to blame, CLMP or Eversource? Yeah, but the third outage, let's not stop blaming Eversource. Let's go to the government who's supposed to protect us as consumers. It's outrageous. I must have lost $2,000 worth of food. I have my heating company coming over to quote me on a generator, which is going to cost me $5 to $15 grand. Connecticut is losing people out of the woodwork because costs are so high here. We have the highest electrical rates in the country. Why isn't anybody saying, how can we get those rates down? LNG has come down from $16 to $2 over 15 years. The big thing about that was, wow, we're going to get corporations here. It's so cheap for energy. So, from my standpoint, it's really beyond me. But I do want to, congratulate Eversource, for, having a fantastic year, making $300 to $900 million. CEO gets $20 million payout. Stock options probably for all the senior execs. The largest stockholders, BlackRock, Vanguard, they must be tickled to death. And who gets a guaranteed 8% return in a zero rate environment? Who is striking that deal? And I had a friend of mine 2 years ago, he's in the hospital for 2 months with stage 4 lung cancer. Paid his electrical bill for every month on time. Missed a month. You know what Eversource said? Give us $1,500 and we'll for a year, and we'll turn your rates back on. That's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with a corporation who cares about their stock price, which is fine. That's America. But do we want somebody running our electrical rates in Connecticut that has that kind of predatory attitude? It's outrageous to me that our elected officials aren't involved with these rate discussions. And, the real bottom line is, and I'm sorry to get so angry, but it really gets me angry that we pay such high rates with LNG coming down. And, it just seems to me, why are we talking about rate increases? We should be talking about, rates coming down. It's just disappointing. And our elected officials are supposed to protect us. Eversource, who is striking these service level agreements, disaster recovery agreements with Eversource? They are a corporation trying to maximize their stock price, and that's how they get paid. That's what corporations do. Who's protecting us in Connecticut? Nobody, until we get this third outage. So it's enough talk and blame. Where does the buck stop? Is it at the governor's office? I'm not really sure. This is a public utility that's supposed to be regulated. We should have our rates coming down. According to Blumenthal, we have the highest rates in the nation now. Why is that? We want compensation for our spoiled food. I think that's, be one thing if Eversource came out and said, hey, we're not going to get this. We don't know when it's going to get fixed. It might be 10 days. Then you can go out and do something with your frozen food. But no, I don't think we do anything for 6 or 7 days. This is the 21st century. We should investigate new providers. It's been why a rate? We have the highest rates in the country. We should do something about that. Rate increases are unaffordable. We are in the worst friggin' economic environment since the 30s. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And we have Eversource with an 8% return getting paid 20 million stock options and putting it to the Connecticut consumer, the New Hampshire consumer. Enough is enough. We should have an investigative report on why our rates are so high. I know this millstone. It's ironic that, in the Bible, they quote a millstone around your neck. I don't know what the millstone deal is, if it has a lot to do with it. Let's get an investigation on why. And, we should have transparency of service level agreements. And, it should be investigated for clawbacks of executive compensation at Eversource. Why are they getting paid so much? To keep Blackstone and Vanguard happy, they aren't keeping the Connecticut's consumers happy. And then we should have admission of who is responsible in our government for these Eversource contracts and lack of performance. Anyway, I appreciate the time to talk so long. I know everybody works hard, but Connecticut is going down, and if we have a predatory electrical provider that's going to cause businesses to not come here, that has to be looked at from long-term planning from our government. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I appreciate you offering those comments. So then I have a list from this morning that had signed up. David Weinberg, I don't see registered, but if you are, please use the raise hand function. Andre Denuzio, I don't see. The third person, Denise Rice, I do see you. Let me unmute you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Okay, I have it from a different angle, and I guess mine just needs to be addressed. I understand when stuff goes out. It's been the third time. I have neighbors and us actually that were on the internet because of the COVID. My husband actually had COVID. I don't know what would have happened if our power was out for 10 days. With that, he would have ended up in the hospital. The sad part that I think needs to be addressed is that one of my neighbors approached one of the linesmen who were wonderful people. And they said if we were, not us, their block was fixed for 3 hours, but could not get the approval from HQ to turn them back on. And then on top of that, when our power was turned on, we never got a call or a text. I just guessed. And it was a little too late. My son had a heat stroke. So we ended up in the hospital. I think that Eversource has gotten a little too big for themselves. I think they need to be broken up and we have to have something dependable. Because I have a 5-year-old that has ongoing problems now because of this. And we were out 8 days. And we were in the hospital twice. And it's just not fair anymore. During the macro burst, I said nothing really because how can you? The trees were down and stuff. this was so predictable. It was ridiculous. And honestly, I think they're playing with lives. I know other people around me that have special needs kids. It's almost impossible. And I have 3, but my little guy is the one that took the hit on this. And I honestly think that Eversource needs to be broken up. I agree with what I heard this morning. If you're too big, you can't handle it. And I think it's at a dangerous level now. Yes, it was during a heat wave. What happens if it's in the middle of the winter? It could be any time. And I actually lost power an hour and a half ago during a rainstorm. I got it back after an hour. It's too unpredictable. And my poor neighbors, I have old neighbors that were like, one of them was able to get a generator. And then nobody also mentioned what it did to cause the panic with everyone getting their generators and running out for gas, that the gas stations here had no gas. And I think the panic at this point that it caused is too much. And now I have a 5-year-old that's paying for it. He couldn't even walk. He was so weak, he couldn't walk. And probably if it was restored a couple of days earlier, wouldn't have even happened. But 8-9 days, it's just too much, and it's commonplace. That's the 3rd time here. So all I want you guys to do is just look at like what's too much and how much people can take. And that's not even mentioning the stress everyone's under every day with COVID. So thank you for hearing me. I'm hoping that you guys can figure this out. Because honestly, if my power didn't go on to that Tuesday night, instead of a heat stroke, I would have woken up to something much worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
We'll move into the next person that has signed up. Is listed as Edward Saenz. I apologize, I'm mispronouncing your last name, Saenz. So let me see if okay, I believe I've unmuted you, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. My comments concern the following. This unjustifiable rate increase for a population that is locked into Eversource, which is a monopoly, that does very poor work yet overpays its CEO $19 million, which is absurd for this captive audience. The workers are great people. They work very diligently. Although many of them are third-party suppliers. The rate increase is unjustifiable due to the poor service as evident during the recent storm. Eversource failed to promptly prepare for the storms that will hit Connecticut, and as the one we experienced with Isaias. I rarely saw an Eversource utility truck out working, but eventually saw third-party contributors working on down electrical wiring, poles, and transformers. Eversource is in favor of solar energy, which is nice, but they must pay its customers for the surplus electricity that flows back to them at the same rate that Eversource pays for electricity from their producers. Otherwise, it is a scam. This is something that must be looked into by PURA and the legislators. Eversource must pay its customers for the food loss in their freezers and refrigerators, as well as the basement damage due to loss of electrical power to some pumps. In my case, I was out without electricity for slightly over 1 week. If Con Ed in New York City is reimbursing customers for food loss, Eversource should also do the same. Otherwise, Mr. Judge can pay us from his $19 million payment he received last year. In fact, he should be forced to return his $3 million bonus and then be forced to resign as he has performed inadequately. This would be fair because a large number of unemployed, including self-employed small businesses in our state, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this rate increase damages them tremendously. The utility with a captive audience base should be fined for not properly preparing, even though they were warned and even given resources to prepare for these types of storms. In my experience, they gave me false information when my electricity would return. It arrived 5 days later. PURA needs to be more vigilant in supervising Eversource. PURA needs to be better in reviewing this utility's actions. It may be necessary to break up this company. We need to better create an improved business environment with better electrical rates in order for us to prosper as a state and invite more businesses into our lovely state, which I have lived practically my entire life. It's a great state, and we should have to improve so we have a better business climate and have more people come into our state. Thank you very much for listening to me. I sincerely appreciate addressing this audience. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony, and you as well. Let's see, the next person that is signed up to speak is Dr. Stephanie Limke. I don't see her. The next person, Mr. John Ottens. Oh, I think we've heard. Okay. Lorraine Russo. Don. Okay. The next person is Don Doobie. So,
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for this opportunity. I recognize that there might be a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison based on some of the presentation, but if we look at the sources of electricity here, specifically in Connecticut, and those that don't produce large amounts of greenhouse gases, Millstone does remain the largest source of greenhouse gas-free emissions in the state, and also the cheapest at 4.99 cents per kilowatt hour. If my neighbor puts a rooftop solar energy, they will sell it back to the grid and the excess amount of electricity at the standard rate, which is about 7.4 cents a kilowatt hour. That's far above the market rate and above the LMP and above that of Millstone. I understand that the state of Connecticut is in negotiations for wind, something mentioned of 804 megawatts and perhaps up to 2,000. And I haven't seen any publicly available prices, but I know in nearby Massachusetts and Rhode Island, it's going for 8.4 to 9.8 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's fixed over 20 years. So the fact of the matter is, for better or for worse, if one is trying to head in the direction of greenhouse gas free emissions, Millstone is the best available source that it is at 4.99 cents per kilowatt hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person that is signed up is, let's see, I'm moving to the raise hands now, listed as Pammy.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I just wanted to, I know I already sent my testimony in and my complaint and whatnot. First and foremost, I want to thank Senator Blumenthal because everything that he said is pretty much everything that I'm looking to have done, from my perspective. So I got my bill this past month. Me and my son, we all live in Middletown, and we had our read on this 29th of July. I got my bill and my charges were $786. Now, I live in a 3-bedroom ranch and my husband and I literally are never home. I made it a point to be home today because this was so important. We have one son that lives with us during this pandemic. My husband and I both continue to work. He did work from home part of the time, but literally just on his laptop. So to say that extra electricity was used is absolutely just absolutely crazy. Again, we live in a 3-bedroom ranch. We do have a pool, so I'm going to be transparent about that. We do have 3 air conditioners running, and we have so for 30 years. We had 2 children, and on top of that, we always had tons of kids here, and literally nothing has changed except that we're down 1 child. I don't know, my next bill, I could be looking at $1,000 for a 3-bedroom ranch. I talked to some of my friends, some of my neighbors are in the same situation, some are not. And I don't know why it's not consistent, because I talked to other people and I'm like, I don't know how my bill could be so large and yours not so large. Even though, that being said, their bill did jump, just not as much as mine did. But then, you know, I read the story about the 71-year-old couple out of Guilford, and they got their bill a few months ago. It was $400, and they literally freaked out. So they started turning their air conditioning up a little bit, making sure they stayed in one room, turning their lights off. And then the next bill was $900. And then their last bill was $1,058, and they're 71 years old, respectively. I literally cannot sleep at night, and I am sick to my stomach. My husband and I are on a budget. We both work, and we can pay this, but to pay $1,000 a month, that's a mortgage payment. And I am scared to death for myself, and I'm scared to death for my children. We are in a global pandemic, and I may not be here someday. I won't be here someday, but I have to, you know, watch out for my children and all the other people. What are we going to do? I literally called my family and my friends, and I told them that we were having solar panels installed as we speak. And if this doesn't change, I'm going to have to literally move out of state, because I just can't afford it. I don't understand. That's the first thing that I wanted to address. My mother, who is 80 years old, lives in a 3-bedroom ranch. She literally lives in 1 room. She had a knee replacement recently. So my sister takes her to physical therapy every day, drops her off for a little bit, picks her up at 5:30, takes her to her house, cooks for her, and then gives her lunch to take home. So she doesn't cook. She doesn't do anything really, just watches TV, and she does have her air conditioner on, which she has for 60 years. And now her bill was over $300. Last bill, she had a $56 credit. Prior to that, she had a $399 credit. And then when she got billed, now she owes, her bill was over $300. Now, what I wanted to speak to is not only the electric delivery, but also the gas delivery is equally as absurd and outrageous. And no one has spoken to that. So somebody needs to look at that as well. I'm just looking at my notes here. We absolutely lost tons of food. We had a freezer downstairs that we actually has recently unplugged after the we were out 6 days. Right now, not all because of Eversource, because it is an act of God. But my husband and I, on top of our bill, we bought a generator. We had to pay fuel to fuel that generator. We ate out for 6 days and had to replace our food. And we're up to about $2,800 right now in a global pandemic. We do own our own business, and we are in the wedding industry. So we have not been bringing in a second income, only my husband's income. So we've just been trying to keep our head above water, not going into our savings. And so now I'm $2,800 in the hole with Eversource. I have my bills paid in full. I actually paid an extra $100 towards it this month, so that when it trues up, I'm not, you know, because I don't know what's going to happen. So that's a problem right there. Now, one of my biggest questions is Mitch Gross and many others from Eversource have specifically stated that PURA, that you ultimately approve the rates. So we want to know why, if you did approve the rates, why are you now investigating it? I know the Attorney General asked you to, but it's a conflict of interest when you're the one that approved it. So, and the thing that scares me is my husband's 61 years old. I'm 57. This is for 10 years. Governor Lamont said that in addition to this delivery charge that they invoked, that there were more rate increases coming. In addition to that, that the customers were going to have to incur the charges from this last storm. Well, I've already paid $2,800. I don't know what my next bill is going to be. And now you want me to incur more charges for something that we have nothing to do with. They have not taken care of the infrastructure. They just keep taking. Several years ago, my budget was 185. It went to like 250, then 265. I'm now at 315. I don't know what to say about that. Like, I don't even know what to do. Literally, I cannot sleep at night, and I am sick to my stomach about this. I worry for the people. Bristol, Connecticut, specifically, is one of the towns that have the largest community of elderly people that live on a fixed income. What are they going to do? What are these people going to do that have literally no money coming in, are sitting in parking lots for food, and now are given this outrageous electric bill? We desperately, desperately need you to look at every avenue. And quite frankly, I've heard everything. I've been listening to this since 10 o'clock this morning, and I don't want to sound rough around the edges. I don't really care what all the reasons are. The bottom line is, like Senator Blumenthal said, we cannot pay this. Regardless of what the reason is, I can't pay a second mortgage payment. What are we going to do with the parents that have children in school that are losing their jobs, or one parent lost their job? It's such a snowball effect. I wanted to also talk about the medical, maybe, and I want to be transparent. I did work for the company for 20 years, and I worked in credit and collections. So I know how it works. So everybody on Facebook and every social media outlet is saying, just don't pay it, don't pay it. And I'm like, no, don't do that, because you will get shut off. They will shut your power off. With regards to the medical, that's another fallacy, that Eversource is not transparent with their customers. When there's a medical condition in the home, they do request that the customers let them know, so that they put them on a list and they do blast out call. And that's all they do. They don't make the medical a priority, contrary to what they say. What I was trained, and it may be different now, was if their backup plan is to have a backup plan if they know that there's a storm coming in. And if they cannot do that, then they have to call 911. So it is false to think that because there's somebody with a medical condition in the home, that they're going to make them a priority. And I think we saw that in this storm, that people know it is not a priority. I literally was driving in the tornado in Greenwich the day that this happened, and I really thought that I was going to get stuck on one of the streets, because everywhere I turned, there were down lines and trees laying across the road, and I almost got trapped myself. We literally drove over live wires. We had no choice. So those are my concerns. I think that was about it. Yep, that's about it. I just wanted to go down the list of my things that I had to say, and I appreciate you listening, Marissa. Again, Senator Blumenthal and everybody that is in support of this, thank you. And please, please look at every situation, because regardless of what Eversource says, the reasons are for this bill. The bottom line is, if you don't have the money, and it's not just, we do, but we can't be, some of us do, I can't take out of my savings when we're going into our retirement to pay Eversource. And what happens if I have an emergency? I will have no more emergency fund. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and offering that testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next person that has signed up is Mr. Robert Harrington. So I'm going to unmute you, sir. Mr. Robert Harrington, I think I'm trying to unmute you. Okay, I'll come back to Mr. Harrington. The next person that has signed up is Mr. Joshua Angelus, so I'm going to unmute you. Okay, Mr. Angelus?
Yep. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The first thing I want to say is I worked at DPUC back in the 80s, just for a year out of college. And I have some understanding of the regulatory process. The second thing is I don't like the stadium we're playing in, so I'm gonna use the metaphor of the stadium. We're playing in Eversource's stadium, which is a regulated monopoly, and it's not even Connecticut based anymore. It's part of a conglomerate, and it's in the context that nearly every industry in the United States, national industry or regional, which Eversource is regional, is mostly owned by or predominantly owned by Wall Street firms and interests. Their mission isn't to provide electricity. Their mission is to make money. And that's the biggest problem we have. That's their number one priority. And for example, I was without electricity, not because of a tree branch, because the wind was so strong, some part came off of some unit on the street that they have on the pole, and they took almost 8 days to replace that. I found out that there was trucks waiting around for orders because they didn't know what to do, so they're waiting for hours in parking lots. The whole if you ever heard of lean manufacturing and lean inventory, those management concepts are all about maximizing profits. When you have lean inventory, lean manufacturing, you have the same problem you had with the storm, yet you had with masks, that you had with ventilators. It's all to prioritize profit over everything else. It's to commodify basic parts of living, what we depend on to live. And I was very stressed by what happened. There was nothing on the maps for almost a week. I called. It took around 2-3 phone calls to find out that it would take at least 5 more days from my call to get electricity. I have a dad with dementia who lives by himself. He has me at night. He has my brother once a week coming in from Hartford. I'm in Waterbury. And I have a part-time person with my dad during the day. And he's okay now to live by himself, but with the storm, it was very stressful. I had to pay out of pocket for her to work more hours. I had to save 3 freezers worth of food, which I couldn't save it all. I had to live in West Hartford at a friend's house because I did not feel safe living in my 2-family house that I live in. And I've gone through a lot of stress on top of that, losing my mother, my best friend, an uncle, and a childhood best friend all in 3 months. So I was in a very stressed out position as it was, and this storm was horrendous. And in West Hartford at my friend's, Comcast told him, because he didn't have any Comcast service, but he did have electricity, you'll have Comcast service within a day or 2. It took him around 6 days. And they never gave him a credit, by the way. He got his bill, there was no credit on the bill. And we have regulated monopolies, and I'm not sure why we're playing in that stadium. I don't know if most of you all know that 1/3 of all electricity in the United States is not done by for-profit corporations. It's done by municipalities, state, like the state of Nebraska. The whole state is a state electricity, or by co-op electricity. And we're paying a mafia middleman to get electricity when we don't need them. And we're paying a lot extra. We have to pay their profit, their bureaucracy, and their overhead. And I think we need to get out of that game because that game is hurting us. And we have models here, as some of you might know, Wallingford, Norwich, and a few other places have municipal electricity. I went online over the past few years to look at their bill, an example of their bill, and I've called them once. And their electricity is around 20% less than Connecticut's, give or take, depending on the year or 6-month period. So I'd rather be moving over there and getting out of the Eversource game. I'm not interested in providing profits for shareholders who are mostly extremely wealthy people, and to provide a basic necessity of life. And so I hope that the policymakers, which are the elected officials, move towards a state utility and get out of this regulated process. And I think we need to have an option also for cable. We have this, Comcast is a problematic monopoly also, and many problems with them over the years. And I'm not sure why, again, the service, to get customer service, I rarely can get it through their 1-800 number. I have to call up their corporate number. And I've learned I'm good at advocating, and I've done that in community stuff. So I just call up their corporate office. Otherwise, their regular customer service is horrendous. And it's not the employees, it's the system that's set up to maximize profits. And that's all they care about. And I want to mention, someone mentioned gas, so I want to let you all know. And I talked to, there's a climate change coalition, I forget the full name, but they worked on this issue with electricity. All you should know, there's a customer service charge. It used to be on electricity, I think around $19. It was brought down, I think, to around 10 or 11 in the last year, which saved everyone around 120 bucks a year. Natural gas, which I have heating and cooking, I paid $18.50 for a customer service charge, $3 for gas, and $12 to deliver it. That is the most dysfunctional billing and delivery system I ever heard for $3 worth of natural gas. So that's another big problem. And I'm on a tight budget, and so every dollar counts for me. So I'm hoping that, I think Senator Murphy and I believe Senator Blumenthal, I didn't hear most of his remarks, talked about to have a state utility. And I think we need to move to that and stop with Eversource. There's an arrogance in corporate America in almost every national industry, which there's a monopolized markets in almost every industry if you look at it. And if you look at the stock market, why the stock market's doing great, and most Americans are, some are not even having their heads above water. Some are being kicked out of their rents or homes, and others are afraid of that process in the next few months with the way the economy is going. So I'd rather see us move to that. And I know that PURA doesn't make those decisions. I hope you do your best in the meantime in the regulated market system that we have. But I hope any elected official there puts pressure on the legislature to move us into a state utility. But all I can say is that I'm extremely disappointed with Eversource. And I do want PURA to know, and I have an email, a long email going through with your staff and your management staff with my state rep on lead paint fraud with the energy savings program. And I had windows installed. And I asked for your policy when someone reports lead paint fraud, where a company was paid to do lead abatement as part of the window installation. They didn't do it. I have pictures and witnesses, and myself as a witness on top of that. And no one ever got back to me. It's been over a year and a quarter. And Eversource manages that program for you. I am very worried about regulatory capture of that your agency, given what I've seen. And the last piece I want to let you know is that The Intercept with Ryan Grimm and other investigative reporters have been reporting on major scandals with electric utilities in Ohio and Illinois, mostly connected to nuclear energy, where there was millions and millions of dollars going through elected officials and others. And I'm concerned about that process here because it looks like that bribery and white collar crime has become normalized and very, very often not penalized or prosecuted. So those are all red flags that I'm also paying attention to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Angeles. If you would send us your email, I can. PURA does not regulate the energy efficiency and conservation and load management programs, but we are happy to direct that inquiry to the agency that does. So we're going to move on to, we have a number of other hands raised. So the next person that has offered or has signed up to make remarks is Mr. Almeida, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Stephen Almeida.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the state leaders, the governor, Senator Blumenthal, and all that were here today, and also thanks to Eversource for staying here. Under looking at the comments, many people are watching your reactions to the stories that are being said. I speak from twofold. I speak from a former utility professional. I used to work at Con Ed and try as I may, to bring forth a smile. Therefore, we're known as ex-cons, right? Those of us who left Con Edison. I say that only to share that I was part of the municipal liaison team that at any time that there was a storm, it was imparted upon us for Con Ed personnel to be at every single town and city and hamlet and borough in the greater Con Ed service territory. I heard that this was something with Eversource, but I could speak for as Middlebury, as I live right down from the town green. The lack of communication, I think, added or exacerbated the whole problem here with this outage. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody was hearing anything from the utility, and also making or optimizing social media when we were trying to charge our phones in any way we could to get some type of word from Eversource as to what was the protocol for restoration of the outages. I also wanted to speak from a solution perspective. I hear a lot about shutting down or breaking up the utility, but I want to suggest there is a solution with regards to resiliency. We've had it here in this state for a number of years. It was introduced to me when I was 18 aboard nuclear submarines. Aboard nuclear submarine, you have the ultimate energy matrix. You have nuclear, but you have fuel cells and batteries, and a backup is your diesel mode of propulsion. You have never heard of a submarine leave port and return back because it had insufficient power or not enough power, right? So we know fuel cell energy, we know Doosan, we know many of the big fuel cell OEMs, and two of them that are headquartered here. However, and there has been a widening of projects, but now I wanted to share with you that there is a solution for a modular fuel cell. And I don't work for the modular fuel cell company at all. I don't bear any of my income directly from any fuel cell OEM. But I will say the solution, and I'll speak directly to Eversource on this and to Madam Chair as well, to ensure that we are aware that fuel cells have expanded such that they are the size of a dishwasher, able to go in our home, operate off the gas, the very strength that Eversource brings in bringing the gas or the gas reliability, getting to our home, vice the vulnerability of the transmission and the overhead. So now it makes sense to me, with investments on smart meters and all that Eversource needs to do and puts in its rate case, to put so with regards to resiliency, to ensure that now in a current COVID or post-COVID world, critical power is where we need it most, in our homes and in our businesses. Ironically, the most adversely affected customer segment of the utility during a time of an extended outage. So as a board member of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association in Washington, D.C., I'm listening, and I've been listening all day to the comments, and sitting here in New York and sitting here in Connecticut, I should say. I have to give kudos to the gas operations of Eversource because they have been proactive. I would curb our enthusiasm to get rid of Eversource or any utility when there is no other alternative in place. Same way as I would curb our pacing of towards 100% renewable when the hydrogen economy is not in fully engaged yet, right? These fuel cells can future-proof the gas distribution platform, whether it be a municipal delivered one or one given by or distributed via the utility, because they can work on natural gas today and bring a cleaner solution and mitigate intermittencies. I heard someone say about solar panels. Well, that solar panel is most likely grid tied if it's to the house. And when the grid goes down, so does that solar panel. Batteries, even if the solar panel has batteries have about 4 hours. And once they are exhausted, Madam Chair, those are depleted as well. Then you have to recharge. Well, life continues, goes on. Medical equipment at home still needs to require power. So the investment, a prudent one, would be one that would grant customers and users power when they need it most. And that's all the time, 24/7. It's not, and hence a integrated approach with solar, batteries, fuel cells. So now when the sun goes down and there's power to be harnessed because it's being delivered via our gas distribution. I hear you on pricing, on everybody that has shared about pricing as well. But now when you have on-site micro cogen, this is already in Europe, Australia, Japan has over 300,000 residential fuel cells en route to 1 million. We would have seen this as a global community because the Summer Olympics was going to feature hydrogen, as the Olympic Village was going to be powered totally by hydrogen, by fuel cells, and the cauldron to initiate the games would have been started by hydrogen gas. But until we get there, until we get to a hydrogen economy, we have to optimize what we have now. For 2 days before I went out to sea on aboard any nuclear submarine, we would run drills as if anything could happen in the most horrendous environment known as the sea, the ocean, right? And then make sure that we were fine. Well, Eversource and the state utilities that bear licenses, I suggest in table link this solution that mandated utilities are mandated to invest in said technologies that will enable on-site delivery of power of all times. All times. A fuel cell can do that as an integrated piece, as a microgrid, and now nanogrids. Nanogrid is just a microgrid, but for a residential home. So again, when you have aunts and uncles who are on medical equipment or medication, that they have the power at their home. That is where we are. There is that innovation of technology has been there. Fuel cells are over 150 years old. And so now I'm sharing as an integrated solution with everything that the Eversource and other utilities and us as a state. Now we're talking about large gigawatts of wind coming on. Well, you're going to require a fuel cell to sequester the hydrogen that is generated from large offshore wind and solar. Hence, the fuel cells can sit midstream and downstream in your house. And every one of the houses that I see here to have a fuel cell size of a dishwasher in your basement. So that when the overhead goes down, you're powered up because that takes that gas, converts it into electricity on site. And in so doing that, what I'm suggesting and proposing to you is then that delivery charges come down because now the utility can't charge you for generation of equipment that you already have. So I offer this as a consideration, as a solution, and respect everyone's comments and what we're sharing and where we're at. But the time is now is really looking for a solution that is doable today. And a modular fuel cell, if you have not heard of it, please look it up, okay? And do the background and look at a pilot. I would suggest a pilot or a demonstration. You can speak about a big fuel cell park, whether it be in Bridgeport or Britain, but now we should be doing this for everyone's homes. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Almeida. So we have a number of folks that have their hands raised. I just want to reiterate, we have the closed captioning service and the court reporter until 6 o'clock. So I ask folks to respect to keep your remarks concise, and we will continue the hearing into another day, certainly if we can't get to everyone. So the next person that has signed up is Sajid Hadzik. I'm going to unmute you.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Naisa. I got a couple of questions for you. First, thank you for the opportunity so we can speak publicly and everybody can hear us. Did PURA get any control over Eversource?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hadzik. We're just taking comments right now.
No, my question is to you. Did PURA get any control over Eversource?
No, I understand. We're just taking public comments right now, but I mean, PURA regulates Eversource.
You regulate. So you order Eversource not to raise the electricity rates in August. Why are we getting those bills? Why Eversource still sending those bills with same rates? I got my bill in August. It's still same rate. That's the month that we lost the power, and my usage went up 46.2%. That's a crime. That's a white collar crime. I didn't have power. How the heck my usage is going to go up 46.2%? Second question, Mr. Judge, did you invite him in this meeting? Or if you didn't, why didn't? Why he's not here? He's the CEO of the Eversource. I believe he's most responsible in the situation that we are right now. Why he's not on this meeting?
Mr. Hasek, I have to reiterate that we're just taking comments right now. I hear
Okay.
you.
That's my comment. I would like that you remove right to the Eversource report only every customer that didn't pay the bill. And I wanna see package of the damage that Eversource did to the customers in Connecticut. Not just the return money that they took unlawfully. I want to see what's the measure that PURA is going to do and our government to the Eversource, because if I don't pay the bill, Eversource reporting me to the collecting agency, my credit score goes down, my life goes down. Eversource took money from us with last bill that was not approved by this government. So I don't want just that money back. I want a repercussion against Eversource. Now, I would like to see detailed list of the money that went through the all Eversource accounts and who is the final payment on those. And I don't know why those guys from Eversource, thank you for being here, but I don't know why they are here, why he sent the lawyers here. And I'm wondering how those lawyers is paid and where that money come from. Why is distribution usage on our bill 2 to 3 times more than actual power that we're using? That's like buying ice cream for $2 and paying for the cup that ice cream is inside 6. That doesn't make sense. And I believe this is public robbery of all citizens in Connecticut. And this is crime, really. And that's how it should be treated. I came from Europe. I was living down for 31 years. In 31 years, I didn't lose power once. All utility cables, even phone line and internet was underground, located by the road on the sidewalk in concrete encasement. We never had power loss. Second, this is public utility. How private company control public utility? I don't understand that. That's behind me.
Thank you for your comments. They are now part of the public record.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person I'm muting is Ruth K. Please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. I want to be short. Time is late, and I have some very specific, concrete comments to make. The overwhelming theme, I guess, of this, aside from irresponsibility on Eversource's part, is the issue of communication. My own situation, I will try not to dwell on it because everybody's interested in their own situation or what is general, is that I was without power for 6 days. There is, first and foremost, a safety issue involved. We had four trees down across my driveway, which is a long driveway, and my front entrance, my getting to me. And it was impossible. I was literally trapped for 6 days. It was impossible to get anyone to even cut the middle of the trees out so I could get in or out or move or whatever, because one is not allowed to touch, as the fire department assured me, and I assumed was the case, and the police department to touch any trees that have their branches enmeshed in wires, so that unless and until somebody from Eversource or a representative showed up, I was absolutely stuck and no one could touch the trees. I was trapped for 6 days. I spoke with Westport Police Department. I spoke with Westport Fire Department. They were wonderful. But I was assured that none of them could come and get to me and help and get me out unless Eversource or a representative of theirs showed up to take care of the wires with which the branches were tangled. We're on the list. There's a hospice situation at home there, and including electric beds, etc. There is, anyway, I won't go into it. Other medical situations. I was trapped in the house. I had a neighbor for several days who is in advanced age, climbing over a rock ledge to get to me to bring food. There was nothing, and it was a panic time because after 4 or 5 days, no idea when Eversource was going to be able to come. There was no time frame given to me, and I was not doing so well myself. I had neighbors calling to me from the other side of the trees and whatever. What can we do? What can we bring you? They couldn't get to me. I was assured by, I don't like saying this publicly, but it has to be said, by the fire department that if I were in fire or an extremist, they'd climb over everything to try and get me. There's nothing they could do to even cut out the center of the trees to allow exit and entrance by an ambulance, by anybody, because Eversource did not come and get this situation taken care of. Now, and we're on the medical list. Never heard from anybody. I could not reach Eversource. I counted them through 57 attempts at telephone calls. The number would be disconnected. I was assured by the fire department that they could not get through to Eversource. It was an unbelievable, in this day and age and in a civilized area with supposedly civilized power company, it was something like a movie or a nightmare. So that was number one. Nobody, and this has been said before, and I was thrilled to hear someone else say it, nobody consulted any of the medical listings or situations among customers that needed special attention. We were finally, the trees were handled and the live wires by a crew from South Carolina. I couldn't drive, I couldn't move for 6 days, whatever, but all the neighbors who finally were able to drive down assured me that they've driven through town. There wasn't an Eversource truck anywhere around. I was told by people who supposedly should know that there were Eversource line teams and drivers that had, let's say, working problems with Eversource, and that there was a slowdown. I don't know. This wasn't the time for it. Eversource should have done something. Eversource has another policy, which I learned during the 12 days of Sandy and was very much in effect here, so that anybody knew who my street or where I was said, oh, well, you know that. Eversource does not prioritize or even let exist in an ordinary list of whom they get to or don't. Streets that have fewer rather than houses on them, rather than boulevards and avenues and that sort of thing. That's a problem, because you have on all sorts of streets people with medical and safety situations. And so the individuals who, as we did, sign up with Eversource as such, need to know that their problems are noticed and given attention. I would like to know why Eversource for 5+ days could not get their telephone communications to function. I would say, well, of the over 50, there was 57 calls. I finally was able to reach people once in Massachusetts, one in New Hampshire. There's nobody to answer. So at least 52, 53 of my calls were dropped. And the ones that weren't went to New Hampshire and God knows where. How about a phone service? If you can't get your Teams, how about prioritizing your telephone service? After we were finally restored 6-7 days later, I would say I was receiving phone calls from Eversource reps maybe every 4 hours on the every 4 hours for about 3 or 4 days, to which I replied, too little, too late, and explained.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I need to ask you to wrap it up if we can.
Then I understand, I will leave it there, but I am very concerned about the rates, about everything else, about having my electricity restored, everything that everyone else is. But the issue of communication would be the easiest and first thing for Eversource to address. There was no reason for those telephone lines not to be functioning. That would be the first safety issue that should have been addressed. And it's major. Thank you. I'll let somebody else have a chance.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. So I have 8 more hands raised that we're trying to get to before 6 o'clock. I want to reiterate that there is no limit on the written testimony that is provided. So if we can try to limit the verbal remarks here so we can get through everybody, I would appreciate that. I'm going to call on Nazli Bakari.
Yes, Bakari. Hi.
Okay, hi.
Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I'll try to be brief. My boyfriend and I recently moved in together in Meriden at the beginning of COVID at some point in April. The home we'd moved into had belonged to my his stepdad's mother, who had recently passed. So we actually had the benefit of knowing what our past bills in previous years were like in the same home. We were excited to get everything transferred over to our name, and our first bill came out to about $60, which we had expected our electric costs to be. That was $60 for a billing period of 31 days. Our June bill came out to $160, and we were shocked at the increase, especially the high delivery charge. It wasn't until recently that we realized that we had only been billed for 14 days. We paid the bill, feeling helpless and hoping that our legislators would do something about it. We had just received our July bill that came out to $300. We live in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom, small ranch home. Nothing big. There's only 2 of us. All of our lights are kept off. Our AC is kept at 74 degrees. Neither of us works from home, and we spend no more time at home than we had before COVID. The previous resident who had lived here was retired, constantly home, and we learned that her bill never exceeded $150, even in the hottest months last year. It makes no sense. When we called Eversource after receiving our July bill and were given the same talking points that I'm sure everyone had heard, that we were home because of COVID and that there were payment options that we can opt into, none of which addressed the problem as to how it's possible that our bill could be so extremely different. When we asked for our meter to be serviced to figure out how our increased usage was possible since we rarely use any lights in our home and leave nothing on, we were told that due to COVID, they could not come to service our meter and that we could try to test our meters ourselves to see if there's something surging. And it was under the guise that it would be something easy to do. After doing a lot of research, we found that it was impossible unless you are someone who has been trained to do so. With little help on behalf of Eversource's customer service, we were sent on a dead-end path and had no idea on what to do next. Here I was expecting to do something that they should be doing, and they're using a COVID excuse as to why they can't provide a service they should be providing. My boyfriend's stepdad also lived in Farmington and was without power for a week, and somehow his bill increased from the previous month, even without the increased FMCC rate, or so he was told. This is a monopoly, and Senator Blumenthal is the only person to bring a solution that I find acceptable. They should not have a monopoly over our state, and we need to make sure that the residents of the state have a voice over what their rates are. It's unacceptable that this state has the highest rate in this country. Our neighbors, less than a mile from my home, live in Wallingford, a town that has taken control over their utilities for their residents, and when we compare bills, it's ridiculous. Enough is enough. We need to take a page out of Wallingford's book and all others who have chosen to provide municipal electricity. Eversource has become too big and too greedy with our state, and it just took these precarious times with COVID and lack of work for us to finally realize it. I've never been one to quit a job before having another one set to jump into. I think similarly, I know it's hard to say get rid of Eversource when you don't have an alternative in place, but I think all we ask is that our representatives start doing just that, find that alternative and work towards it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, Ms. Bakari. The next person is Mr. O'Neill. Hello, sir.
Can you hear me all right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. My name is William O'Neill. I live at 181 Holcomb Street in East Granby, Connecticut. I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Connecticut. I'm sure it's going to come as no surprise to you that I am taking part in this online meeting to express the ire of the consumer. My wife and I have experienced multiple consumer insults from Eversource during 2020. Firstly, we had solar panels installed in March of this year, and it took Eversource 4 months to coordinate activation of the system. It took multiple phone calls to both Eversource and the solar company, ultimately ending with my threatening to engage an attorney in order to get this accomplished. The result of solar power is reflected in July, dropping almost $110 on my bill. I believe that dragging their feet for 4 months was a conscious decision on the part of Eversource to overcharge me approximately $400 to $450. That is shameful. Secondly is the matter of this horrendous rate increase itself. Doug Horton would have us believe that Eversource had no insight into what would happen to our bills. Come on, who does he think he's kidding? That's ridiculous. Thirdly, I was duly impressed by the platitudes of rank and file politicians, few of whom I noticed have remained on this meeting, though they said they would. As a result of that, they've held true to the maxim that they never met a camera that they didn't like. To those politicians who earlier stressed, quote unquote, better communication on the part of Eversource, we know that was just smoke and mirrors, trying to refocus us away from what the real issue is, an egregious rate increase by Eversource. Fourth, the philosophy of separating generation versus distribution rates, initially touted to be a good thing, has proved to be just the opposite. While more and more customers, ourselves included, are generating a majority of their own power, this leaves Eversource the ability to dump higher rates into distribution to recover that lost revenue. Fifth, Regarding profit and loss scenarios for operating Millstone, since Connecticut is not benefiting from the operation of Millstone, we should not be expected to subsidize its operation. Failure to exercise a good business model on the part of Eversource should not end up taking money out of our pockets. Lastly, I was pleased to hear that PURA had rolled back the rate increase, but after repeatedly checking the Eversource website, I did not see any revision of my bill. When I called Eversource customer service to ask what my revised bill was, I was told that there would be no revised bill and that I would have to pay the full amount stated. Effectively, they were ignoring your directive. This is a completely disrespectful attitude toward you, Madam Chairman, and PURA as a whole, and it must be corrected. I'm holding up my bills in front of the camera so that everyone can see what the prices are. Okay, you'll notice that going down the list, there's an average of about $750 a month, or 750 kilowatts per month that are used. And my average bill was a little over was around $200. This is my most recent bill. $264.38 after having installed the solar system. So when it went from $152 down to $42, that's about $110 savings. Suddenly it goes up to $264. The difference between that is $220. So that's what Eversource is trying to get after I've elected to try to be conscious and solar effective. In fairness, my average kilowatt hours is 750 kilowatts, as I mentioned earlier. The average bill shown was that my kilowatts in this past month was 1,363. There's a disjoint here of almost double. So I'm going to try and get Eversource to take a look at this and find out what the explanation is. And if there is no explanation, I want my meter changed. In my opinion, Eversource's response to the rollback should be deemed contempt. They should suffer a significant fine for this. However, that would probably just be thrust on the backs of consumers as well. From a consumer perspective, my only concern is how much do I have to write the check for? I don't really care how they come to their bottom line. According to the PURA website, your mission is described as statutorily charged with regulating the rates and services of Connecticut's investor-owned electricity, natural gas, water, and telecommunications company. PURA further is charged with balancing the public's right to safe, adequate, and reliable utility service at reasonable rates with the provider's right to a reasonable return on its investment. I agree with that statement 100% down the line. But as an Eversource consumer, a resident and a taxpayer of the state of Connecticut, I would like to give you some direction. One, get these bills down so they equitably reflect the efforts and investment of Eversource consumers, like my wife and I. Make sure that Eversource management never enters into another agreement which does not reflect an advantage to Eversource and thus its customers and shareholders. 3, make sure that any future fines will be paid by those responsible for any breaches out of executive bonuses, payroll, and stockholder dividends. That concludes my comments, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone else who has stuck in this meeting. And Good luck to everyone.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. O'Neill. I move next to Mr. Paul Camner.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I did have a lot to say, but I'm going to make this very simple. I, like many people, have 3 bills sitting in front of me. 3 bills ago, my bill was $300, which is kind of normal. The bill after that was $650. And then the bill after that was $650. So I have $1,300 worth of electric bills for the last 2 months. As a consumer, I've called Eversource. I've gone through all levels of customer service. There's nothing they're going to do. So all I ask very simply is, yes, the blackouts are just completely not normal. I've lived all over the country, and blackouts like we experience here in Connecticut, I've been living here since for the last 6 years, are just unheard of. But when it comes to what's going on here, what I want to know is we can't wait till September 1st. We can't wait till September 10th. We can't wait 6 months for somebody to figure this out. What are we going to do about these last 2 bills? That is 5 months worth of electricity bills in 2 months. It's just insane. Everyone's bills, I'm sure, are just like mine. And all I ask is that someone on this call that has the power to do something about these last couple of bills, they're outrageous. I can't pay them, and I'm sure a lot of people can't pay them. I'm out of work with COVID, just like many. So what are we going to do about these last 2 bills? That really, something needs to be done about that ASAP. Every morning I wake up to come to my desk looking for new work. The first thing that's on my mind is my electric bill. It's just not fair. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Camner. Okay, the next person that is signed up to speak is Mr. Robert Harrington. I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Harrington?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you to PURA. We've had a lot of talking today, but now we need to see some action. We have a true opportunity for both politicians at the municipal level, at the state rep and senator level, and our federal representatives to unite with our Eversource's customers and bring about real change. We need to see action in the near term. To echo the last speaker, we need to see action on the last 2 bills, and they need to be reversed. And more importantly, after that, in the medium to longer term, we need to see structural change of the way this monopoly is allowed to do their business in this neighboring states. At present, the real masters of Eversource and the CEO, Jim Judge, are not PURA, are not the elected officials, and they most certainly are not the humble customer base. At present, the real masters of Eversource are their shareholders. The second point I'd like to make is I do not think, with respect to the elected officials and to PURA, I do not think that Eversource and senior management and leadership is taking this hearing seriously today. I mean no disrespect to the speakers who spoke, the Chief Customer Officer, the VP of Distribution, the Manager of Revenue Requirements. But to be very clear, in front of PURA, in front of the governor of this state and elected officials, there was no CEO, no CFO, no COO, no one from the senior leadership team. However you want to define them as a senior leadership team, or any employee that makes more than $2 million. And there's 11 of them at Eversource. The third point I would like to make is we learned from Eversource today that their customer base were not fully communicated with about these changes. That is utterly unacceptable. The penultimate point I'd like to make is we also learned that I think Eversource were trying to tell us, and they were caught trying to offset some declines in revenue they've seen from commercial usage, and they were trying to make up for it on the residential side. The two should not be connected. I think that PURA know that the two should not be connected, and I look forward to this nonsense and this smoke and mirrors that this company is trying to put on PURA and elected officials to be clarified. They came today to say that 88% of the rate increase is tied to customer usage. This is smoke and mirrors. The fifth point and final point I'd like to make, I want PURA and the elected officials and their customer base to refer, and I've submitted this in written testimony, to the investor presentation that was on the website for PURA from June 2020. It's a 47-page PowerPoint presentation. I will refer just to 3 slides because I think they tell us what is going on here. The first slide is slide 7, which talks about shareholder value to Eversource shareholder base. It is on slide 7, right at the beginning, as a key point that they're trying to make to their shareholder base. The 5-year return of an Eversource investment has been 85.6%. The 10-year return has been 356%, which is approximately 1/3 better than the S&P over that time period. To put that in a summary, last year, they generated over $1.1 billion of profit. This must be more aggressively regulated than it currently is. The second slide that I'd like to refer to would be slide 25. It shows the transmission earnings, which is what we're talking about today, transmission earnings, and the headline is up drastically over the past 15 years. In 2019, they highlight that transmission earnings were up 84% since the 2012 merger, which was permitted by the state. And between the years of 2004 and 2019, transmission earnings were up 22% on a CAGR basis. That is for their shareholders and at the expense of their customer base. And given the way the legislation is written today, they are permitted to do this. This must change. The final slide I want to refer to, and this is important, and I have personal experience of this by coming to New London and sitting alongside the Westport delegation of elected representatives on the Aquarian water tank issue in North Avenue. Slide 35 refers to Eversource's acquisition strategy, of which they acquired a couple of water companies in the last couple of years. The bottom line is, again, if you look at the headline, is that Aquarian, by the leadership of Eversource, is talking about now growing the rate base of this acquired water company 3 times faster than it was prior to the acquisition. My point is that the state is permitting this monopoly to get bigger. And finally, we need to start reversing this. So I appreciate what PURA is saying. My own experience also of coming to testify in front of PURA, and I found the PURA staff to be highly professional. And I think in the end, we came to an amicable situation within the existing legislation. But I am highly appreciative of the fact that I think that there are signs that PURA want to change the way they do their working to be less like a court, less driven by petition and comments from attorneys, and more about elected representatives, experts, and the customer base participating. And I really would strongly recommend that. And I think it's crucial for that to occur to bring about real change of the way we oversee the way we oversee this monopoly. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I really appreciate your remarks and testimony. Thank you for being here. I'm going to move next to Kevin Conity.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's his wife, Anne Marie.
Oh, hi.
I sent in written testimony, but listening, there are just a couple points. I think a gentleman earlier on said the most important thing PURA should take away from this is that this is a contract that should be negated based on the phrase he used that's in the contract, that we're in the middle of a pandemic. And I think his exact words were, it's enough to rip up that contract and stand by your freeze on their rate increase and address all the concerns that everybody's brought up today. And this can't be political manipulation. This has to be done quickly. You have to sit down now and you have to really do something for the people. And then I have to say, I thank you for being here, but I think PURA and the politicians had something to do with what happened. I believe you allowed this contract to go through. So did you really do your due diligence when the contract went through? I can't imagine that you didn't know these increases would be such that they were. My husband and I are both retired, and I pulled out all my bills. And I'll be honest, I'm going to be transparent. We have a swimming pool, but we don't have central air. So my bills in the off season, not summer, are about $175. The pool brings it up to about $225. And the last two bills were $436, of which $298 was delivery. When I call Eversource, they say that's for tree removal and everything. I was one of the fortunate people that they wanted to remove trees. They don't even want to do that properly. They come here, and the bad tree that wanted to fall on the lines, all they want to do is trim it and when you talk to their contractor, they say they have to do what Eversource tells them to, but they understand our concern. But, it came back to bite them because it took the line down and now they're going to pay. But they think PURA is going to allow you to increase our rates yet again to help them with their infrastructure. I've never seen anything where you take from the public to pay $19 million salaries and six-figure salaries for people. And in closing, let me point out that on August 3rd, Gregory Butler, I don't know what his salary is, sold 5,625 shares of Eversource for a total of $499,000. That was just before the storm, which leads me to believe they knew they were not prepared. So they didn't learn from the last storm where you allowed them to increase their rates from the consumer to work on their infrastructure. And I don't know what constitutes insider trading, but if one person did that in Eversource, there's probably many more. And I think if that's true, where that it was reported officially in an article, that PURA has an obligation to find every single one of them that did that. And if that constitutes insider trading, they should be prosecuted to the extent of the law. But please do your due diligence here. Rip up that contract, like that earlier gentleman said, go back to your notes. That clause was clear. We are in the middle of a pandemic. That constitutes you ripping it up and standing and keeping these rates frozen. And now do your due diligence and keep everything frozen until you research this. $19 million salaries, making the shareholders happy on the backs of the consumer are not what your job is. Your job and the politician's job are to support the consumer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to try to turn to these last three. The next person is Michelle Zummer from Southbury.
Yes, good evening. Chairwoman Gillette and regulators. Since 2011 at my Southbury home, I've had more than 2 months without power from superstorms, hurricanes, blizzards, and tornadoes. Severe weather is here to stay in Connecticut, and our leaders and our utilities seem to have no plan for this. Between the tornado in 2018 and the tropical storm earlier this month, I understand about 5,000 trees fell down. And as the editor of the Republican American noted, the wires did not blow themselves off the poles. Our leaders and our utilities seem to have no really good plan for this. The recent outrageous doubling of most customer bills was a head-spinning moment in this state in the middle of a pandemic. And none of us, of course, had a plan for this because it happened without warning and without explanation. As a public utility, Eversource exists to serve us. So I have trouble even understanding how this is possible and how, as state regulators, that you permit it. We pay the highest rates for electricity in the United States of America, and none of us can even quit. So how is this an acceptable level of service for the people of Connecticut? The tropical storm devastated our state at a time when most businesses are operating on about a quarter of their normal revenues because of COVID. How their electric bills are doubled. How are people supposed to pay these? It left our vulnerable seniors at home in the dark with no air conditioning, We have a record-breaking streak of 90-degree days this year, and their electric bills are doubling. Our access to electricity in this state, certainly at the rates that we are paying, should be a right. It is not a nice to have service, particularly for customers of the Eversource monopoly. Our leaders and regulators permit this utility to close their customer service office at 6 p.m. every day and to remain closed on the weekends. Recently, I was told the call center isn't even located in the state. Yet when they turn off the power to a customer's home for non-payment, our leaders gave this company the right to wait 24 hours before restoring power to a customer, even if you pay the bill online instantly. And not until the customer has paid a hefty security deposit, which Eversource can hold virtually indefinitely. Connecticut, I believe we are at a crossroads. This pandemic is breaking our backs. Our governor has done a magnificent job managing this crisis. However, as a state and a people, it's time to make the most of this disruption and reinvent ourselves. Like Joe Biden said, build back better. We need to put this state utility on the drawing board and look at ways to reorganize this company to be responsive to us, the people that it serves as our public utility. Senior citizens, working families, and the poor of this state cannot afford electricity the way Eversource is currently organized and the bills that they are sending us. I really ask PURA, with all respect, and our state legislators to please stand up for the people of Connecticut in this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I'm going to turn to Ms. Kelly Fuller.
Hi, Marissa. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. All right. Thank you for letting me speak. Since this rate increase, there's a social media group that formed. It has about 5,000 to 6,000 people in it. So I'm really kind of surprised that you don't have more people who want to speak. But every day these people are posting their bills with the delivery charge that's 3 to 4 times the supply and double the bills that they had prior to July. I don't know how people are supposed to be able to afford this. I don't think they can. So my question is, when were these rates voted in and what year? Can they be rolled back? Can new legislation be implemented to stop these changes, these charges? Can we do that now? And putting these rate increases off, I hope I didn't hear that right, that it's 8.9% perhaps that we'd have to pay if we put these off. Why would it be 9%? Is that because that's always the way it's been? That we put these bills off and then we have to pay them back? So please make legislation to repeal these rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the last person that I had registered to speak was Constance Atelius Hewitt. I see your video registered, but I don't see an audio associated that I can unmute. Constance, if you can hear me, if you want to, okay, here we go. Just apologize. We're just trying to get our last speaker unmuted. Bear with me one moment. Constance, I think I've unmuted you. Maybe try on your end. Constance. Constance, can you hear me? Ma'am, I think you're unmuted. I hear you a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. I'm so glad I'm able to talk, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I wanted to say a few things. I wrote a letter to Eversource that I want to read, and then I'm just going to mention that I also forwarded some pictures of actual damage before the storm took place and was never addressed before the storm, and of course it got worse with the storm. So I'll read my letter, which is only 2 paragraphs, and I also sent this to Senator Blumenthal, who I think is very interested in this issue. I'd like to preface that I live in Greenwich, and usually people would say, well, you know, you should be able to afford the bills. And yes, I was able to afford a double increase, but that does not mean that that was fair. So I'd like to read the letter I wrote Eversource because it describes 2 problems that I think they could have addressed and failed to. I just received their email titled "A Storm for Record Books." I don't know if this was an apology or boasting of how great a job they felt they did, but it angered me enough to write for the first time ever in my life. This email missed the mark, and it was not an apology. What I know is I lost $100 in groceries, as well as my lap worktop overheated, and my company actually had to pay for that and did pay for it, but that was a direct result of the power surge. What they need to know is every day that passes, it's much tougher for the residents of Connecticut to live through, especially compounded with a pandemic. I personally was out 6 days in a row, 6 nights and 6 days. And it is enraging that this is happening during a pandemic while the C-suite executives, who were not on this call all day, made record-breaking profits. This is a bad showing by any standard. That email was almost humble bragging about what a great job they did and all the things they fixed. What they failed to identify is, in fact, what they could have done before the storm. The additional rate increase in my July bill actually made it 2 times as expensive. And yes, I paid for it, but that does not mean it's fair, and that does not mean I agree with it. And it is enraging to pay twice as much money in July than I did in June for subpar service. Your top executives sicken me and should be ashamed to pass through all these costs to the customer while lining their pockets on the back of those who have no choice but to use their subpar expensive service, which delivered no preparedness. You ordered no additional workers until after the storm happened. And this really surprised me that these workers were not lined up because we knew the storm was coming. They should have been lined up from Canada and Maine beforehand and not after. It should also have augmented the staff to the call-in centers. It's just unacceptable to call and get no response. It's amazing that they couldn't even staff their call-in centers to keep up with the volume which they should have expected. Regrettably, I'm only one average non-millionaire customer out there, but I wrote my senator, and Senator Blumenthal wrote me back. I also wrote my first selectman, and that's Fred Camillo in Greenwich. And I said, please keep the pressure on Eversource, and please read the preparedness plan that they supposedly had in order and make a determination if they, in fact, were prepared. I did submit some photos. I know you can't see them because I'm just on the phone right now. They were submitted to 3 people in the government. It shows clear damage before the storm. It shows spooling on the sidewalks. It shows live wires. It shows wires so low in the road that cones have to be erected so that trucks don't touch the wires while going on the road underneath them. I would also like to say that there are no other choices in Greenwich except Eversource. This is my provider. There's no way I can vote with my feet and leave. And I'm really hoping that there can be some kind of resolution that is customer friendly. I understand the C-suite want to make a lot of money, but it should not be at this crippling level that it's at. So that was all I wanted to say. I'm really glad I got a chance to talk today because I've been on the phone all day long, and I hope that this really can be viewed from a customer perspective because these C-suite people are making above and beyond what they should. They should make more, but not this much more.
Thank you so much for staying with us and providing that testimony. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I am going to conclude today's hearing into docket number 20-0101. The record remains open, so if there is additional testimony to provide, that can be emailed to PURA at pura.executivesecretary@ct.gov, and if you can reference docket number 20-0101 in the subject line. I want to reiterate that myself and my colleagues are reading all of those testimony submissions. Also, as we heard earlier today, there are late file exhibits that PURA has requested and the other parties to the proceeding have requested, as well as legal briefs, and that will be followed by a late file exhibit hearing on September 10th. And I see Office of Consumer Counsel, I see Attorney Detrus, your hand raised. So if this is an administrative matter, I'll briefly unmute you, ma'am.
Chair Gillette, just very quickly, in light of the fact that this has been a long day, we would like to request that the next consumer listening session or consumer comment session begin earlier in the day, perhaps at 10 o'clock, be scheduled sooner.
Ma'am, the public comment hearings for 20-0803, those on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd are full day events.
No, for this docket, please. Will there be another session scheduled for this docket?
No, ma'am. I made it through. I'm not showing any additional hands.
There's no more comment remaining, even in fact.
Not that's been noticed in the participant section.
Okay, we just had concerns that people perhaps signed off and didn't have the opportunity to comment.
I appreciate that concern. We are holding the record open for written testimony through the next couple of days.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the letters that I've been using the terminology testimony. That doesn't mean to imply anything formal. It can be in the form of a letter or comments. All of that is being submitted into the record. So with that, closing today's proceeding into 20-0101, I thank everyone for your participation and your attention today. Thank you.